Holy City? Lin Feng frowned as he thought of something. The diviner had told him to come to Holy City to find him, but did he mean the real Holy City as in the Celestial City, or did he mean the Great World as a whole? If the diviner had meant the entire Great World, then it would be extremely difficult to find him, unless Fortune Shrine was very famous and everybody knew about it in the continent of the Nine Clouds. Lin Shui, do you know about Fortune Shrine? Lin Feng asked. Fortune Shrine. Mu Lin Shui shivered. Fortune Shrine was very mysterious, even more so than the Holy City. She didn't know much about it besides the name. According to legends, it was one of the most powerful, influential groups in the world. The Holy City is in the Dark Knight region, and it's one of the main cities, so maybe you'll learn more about it there. I'm not strong enough, so I've never had the opportunity to learn more about it, said Mu Lin Shui. Lin Shui, have you ever heard of the vast celestial ancient city? Asked Lin Feng. Mu Lin Shui looked at Lin Feng in a strange way. He didn't know much about the continent of the Nine Clouds, so she was wondering how he had lived before. Lin Feng, the vast celestial ancient city, is one of the main cities, just like the Holy City. It's one of the 18 ancient cities that kind of reign over the region we are in, said Mu Lin Shui. By the way, why do you ask me that? I see, thought Lin Feng. This reminded him a bit of Tiantai in the northern part of Bahuang. If it was the same, then that meant their region was probably divided into 18 parts and each of them was controlled by a city. I saw that in the memories an old man had transmitted to me, said Lin Feng to Mu Lin Shui. He didn't explain more though. Actually, he had learnt about the vast celestial ancient city in the memories of the everlasting celestial emperor. The everlasting palace still wanted to capture Lin Feng, so there were things he couldn't talk about. He didn't know how far he was from Xianxia City. But if he wasn't far, he had to leave soon. The professor must have a map of the region at least, said Lin Feng. Maybe, since you want one, we can go and see him. I'll come with you too, said Mu Lin Shui smiling. Lin Feng nodded and they both crossed Goldfire Tower to get to the professor's place. The professor, 6 months before, had told Lin Feng to come if he needed anything. After a short time, Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui arrived in front of a golden-purple tower, which reminded them of the professor's clothes. Lin Feng, Mu Lin Shui. Someone came out and appeared in the courtyard. He smiled. Don't be shy. Come here. Thank you very much, master, said Lin Feng bowing. Not bad. You've both progressed a lot. Lin Feng will become an emperor soon, said the professor. I wonder when I'll be able to break through to the Huang Qi layer, said Lin Feng smiling. Many people's cultivation stopped at different points. Even though Lin Feng was talented, breaking through to the Huang Qi layer wasn't going to be easy. When you are ready, things happen naturally. Maybe someday you'll understand something suddenly and then level up, said the professor smiling. By the way, did you want something from me? Master, do you have a map of the region controlled by the vast celestial ancient city? Said Lin Feng straightforwardly. Oh, the professor's eyes twinkled. He smiled and said, Lin Feng, do you want to go to the vast celestial ancient city? I'm thinking of going, said Lin Feng. The vast celestial ancient city is one of the 18 main cities in our region. There are many strong cultivators there, powerful sects and clans, many geniuses. It's a heaven for cultivators is what I'm getting at. Of course, it can also be hell for some people, depending on their luck. Lin Feng, I will send some strong cultivators there in a few months. If you want, you can go with them, said the professor. A young person from Goldfire Tower is in the vast celestial ancient city, and in a few months, those people will go and visit him. They'll also bring some young people to broaden their horizons, said the professor. Having said this, if you still want to go alone, you can. I have maps in my memories, and I can transmit a map of the region to you, said the professor smiling. He didn't want Lin Feng to misunderstand him. Thank you very much, master, said Lin Feng bowing. Then, the professor transmitted the memories to Lin Feng. It was kind of blurry though, several places were not distinct. It was probably difficult to make a precise map of such a huge place. Master, I'm off. I'll see you later, said Lin Feng before he turned around left with Mu Lin Shui. Lin Feng, what do you want to do now? Mu Lin Shui asked him. Since the end of the tournament, we've been staying in Goldfire Tower the whole time. We should go and see Uncle Mui, said Lin Feng cheerfully. Mu Lin Shui didn't mind and smiled back. I wonder how my dad is doing. Let's go to the Mu clan. The Mu clan was prosperous those days. Since the end of the tournament, Mui had gone back, and Mu Lin Shui's uncle had been expelled. The Mu clan was still under a lot of pressure from the Yen clan though. Of course, the Yen clan didn't dare openly attack the Mu clan either. Mu Lin Shui and Lin Feng had become important people to Goldfire Tower, so who know what their response would be if they were openly hostile. Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui went back to the Mu clan, many people instantly noticing them. Older people smiled at Lin Feng politely. Having heard or seen about him kill an emperor, they could only admire him. When Mui saw Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui, he instantly became happy. They had food and drinks before Lin Feng wanted to leave. Where are you going, Lin Feng? Mu Lin Shui asked. She seemed sad, as if she didn't want Lin Feng to leave. Lin Shui, you should stay here in the Mu clan. I want to go to Sword Mountain, Lin Feng said. Sword Mountain wasn't far from Goldfire Tower. Lin Feng wanted to go and see Wuxia, seeing how he hadn't traveled for a year. He didn't like staying in the same place for too long. After he came back, then he'd go to the vast celestial ancient city with the people from Goldfire Tower. I want to come with you, said Mu Lin Shui. She looked strange, as if she was scared that Lin Feng would never come back. Lin Feng smiled wryly and said, Don't worry. I'll come back to Goldfire Tower. This trip won't take that long. Mu Lin Shui lowered her head. She looked sad and disappointed. Haha, Lin Shui. Are you really so scared that Lin Feng won't come back? Said Mui laughing. Mu Lin Shui blushed and said, Dad. All right. Everybody knows how you're feeling. Lin Feng, go, I'll take care of my daughter, said Mui. Lin Feng smiled wryly. He knew that Mui wanted him to be with his daughter. Uncle Mui, Lin Shui, I'm off, said Lin Feng. And then he moved like the wind and left. Mui then stopped smiling and whispered, That little boy is difficult to understand. It won't be easy for you to start a relationship with him, Lin Shui. Mu Lin Shui raised her head and watched as Lin Feng left. She knew that Lin Feng was just trying to keep some distance between them. Sword Mountain was situated in a mountain range not far from Goldfire Tower. It had existed for many, many years, and with this time, they've accumulated enough cultivators and resources to destroy entire territories. They had many ancient scriptures for sword cultivators to study, as well as ancient sword techniques and skills. At the top of one of these mountains, which looked to have been cut by a sword, there were many sword cultivators practicing cultivation. There were men and women, young and old. Many of them were disciples, but there were also foreigners who had come to study sword cultivation. That mountain had been cut by a sword, and it seemed like the energy from that sword would never leave the mountain. Even thought the sword energy didn't contain any immortal strength. The pure sword energy didn't disperse. In the past, 2 ancestors destroyed 19 of these mountains, leaving them as a testament to their strength. I can only imagine what kind of battle that was, said a young man. In the air, Lin Feng was flying slowly and landed on a mountain. The sword energies from that mountain instantly surrounded him. But the most intriguing part was that the energy was very familiar. Wu Tian's energy. Emperor Wu Tianjian must have fought someone here, thought Lin Feng. The other sword energy present wasn't any weaker than Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword energy. Actually, it was the opposite. It was even stronger than Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword energy. Maybe this is where Emperor Wu Tianjian was injured? Thought Lin Feng. He didn't know how that battle ended from just the energies here, so maybe he could ask around. Lin Feng looked around, seeing many people seated cross-legged, studying the sword energies. Some of them were in the sky while some were on the broken mountains. Lin Feng jumped forwards and after looking around, arriving in front of a young person who was seated before sheer precipices and overhanging rocks. Lin Feng asked, Your Excellency, do you know who the 2 fighters were and how the battle ended? The young man suddenly opened his eyes after Lin Feng spoke. Piss off! He spat out sword energies at Lin Feng, tearing his clothes apart. Slash! Slash! Suddenly, Lin Feng released his own sword energies. which formed something looking like a river of sword lights. What a powerful sword cultivator, thought the young man. Lin Feng jumped forwards, pushing back that guy's sword energies. His facial expression changed drastically after seeing Lin Feng's energies. He was a powerful sword cultivator who could easily kill cultivators of the 9th Zunqi layer, and surprisingly, he was the one being oppressed. Lin Feng took another step forward. Although it was only a small one, it felt like a heavy hammer had fallen on his opponent. He groaned coldly, and his face turned pale. "Your Excellency, please stop," shouted that cultivator. However, Lin Feng took another step forward, this time releasing earth energy. His interlocutor couldn't even move his legs anymore. He was shaking and was deathly pale. Finally, the young man couldn't release any more energies, and was suddenly propelled away, crashing onto a mountain. Lin Feng glanced at the young man in a sharp way. "Answer me," said Lin Feng. The young man's face looked deathly pale as he was worried for his life. But then a strong wind started blowing and moved towards Lin Feng. 3 sword cultivators appeared and surrounded Lin Feng. They said nothing, they just stood there. Lin Feng condensed a sword, a heavy sword which was larger than most ordinary swords. At the same time, the 3 cultivators unsheathed their swords from their backs, each of them carrying a silvery glint. All the disciples from Sword Mountain receive ordinary silver swords, but once they reach the rank of intern, they receive Imperial Cyan swords. These guys only unsheathed their silver swords because they were fighting 3 against 1. "Attack!" shouted one of them. They all attacked at the same time. Their sword lights turned into a web which surrounded Lin Feng like a cage. Lin Feng moved like the wind while condensing more heavy sword energies. Quickly, he destroyed the sword web and moved towards one of them at full speed. What a powerful sword attack. He's an excellent sword fighter, thought Lin Feng's enemies. Lin Feng landed in front of one of them and 9 sword lights surrounded him. Those swords' lights were intertwining and turning into a sword-like curtain. The 2 others landed behind Lin Feng, with more silver sword lights threatening him. Sword Mountain's disciples are very strong, but that guy is too strong. An ordinary cultivator would have died instantly, thought the crowd. The 4 fighters were extremely fast. However, death was something that could happen quickly. Whoosh! Lin Feng jumped forwards. The energies around him were as heavy as mountains. Break! After weighing them down, Lin Feng attacked them with both force and sword energies. 2 silver lights broke apart and their casters were propelled backwards. Lin Feng continued running forwards. Then, Lin Feng rotated as he threw his sword from his right hand downward, the sword now looking like a shooting star as it assaulted someone else. The disciples from Sword Mountain were looking pale. No matter what they did, they couldn't defeat Lin Feng. Bang! That cultivator fell into the valley, bleeding profusely. The other 2 looked furious as they released their spirits, which were both gigantic swords. "Attack!" The 2 cultivators shouted furiously. Their sword spirits moved at the same time, one containing wind abstruse energies, while the other one contained golden energy. Their sword attacks are terrifying, thought Lin Feng when he saw the one which was using the wind. At the same time, he raised his hands and his earth sword flew ahead of him, forming a curtain of energies in front of him. Lin Feng condensed more sword energies and pushed forwards, creating a hole in the gigantic wind sword. Then the 2 gigantic swords were both pushed backwards, their cultivators both coughing up blood while being propelled backwards. At the same time, their sword energies progressively dispersed. That sword cultivator is too strong. Even his attacks were similar to the leaders, thought the crowd. At least, Sword Mountain's disciples couldn't defeat him. At that moment, a terrifyingly sharp sword chi invaded the mountains. The few Sword Mountain's disciples who were fighting grabbed the cyan swords on their backs, unsheathing their imperial swords. "If you decide to fully unsheath those swords, I won't be merciful and I'll kill you quickly," said Lin Feng, glancing at them. The opponents looked petrified. Lin Feng had been merciful so far? "Who are you, Your Excellency?" asked one of the disciples. Finally, they decided not to unsheath their swords. Lin Feng had been merciful so far in not killing them, after all. Lin Feng, I am going to have a walk in Sword Mountain, said Lin Feng. Did you come for the Great Sword Test? Someone asked. Great Sword Test. Lin Feng didn't know what it was. He shook his head and said, No. I want to know to who those 2 threads of sword energies belong to. You really don't know? Asked the disciple. Everybody who came to study those energies knew who they belonged. Would I ask if I knew? Said Lin Feng in a cold way, starting to get agitated from asking the same question repeatedly. A long time ago, an unknown sword cultivator fought against the leader of Sword Mountain. Emperor Tai Jian, the first disciple of the old leader, said the disciple. That wasn't a secret. Everybody knew about that battle which had taken place thousands of years before. Emperor Tai Jian's sword weighed several tons. But even then, it was a close match between him and the unknown sword cultivator. Finally, he managed to injure the unknown sword cultivator, but Emperor Tai Jian had also been injured. It took him hundreds of years to recover, and after that, he had continued practicing cultivation until he became a great emperor. Emperor Tai Jian, the leader of Sword Mountain, thought Lin Feng. Emperor Wu Tianjian had fought against the leader of Sword Mountain. How did the battle end? Asked Lin Feng. Our leader won. Even though his opponent was very strong, he was too injured. After the battle, our leader became a great emperor and became the patriarch of Sword Mountain, said the disciple. Of course, he didn't mention how badly their leader had been injured back then. Why did they fight? Asked Lin Feng. Emperor Tai Jian couldn't have fought against Emperor Wu Tianjian for no reason. The disciple remained silent, and after a few seconds he said coldly, You defeated me, and I replied to many of questions already, but now you're going too far. There were many legends about that battle, but some small things could influence their patriarch's reputation. Therefore, they couldn't say everything. Besides, it was difficult to know everything precisely. The battle had happened thousands of years before after all. Only the protagonists could tell what had happened. What's wrong? Said someone in the distance. A few people from Sword Mountain had arrived. Lin Feng turned around, and the person who arrived said in a cold way, You! Lu Yao. That was the young man Lin Feng had met in Xianxia City. Back then, Lu Yao was only interested in Lin Shui, but Lin Shui liked Wuxia. Brother Lu Yao, said the few disciples. Lu Yao nodded and said in a cold way, You dare attack my disciples in our territory? Lin Feng smiled when he heard Lu Yao trying to accuse him of something. Lu Yao, show me the way. I need to go to the main mountain of Sword Mountain. Huh? Lu Yao was surprised. Lin Feng was giving him orders? Don't you know that you're only at the foot of Sword Mountain? Asked Lu Yao mockingly. How noisy! Lin Feng shook his hands and a sword talisman appeared. Then he threw it in the air and said, Bring me to the top of Sword Mountain. Lu Yao caught the talisman and frowned. Why did Lin Feng have the talisman of Sword Mountain? Who gave you that talisman? Asked Lu Yao. Terrifying sword lights appeared in the sky. This time Lin Feng was using his desolate Xana sword attack. Lu Yao's facial expression changed drastically. He didn't hesitate and moved backwards. Even then, his sleeve was torn apart, and a wound appeared on his wrist. I'll say it just one last time. Give me back my talisman and bring me to the top of Sword Mountain, said Lin Feng coldly. Lu Yao came back to his senses. Only the elders of the sect had these talismans, so even if Lin Feng killed him, nobody would care. How come Lin Feng had the talisman from their sect, though? Lu Yao gave the talisman back to Lin Feng and started walking. Lin Feng looked at him coldly and said, You don't know how to differentiate good from bad. Now hurry up. Lu Yao was furious, but he had no choice but to lead the way. He began to pick up the pace. They soon approached a gigantic mountain, suspended in the air, Sword Mountain. Many people appeared along the way, and they all had a very sharp chi. Lu Yao, have you become a mountain guide? Lin Feng asked mockingly. Lu Yao was annoyed and replied in a cold way, No, I haven't seen you in a while, but you still haven't progressed. I thought you had become a tour guide because of that, said Lin Feng as he laughed boisterously. How's Wuxia doing? Has he come out yet? Asked Lin Feng. He came out, replied Lu Yao. Although he had to respond because of the talisman, he kept the conversation to a minimum. You mean he's broken through to the Huang Qi layer already? Asked Lin Feng happily. Finally, a disciple of Tiantai had become an emperor. Indeed, replied Lu Yao. Lin Feng was extremely happy and was smiling. Lu Yao looked upset. Indeed, Wuxia had broken through to the Huang Qi layer while he wasn't having a great time. After all, Lu Yao and Wuxia belonged to the same generation. However, he quickly forgot about this after he saw how fast Lin Feng was. He struggled to catch up with him. At the top of the mountain, Wuxia was welcoming guests. The Great Sword Test was going to start 3 days later, so many people came to visit, including public figures. Wuxia, said Lin Feng. Wuxia glanced around and saw Lin Feng. Then he smiled. Lin Feng, you're here. Indeed, your qi is different as expected, said Lin Feng as he looked at Wuxia. Don't make fun of me. When I came out, the elders mentioned you, saying that you had won the weapon tournament. If our teachers had seen you, they'd be so happy, said Wuxia smiling. Indeed, I wonder how they are, said Lin Feng nostalgically. I also wonder how our fellow disciples are these days. Maybe they have all broken through to the Huang Qi layer. If not, then it's only a matter of time. When we first came to the Great World, 2 of our disciples were already cultivators at the very top of the Zun Qi layer, and with their abilities, I wouldn't be surprised if they had already broken through to the Huang Qi layer. Wuxia said. I think so too, and maybe Tian Qi has broken through to the Huang Qi layer as well, said Lin Feng cheerfully. After all, they had been in the Great World for 7 years already. It was a long time and anything could happen there. Lin Feng had spent so much time studying deployment spells, and even then, he was only 1 step away from breaking through to the Huang Qi layer as well. His cultivation was more complex than his fellow disciples, and on top of that, his cultivation level had always been lower. Lin Feng, the continent of the 9 clouds is vast, so it will be very difficult to find everyone else. Therefore, we should continue practicing cultivation with the goal of one day making Tiantai a reality in this large world. Then, our friends and teachers will find us easily, said Wuxia. Definitely, said Lin Feng while nodding. Wuxia, is that your friend? Asked a middle-aged man who was looking at Lin Feng. Indeed, he's one of my fellow disciples from the small world, said Wuxia nodding. Lin Feng, that's Master Yunyao, he often teaches me things here. Hello Master Yunyao, I'm Lin Feng, said Lin Feng, nodding and smiling. Yunyao looked at Lin Feng and whispered, Lin Feng. Are you Lin Feng from Goldfire City? Said Yunyao suddenly. I spent some time there, said Lin Feng nodding. Even strong cultivators from Sword Mountain now recognized him. The rumors are true, you're only a Zun cultivator. Yet you can kill emperors and you're so young. On top of that, you're also friends with Wuxia. How interesting, said Yunyao enthusiastically. He had heard a lot about Lin Feng, so he was immediately curious. Besides, Wuxia was already very talented, so Yunyao was curious to see how strong Lin Feng was. Wuxia was very strong, even compared to most of the disciples of Sword Mountain. And now, his disciple, a Zun cultivator, could kill emperors. Make yourself at home, little Feng, said Yunyao. He called Lin Feng little Feng as if they were close. Lin Feng was delighted. Please come and have a seat. Let's have some food and drinks, you're a guest of honor after all, said Wuxia. Lin Feng followed and soon they arrived in a big hall where many people had gathered. Some people were seated, others were chatting or relaxing. But through all this, Lin Feng sensed that someone was looking at him in a cold way. The Yen clan. Lin Feng glanced around and noticed some people from the tournament. They were probably high officials. The Great Sword Test was going to start soon, and those people from the Yen clan were probably guests of honors. Long time no see. I trust you have been doing well since we last met, said a few people from the Yen clan to Lin Feng. They were very polite, which was surprising given the circumstances. I'm good for I'm still alive, said Lin Feng mockingly. He knew those people wanted to kill him. He had killed Yen Feng, which was a humiliation for them. Slash. Cosmic energies condensed. Suddenly, Lin Feng sensed that the temperature was rising to an unpleasant degree. Huh? The people around them sensed the heat and looked at Lin Feng, noticing how unhappy he looked. Then suddenly the ground between the members of the Yen clan broke apart. The members of the Yen clan jumped away, and a deep pit formed where they were standing just before. The crowd was surprised to see that some people were fighting there, especially seeing how Sword Mountain was hosting. The elders of Sword Mountain glanced at the members of the Yen clan, which made the Yen clan look upset after they noticed. They turned to Lin Feng and said, "How audacious! You dare cause trouble here? You even destroyed the ground. You were standing there and I wasn't. Why try to accuse me?" said Lin Feng, expressionlessly. "Why would we break the ground under our own feet?" "Why would I break the ground under your feet?" asked Lin Feng. The members of the Yen clan couldn't admit that they had attacked Lin Feng first. "How can I know you don't harbor evil intentions?" asked one of the cultivators from the Yen clan. "Since you won't speak the truth, I will. The reason why I destroyed the ground was because someone attacked me with fire cosmic energies and I had to protect myself," said Lin Feng. "Of course, I did damage the ground. This was my mistake. So I can leave if Sword Mountain doesn't want me here. Is that true?" asked an elder to Yao Yun who was standing not too far from Lin Feng. "Master, Lin Feng is saying the truth. The Yen clan attacked first," said Yun Yao, nodding. "Not only this, but the members of the Yen clan are a lot stronger than Lin Feng. So if Lin Feng hadn't reacted, he would have died. Please forgive him." "How many clans are there in Goldfire City who are as strong as the Yen clan?" asked the elder to Yun Yao. "2 in the northern part of Goldfire City, and many more in the other parts of the city. 12 if you consider the whole city," said Yun Yao calmly. "When you have time, try to find a clan with whom we can work with in the future," said the elder indifferently. Suddenly, the members of the Yen clan turned upset, saying, "Please forgive us, master. The Yen clan disappointed us already, and we don't want to see such things happen again," said the elder from Sword Mountain. "Lin Feng," said the elder cheerfully, "I've heard that you're Wuxia's fellow disciple. Sword Mountain is extremely happy to have you here. You can stay as long as you wish." Many people looked at Lin Feng when they heard the elder. They were wondering who that young man was. He was so young, but Sword Mountain gave him face. The elder had even humiliated the Yen clan because of him. It wasn't as simple as it looked, though. Sword Mountain wanted to find another partner because the Yen clan had become too weak. Lin Feng was Wuxia's friend and he was starting to become famous, so it was a good idea to get closer to him. Zun cultivator who could kill emperors were extremely rare after all. "Lin Feng, come and meet some of the elders," said Yun Yao. Very quickly, many people learnt who Lin Feng was. After that, everybody ignored the Yen clan. Lin Feng didn't spend too much time in the hall. He wanted to walk around with Wuxia and visit the region. There were many historical remains filled with sword energies that Lin Feng wanted to search. 3 days later, the Great Sword Test was starting in a valley. Many groups of influence were present, including disciples from Sword Mountain. The Great Sword Test was an event where disciples from Sword Mountain exchanged their views on cultivation. Wuxia had just broken through to the Huangqi layer, so he couldn't participate. Instead, he just sat with Lin Feng. There are all sorts of disciples in Sword Mountain who practice different sorts of techniques and skills, including many who I've never seen before, thought Lin Feng. He had been watching for 2 hours already, and even though many of these disciples couldn't compete with him, he could still learn a lot by watching their sword techniques. "Wuxia, you've studied sword ancient scriptures in Sword Mountain, right?" Lin Feng asked as they were observing the battles in the valley. "Indeed. I studied many ancient scriptures in the valley, very powerful ones too. I studied some which are good for my speed cosmic energies, but I didn't manage to make my decay energy turn into cosmic energy though. Even if I continued studying decay energy, I don't think I'll be able to find any decay ancient scriptures," Wuxia explained while nodding. He had broken through to the Huangqi layer relying on speed cosmic energies. Decay strength is rare and enigmatic. It's normal that you didn't manage to make it become cosmic energy yet, but I'm sure you will though. Now that you're an emperor, you will only become stronger, said Lin Feng. You understand more kinds of energies than me. It will be very difficult for you to make them all turn into cosmic energies. You'll also need some ancient scriptures to help you improve your cosmic energies. Lin Feng, you must make the right choices in the future, said Wuxia. With the proper skills, leveling up was easier. Lin Feng had studied demon ancient scriptures. Therefore, he'd need to rely on demon strength to break through to the Huang Qi layer. I understand, said Lin Feng, nodding. He needed to think about it properly, but the 3 live scriptures were very powerful. Time passed and a few more people had fought. Lin Feng had noted some magnificent sword techniques, as well as some outstanding sword cultivators. If I hadn't broken through to the Huang Qi layer, I would have participated in the Great Sword Test, but even then, I wouldn't have ranked first or second, maybe the top 5 though, whispered Wuxia. It didn't mean he wasn't as talented, it was just that some of them had practiced sword techniques longer than him and with better resources. The test ended, and the one who won wore a helmet with a feather crest. His main technique was the 9 Suns sword technique. The second one was amazing too. He practiced the same technique as the leader of Sword Mountain. He used a gigantic iron sword. Although he was very young, he still looked mature. Lu Yao ranked 5th, which wasn't bad. His sword technique was unique in that appeared almost invisible when he attacked. All the disciples were great. That was a beautiful show. Many people who don't belong to the sect are here, so if someone wants to give it a try, they can. Even emperors can give it a try, but you're only allowed to use sword techniques, and you must restrain your cultivation level, said the elder, standing up and smiling. Lin Feng had only observed, but he knew the participants were nervous. For them, that test was important because it was a way to prove to the elders of Sword Mountain that they were capable. Can I challenge anyone? Asked someone at that moment, standing up. Indeed, you can challenge anyone, said the elder, smiling. Many people jumped into the valley and started fighting disciples from Sword Mountain. Some of them won, some others lost. Some very strong young people had come from far away to see the competition because they were fascinated by swords. However, nobody managed to defeat the champions. At that moment, Lu Yao had just defeated a strong cultivator and was smiling at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you won against some of my disciples last time, and you're a strong sword cultivator. Why don't you come and show us how good you are at sword cultivation? Lu Yao didn't really know how strong Lin Feng was. He didn't even know that Lin Feng had killed an emperor in Goldfire City either. Those who knew about that were primarily the emperors in Sword Mountain. Even without this knowledge, Lu Yao still didn't underestimate Lin Feng. He had met Lin Feng a few times, and he really wanted to fight him. Fighting against him during the Great Sword Test was a safe way to see how strong Lin Feng really was because Lin Feng couldn't kill him. Lin Feng knew what Lu Yao was thinking, so he smiled. Many people were looking at Lin Feng, including the elder, who smiled and said, Lin Feng, you also practice sword cultivation? I just taught myself a few things. I'm only a beginner, replied Lin Feng, smiling. Go and have a try then. Maybe I can learn something from you, said the elder jokingly. Lu Yao was astonished. The great elder was making jokes with Lin Feng. Lu Yao didn't know what to think, but Lin Feng stood up and said, All right, let's have a try then. Then he landed in the valley in front of Lu Yao. Lu Yao unsheathed a silver sword and asked Lin Feng, Where's your sword? Lin Feng took out an ordinary sword, which actually looked fake as it waved about. Lin Feng bent his sword and said, smiling, I know when to unsheath a sword. You? Lu Yao looked furious. Lin Feng was obviously making fun of him. He immediately released sword chi towards Lin Feng. Then he disappeared with his sword, reappearing closer to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was surprised to see such a nice technique. Lin Feng moved like the wind and dodged the incoming attack. Lu Yao slashed forward, destroying the wind energies. Lin Feng moved like a leaf in the wind. He was both agile and flexible. He appeared in the sky and dodged Lu Yao's attacks again. Lu Yao was furious. He continued moving like an illusion as he chased Lin Feng. Die! Terrifying energies condensed as his silver sword moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng suddenly stopped. He fixedly stared at the wind sword while remaining motionless. He looked particularly calm as he firmly held his soft sword. Lin Feng was using this quickly fleeting moment to study the attack. Finally, when the attack got too close, an explosion sounded as an explosive qi appeared, assaulting the illusional sword attack. Lu Yao couldn't condense his energies at that point, so Lin Feng took the opportunity to attack 3 times. The first was an explosive wind sword, the second one was a protective slash, and the third one was difficult to describe as it moved towards Lu Yao. Lin Feng's attacks were extremely fast. A horrible shriek sounded, and Lu Yao moved backwards. Blood splashed, and his sword energies dispersed. The crowd looked at Lu Yao's arm. It had been cut off. "Your sword techniques are not bad," said Lin Feng, smiling. "Lin Feng, what sword technique is that?" the elder asked. He didn't recognize it, but he could tell that it went from looking ordinary at the beginning and becoming explosive at the end. "I just condensed some abstruse energies, that's all," replied Lin Feng. The elder was surprised and smiled. "I see. When a cultivator is strong, his techniques are powerful. I really don't deserve so much praise, master," said Lin Feng, smiling and nodding. Then, he looked at the one who had ranked second and asked, "Your Excellency, would you like to try?" The young man glanced at Lin Feng and moved towards him. "I do." Lin Feng had just used one technique to defeat Lu Yao, even making it look easy. However, he had released so much energy at once, which he knew wasn't that easy to do, so the second-place guy wanted to see how strong Lin Feng really was. Lu Yao was still bleeding, and everybody was looking at him in a disdainful way. He had ranked 5th and he still had lost an arm. The young man with the iron sword suddenly released force which rose to the skies. His energies quickly became oppressive. Slash! The battle stage was immediately cut into as the young man with the iron sword ran towards Lin Feng, marks appearing around his iron sword. Then he suddenly jumped in the air, falling down like a mountain onto Lin Feng. He also understands earth abstruse energy. "I see," thought Lin Feng. He raised his hands while condensing earth energies into a sword. He jumped ahead, and a gigantic sword appeared at the same time. It collided with the iron sword, leaving Lin Feng's tingling with numbness. The young man raised his iron sword again and attacked a few more times, each time leaving Lin Feng with the feeling that a mountain was falling on him. "How strong," thought the crowd. The Sword King scriptures are some of the most powerful scriptures in Sword Mountain, and the leader personally transmits them to his disciples. "The leader wouldn't be disappointed to his disciple now," said the elder. "Those attacks look like Yuan phase attacks, but are more powerful. Also, it's difficult to dodge them due to their oppressiveness," thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his head, and his sword intent seemingly changed, looking harder and sharper. He turned into a light as he moved with the wind. This time he used his wind and thunder attack, Nirvana Sunya destruction, and his desolate Xianxia. The iron sword was pushed back, and a gigantic hole appeared in his energies. However, from that hole, a new sword appeared which had wind and iron energies fused together. With that sword, a dazzling light appeared in front of Lin Feng. What a terrifying strength, earth abstruse energy, but it's practically cosmic energy. There's also some kind of Sword King Qi. How scary, thought Lin Feng as he condensed more sword intent himself. He didn't want to face the attack head-on, if only to see if he could. A gigantic black sword appeared, looking like a demonic mountain as it fell. As their attacks collided, it was difficult for the audience to imagine that battle was only between Zune cultivators. The young man with the iron sword was propelled higher in the air as Lin Feng was propelled downwards, crashing into the ground. They both felt paralyzed from the exchange. The man who was fighting Lin Feng looked at him and said, "Your sword techniques are great, because you know so many types of energies. I cannot defeat you, but I can still tell that there are some small problems with your sword techniques, being that they're not pure enough. No sword technique is perfect, and I acknowledge that my techniques do have many flaws. Thank you for your advice. Even though you lost, you can be proud," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng really didn't know how to create the strongest attacks, even though he knew so many things. "I know what you mean. You're not like most people. I am not as talented as you, so I must study very hard. All of this considered, I was happy to fight against you," said the young man. Then he walked away. "I am pleased as well, thank you," said Lin Feng, smiling. Then, someone else landed in front of Lin Feng, who was wearing a helmet adorned with feathers. "It looks like the champion also wants to fight," thought the crowd. The elder smiled indifferently. No matter how strong Lin Feng was, sword cultivators were always determined. "I hope we can exchange our views on cultivation," said the young man with the helmet. He was holding a fiery sword which wasn't an imperial weapon. They didn't use imperial weapons during their battles because it would have been meaningless. Even though imperial weapons could help a cultivator become stronger, this was a test of personal skill. Initially, Lin Feng wanted to fight against the young man with the iron sword because he wanted to see him use Emperor Taijian's technique up close. But why not fight against the champion of the contest as well? "Unsheath your sword," said Lin Feng in a calm way. The young man nodded. Then his sword energies dashed to the skies. With a flash, 9 suns appeared in the sky, illuminating the area. Lin Feng's reluctantly squinted his eyes under that penetrating light. A terrifying fire suddenly appeared in front of Lin Feng, giving him the impression that he was in danger. He subconsciously shivered before moving like the wind. 9 suns assassination. The young man moved as well, condensing the 9 suns into a gigantic fire dragon. Break! Lin Feng closed his eyes. Then a death sword appeared in his hand. The sword and the dragon clashed. However, the young man landed in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng's fingers turned into sharp swords while the 9 suns appeared again, just as dazzling as before. 9 suns laceration, said the young man. This time the 9 suns turned into a sharp fiery sword. Desolate explosion, shouted Lin Feng furiously. He condensed destructive energies this time. 9 suns shield, said the young man. He disappeared and reappeared in front of Lin Feng, his sword still moving towards Lin Feng at full speed. Tack! Lin Feng stopped using his real sword and funneled his energies into his hands, which turned into swords, and then his entire body followed suit. Huh? The elder from Sword Mountain sensed Wu Tian's chi in Lin Feng's energies. Indeed, his sword technique really looks like his, thought the elder. He wasn't the only one to recognize this. Many other old cultivators from Sword Mountain were surprised by Lin Feng's sword intent. However, it had only lasted for a few seconds. With some effort, Lin Feng continued to hold off his opponent. Eventually, the battle dragged on until the young man suddenly moved back. He knew he had lost. You're like a sword, at least you think like one. I can't defeat you, said the young man, smiling wryly. He had tried to use powerful and explosive attacks to earn himself an early victory, but when that didn't work out, he was quickly depleted. My sword attacks aren't weak though, said the young man. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, your sword techniques are perfect, I think. No matter what, I think that Zun cultivators can't defeat you, only emperors can threaten you, said the young man calmly. Lin Feng, said the elder at that moment, making Lin Feng turn around. Your sword techniques are incredible, so you must have had a teacher who taught you sword cultivation, right? Asked the old man. Someday, a strong sword cultivator told me I had to understand swords myself, so I spent a few years studying them myself, explained Lin Feng, not speaking the entire truth. A moment before, he had been careless and released some of Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword intent. Seeing how he still didn't know why Emperor Wu Tianjian fought Sword Mountain's strongest cultivator all those years ago, he had to be careful with what he said. Oh, wonderful, if that's possible, we'd like to meet him, said the old man smiling. I met him in a small world by accident, said Lin Feng. There were many small worlds in the continent of the 9 clouds, so the old man couldn't know which small world Lin Feng was talking about. The elder nodded and looked at all the disciples. Lin Feng's sword techniques are incredible, so if you want to learn something from him, hurry up and challenge him now. Nobody replied. The first and second disciples of the contest had lost to him already, so they knew they couldn't defeat him. I'm off then, said Lin Feng. After he saw that nobody wanted to fight him, he flew back to Wuxia. A few other outsiders were there, but they didn't draw everyone's attention as Lin Feng had. After all, after Lin Feng's battles, could there be anything more interesting? After the contest, Lin Feng and Wuxia went back to Sword Mountain, resting above some sheer precipices and overhanging rocks. Wuxia smiled at Lin Feng, the leader of Sword Mountain. Emperor Taijian practiced here a lot back in the day. If you focus, you can sense his sword energies. Lin Feng smiled at Wuxia, seemingly understanding each other. Lin Feng jumped in the air above the valley, sword energy rise with him. Although it was extremely old, it still hadn't dispersed. Apart from Emperor Taijian's sword intent, there's also a monarchic sword intent, thought Lin Feng, sensing the energies around him. Emperor Taijian's ancient scriptures were called the Sword King scriptures for a reason. After a short time, Lin Feng went back to the top of the precipice and smiled at Wuxia. Are there other types of sword intent left by other strong cultivators? This is Sword Mountain, so of course there are many things left by some ancestors, said Wuxia. He took Lin Feng to another place where mountains surrounded them, each with a different type of energy. Even while standing afar, one could feel the oppressive might from millions of swords. Many ancestors came here to practice sword cultivation and left their sword intents. Over time it became more and more chaotic, said Wuxia, who was laughing. Lin Feng understood what it meant. If a cultivator persevered and stayed there to practice sword cultivation, then it could have great consequences. Lin Feng dived straight into the chaotic sword intent, being immediately feeling assaulted by millions of swords. Heavy sword intent, sharp sword intent, death sword intent. Lin Feng's sword intent chaotically moved around as well. Lin Feng closed his eyes and calmly sensed the energies. Wuxia looked at Lin Feng and smiled as he thought about how Lin Feng looked like a sword. 10 days later, the two of them left. At the foot of Sword Mountain, Lin Feng turned around and smiled at Wuxia. There's no need to see me off. If I have time, I'll come back to Sword Mountain to see you. Wuxia shook his head and said, the continent of the 9 clouds is full of strong cultivators, so we don't know what will happen. I will also leave soon and practice outside, for I need to face dangers to become stronger. If I stay in Sword Mountain all the time, I'll just rot here, and I'll never become a great emperor. Lin Feng nodded. He completely understood. When will we see each other again? Asked Lin Feng. Unless we bump into each other, we'll meet again when Tiantai becomes famous, said Wuxia, smiling. Lin Feng nodded and left, looking confident and at ease as he did so. Even if Tiantai rises in the great world, how can we protect it if we're not strong enough? Whispered Wuxia as Lin Feng left. Tiantai's disciples are neither cowards nor weaklings. We each have our own ways of doing things. Lin Feng suddenly started moving with incredible speed, a sonic boom sounding as he accelerated. Lin Feng's sword intent kept changing as he moved along. An earth sword, immortal sword, ice-cold death sword, 10 different types of sword intent were flowing in the air. At the same time, he was followed by a cloud of demonic qi as his sword and demon energies were intertwining. Lin Feng's sword energies kept changing as he was trying to find the best ways to combine them. Fire and demon, demon fire sword, earth and demon energies, a hard and heavy sword. He tried everything. Kacha! Finally, Lin Feng stopped. A gigantic canyon formed below him as terrifyingly sharp demon energies engulfed the area. Arg! Lin Feng shouted furiously as he turned into a demonic sword. Sword and demon energies can destroy the sky. The world can't defeat me, shouted Lin Feng as he raised his hands to the sky. This sword is called Wu Tian, said Lin Feng. A hurricane filled with demonic energies formed and rose to the sky. Back in Sword Mountain, the elder was standing calmly at the top of a mountain. He glanced at the top of another mountain and saw a blurry silhouette. What do you want? Said an indifferently voice. The great elder had been standing there for a few hours already. Master, earlier today at the contest, I saw Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword intent, said the great elder in a low voice. The blurry silhouette looked surprised for a second. Who? asked the blurry silhouette. Lin Feng, he's the champion of the weapon contest from Goldfire Tower. He controls many types of abstruse energies, and he's a cultivator at the very top of the Zun-Chi layer who can kill emperors. He even practices sword cultivation, having used Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword intent. He said a powerful sword cultivator had taught him some things before. The elder explained everything in detail. Send some people to Goldfire City. If you can't find anything about him there, then continue investigating, said the blurry silhouette. The great elder bowed and said, I'll take care of it. Then he left. The leader of Sword Mountain was a great emperor, and even though the great elder was already a high-level emperor, the difference between high-level emperors and great emperors was immense. Lin Feng didn't know what Sword Mountain was wanting to learn about him. Lin Feng still didn't know why Emperor Wu Tianjian and Emperor Taijian had fought before. At that moment, Lin Feng was walking in a field with two incredibly beautiful women next to him. Meng Qing and Xiu Xian. They could only appear in Lin Feng's dream. This time, they were both cultivators at the very top of the Zun-Chi layer. Inside the Jade Emperor's palace, it would be difficult to break through to the Huang-Chi layer. So Lin Feng felt both guilty and sad for them. He couldn't let them travel on their own though because he would be too worried. Lin Feng, said Xiu Xian, frowning. What's wrong? Lin Feng asked. I feel like the other side of me is coming back to life. It's getting more and more intense. I'm afraid I won't be able to stand the pressure, said Xiu Xian in a low voice, scared. Her other personality. Lin Feng sighed. Lin Feng couldn't help Xiu Xian with this. She could only rely on herself to overcome that personality. You can do it, said Lin Feng, smiling in a gentle way while caressing her hands. Xiu Xian nodded and smiled back. There's a village over there, we should go have a rest, said Meng Qing, pointing at a village. Lin Feng smiled. He couldn't refuse as he wasn't in a rush. There were many small rivers and streams in the village. The landscapes were beautiful. The people in the village were rather weak. Any Tian or Zun-level cultivators were considered very strong there. They sat down by a river and put their feet in the water, enjoying the peace and tranquility. Lin Feng, I like this place, said Meng Qing, smiling. She glanced around, looking at the fields, noticing the many young people who were practicing cultivation. Most of them were Xian-level cultivators who were studying the human and earth fusion, so that they could break through to the Tianqi layer. Without medicine and talent, living in this world is difficult. We must suffer a lot to become stronger, which means fighting in wars and killing many people. Even if we break through to the Tianqi layer later than others, it doesn't matter because after that we also have time to break through to the Zun-Chi layer, and then the Huang-Chi layer. People don't lack time, they lack experience and intent, said a strong cultivator to the young people. Lin Feng smiled. Those young people were about 13 and 14. At that age, Lin Feng didn't know that much about cultivation, and now he was one step away from breaking though to the Huang-Chi layer. I wonder how Xiao Chun and Yi Shui are doing. The baby must have grown up some, thought Lin Feng, looking at the sunny village. It made him remember the small village in the small world. Wu Shang must be 9 years old now, thought Lin Feng. He was younger than Xiao Chun, but Wu Shang was already 9. I want to have a child too, said Meng Qing, smiling. Lin Feng grabbed her hands and smiled. You're not shy anymore. I want to have a child with you and then raise him, watching him grow up, said Meng Qing, blushing and hugging Lin Feng. Lin Feng caressed her back. He was touched, but he knew it was impossible until he became an emperor. Xiu Xian grabbed Lin Feng's arm and said in a gentle voice, Lin Feng, give us clothes and masks, and then we'll stay with you. Lin Feng smiled wryly and said, all right, I can do that. The teacher then noticed Lin Feng. He wasn't a cultivator and he had 2 incredibly beautiful women next to him. Actually, he couldn't see Lin Feng's cultivation, which meant a really strong cultivator had come to their village. Let's go, said Lin Feng, and then they disappeared. The teacher was surprised. Those people were just too fast. Lin Feng and the 2 girls traveled through mountains, lakes, small cities, and boundless flatlands. They had also fought against many people. Apart from the famous main cities, there were also a myriad of average cities and villages. A month later, they went back to Goldfire City. At that moment, back in Sword Mountain on the Forbidden Peak, the Great Elder came to see the leader again. He had investigated Linfeng, and each time he learned something new about Linfeng, he was surprised. "So, how did it go?" asked the leader. "I checked Mui from the Mu clan in Goldfire City. He's the one who brought Linfeng to Goldfire City. We made people chat with him, talk about his past, and some other important things. We learnt some things about the Everlasting Palace and some about the 9 great celestial castles. We also made some cultivators go to see Xiang City and the 9 great celestial castles to investigate further. Linfeng is from a small world, and he knows more than 10 different types of abstruse energies. I even sent some people to his small world to see if there was anything about him there." The Great Elder had done all he could to find out more about Linfeng. Mui didn't talk about Linfeng that much, just about the places they'd been. Back in Ba Huang, the One Clan had replaced the Qi Clan. In the central part of Ba Huang, the One Clan was very famous, exceptionally strong even. They were the strongest group in Ba Huang. Apart from the One Clan, there was another group, a group of alchemists who had been rising for a few years now. Ba Huang Jiu, you already knew that they lived in a small world. Many people were curious about the great world, especially talented and outstanding young people. They wanted to see what it looked like, but at the same time they knew they couldn't go because they were still too weak. At that moment, in the central part of Ba Huang, there were some people investigating about the past of the province, including Lin Feng's sword cultivation. Lin Feng was very famous in that world, so everybody knew about him. Concerning the strong sword cultivator, Xianxia had one who had threatened the messenger from the celestial palace of punishing thunders. Everybody thought that he was Emperor Wu Tianjian. Now, emperors don't fight after they left with the geniuses of the province. We're in a small world, so maybe that they don't want to come back. Someone reasoned. Back in Sword City, Xianxia had become bigger and more important. Even the One Clan and the pavilion of the monarchic alchemists didn't dare offend Xianxia. At that moment, a middle-aged man arrived outside of Xianxia's territory. He had a long, ordinary-looking sword resting on his back, but his sword chi was terrifying. "Who are you?" asked 2 guards coldly. "I've heard that Xianxia is a place for sword cultivators. I've been practicing sword cultivation for 40 years, so I want to see the cultivators from Xianxia," said the middle-aged man. Suddenly, he released a terrifying sword chi which whistled ferociously. The 2 guards' faces turned slightly pale after he released his sword chi. "Thunder Sword," said the middle-aged man who was wearing cotton clothes. He was releasing Thunder Sword energies. After a short time, people on a gigantic sword appeared in the horizon. Jian Mu and the others. "Who are you, Your Excellency?" asked Jian Mu, frowning. That person's sword intent was terrifying. "You're so weak, too weak even. You call this a holy place for sword cultivators?" said the middle-aged man, his thunder sword chi moving back to him. The sword cultivators of Xianxia suddenly released sword energies, but the middle-aged man rose up in the air, his thunderous chi assaulting everyone beneath him. Although blood spilt, no one died. "You call yourselves sword cultivators?" mocked the middle-aged man while releasing even more sword chi. That guy was a sword emperor, which in Ba Huang was more than surprising. Few people in that small world could face him. "I'll just have to destroy Xianxia then." "You are a disgrace for sword cultivators," said the middle-aged man, unsheathing his sword. Nobody could dodge that attack. It seemed they were doomed. "Piss off!" shouted someone at that moment. The middle-aged man looked at the gigantic sword and said, "There's a very strong sword cultivator here, but he doesn't want to come out?" Suddenly, sword energy rose to the skies, surprising the middle-aged man. "Master, could you please teach me sword cultivation?" asked the middle-aged man. "If I appear personally, I'll have to kill you, so just piss off," said the voice. The middle-aged man looked horrified. He bowed before the gigantic sword and said, "I disturbed you, so I'll leave." Then the middle-aged man left. At that moment, outside of the sword grave, there was an old man leaning against a wall. Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword was floating in front of him. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the sword. Then he whispered, "Even though I am in the small world, some people are still looking for me. Who was that strong sword cultivator who had come to Ba Huang? He had come only to make Emperor Wu Tianjian appear. The reason was clear. Lin Feng had already been to Sword Mountain. Otherwise no sword emperor would have known to come to Jiang'a. Over in Shuiyu, in Empress Shi's small world where Duan Xianyi lived, Yu Menghe and Lu Fei were watching Duan Xianyi practice cultivation. Lu Fei, Xianyi is becoming stronger and stronger with each day, Yu Menghe said to Lu Fei using telepathy. Indeed, she has changed a lot. She's improving so fast, said Lu Fei, though he was frowning. Xianyi was going through something strange where she became a stranger, sometimes possessing her old personality. Maybe it's because little Feng hasn't come back in such a long time, suggested Yu Menghe, still using telepathy. I don't think so. I don't think she would ever act like that if she could help it, said Lu Fei, still frowning. 7 years had passed, and she was still the same, just a bit more mature. But Duan Xianyi wasn't as gentle as in the past. She was colder, like a ice queen. After so many years, when will little Lin Feng come back? Whispered Yu Menghe. Luckily, she had Wuxiang, otherwise she would have missed Lin Feng too much. Mother, breaking through to the Huang Qi layer is extremely difficult. Lin Feng will come back after having broken through to the Huang Qi layer, said Lu Fei, smiling in a gentle way. However, at that moment, Duan Xianyi suddenly opened her eyes. Her hair was messy. She looked cold and distant. As soon as she opened her eyes, she left. Xianyi, shouted Yu Menghe. However, Duan Xianyi ignored her and disappeared into the horizon. Duan Xianyi had become stronger than Yu Menghe, so she couldn't catch up with her anymore. Back in the Great World, in Goldfire City, Qiu Yu Xian suddenly started shaking as she released volumes of mercilessness qi. Yu Xian, said Lin Feng, hugging her tightly. But even as he hugged her, Qiu Yu Xian was still shaking and her mercilessness qi didn't disperse. She kept pushing Lin Feng in a struggle, but after a short time, she came back to her senses and her mercilessness qi progressively disappeared. Yu Xian, what's wrong? Asked Meng Qing. She looked worried. Qiu Yu Xian looked terrified as she looked at Lin Feng and Meng Qing and said, She awoke. Who? Asked Meng Qing. Who had awoken? Lin Feng's heart started pounding. She had awoken? Thousands of years before? She hadn't died? In Sword Mountain, the Great Elder went to the Forbidden Peak again. Is it clear now? Asked the blurry silhouette. Yes, it is, it's him indeed. He's hiding in a small world, said the Great Elder. After so many years, they had found him again. Whoosh! Emperor Taijian's iron sword started buzzing and whistling. Leader, said the Great Elder, bowing before Emperor Taijian. You're my fellow disciple, so you must know the story better than anyone else. I need to go personally, said Emperor Taijian. Indeed, back then he had defeated that person, but after such a long time he had probably recovered. You are wise, brother. Even though the leader of Sword Mountain was his fellow disciple, he was also a great emperor. What is the link between him and Lin Feng? Asked Emperor Taijian. Lin Feng is the young master of Jiang'a, where he is living. Maybe he received Emperor Wu Tianjian's teachings there. In that small world, Lin Feng is very famous, and everybody knows him, said the Great Elder. He was trying to think of what to do with Lin Feng. He was a genius, but surprisingly, he was also Wu Tianjian's descendant. Brother, Lin Feng has a fellow disciple from the small world who's a disciple here in our Sword Mountain. His name is Wuxia and he's very talented, one of the most outstanding youth from Sword Mountain. He already understands cosmic energies, and his decay abstruse energy is already at the highest degree. He will probably understand decay cosmic energy soon, said the Great Elder of Sword Mountain. Is he his descendant too? Asked Emperor Taijian. Lin Feng could already kill emperors and Wuxia was extremely talented. Could they both be his disciple? No, Wuxia and Lin Feng come from Tiantai, a small group of influence. Wuxia has nothing to do with Wu Tianjian. Emperor Taijian nodded and said, I know what you mean. Wuxia joined Sword Mountain, so raise him properly. However, since Lin Feng is his descendant, We must get rid of him. Lin Feng has also received the everlasting celestial emperor's teachings. The everlasting palace is looking for him as we speak. They will deal with Lin Feng, not that he's back in Goldfire Tower," said the great elder. "Think of a solution and find a guide," said Emperor Taijian. The great elder nodded and bowed. He understood, but he was startled. He hadn't thought things would escalate that quickly. Initially, he wanted Lin Feng to be closer to Sword Mountain's people, but he hadn't thought he would be a descendant of Emperor Wu Tianjin. Lin Feng didn't know all those things. He had been protecting Qiu Xian for a while as her mercilessness qi grew. Lin Feng used his dream of life ancient scriptures to help her, and in the dream, she dealt with her mercilessness problems safely. Lin Feng also tried many different things to help her, gradually figuring out what worked. If his dream cultivation became better, then he would be able to cure Qiu Xian. At that moment, back in Goldfire City, Lin Feng was seated on a chair, sunbathing. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the sun. However, something was bugging him. A 1,000-year-old being had awoken and Qiu Xian's mercilessness qi was getting worse and worse. A beautiful girl approached Lin Feng from behind and caressed his chest. The she put her cheek against his cheek. Lin Feng opened his eyes and smiled in a gentle way. "Don't think about it too much. There will be a solution, especially once you become stronger. When you understand dream cosmic energy, you will be able to use dream creation powers to help her completely get rid of her mercilessness," said Meng Qing, giving a massage to Lin Feng. "Indeed," whispered Lin Feng. He put his hands on Meng Qing's face and kissed her gently. "I will protect you all. I trust you," said Meng Qing, smiling. "We should go to Goldfire Tower," said Lin Feng. He stood up and started walking. He would go to the vast celestial ancient city with some of the strong cultivators from Goldfire Tower soon, and hopefully he'd break through to the Huangqi layer soon. "I'll call you Xian," said Meng Qing, walking towards a room. After a short time, Meng Qing and Qiu Xian came out. Both were wearing men's clothes and had masks. "Ha ha!" Lin Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Meng Qing stuck out her tongue and laughed. "What are you laughing at? You're so beautiful," said Lin Feng, laughing. "But even like that, I can tell that you're a woman from those beautiful eyes. It doesn't matter if people don't look at us in the eyes, then we'll be fine," said Meng Qing. "Wear a plaited bamboo hat then, and don't draw people's attention," said Lin Feng, still laughing. Meng Qing and Qiu Xian nodded, and then they left. Goldfire Tower was a special place for Lin Feng. He could bring people there without having to worry about their safety. Lin Feng was walking towards his room when a beautiful girl called for him. "Lin Feng." When he saw her, he smiled. "Lin Shui." "Lin Feng, the contest ended a while ago in Sword Mountain, so why didn't you come back earlier? Did anything happen to you on the way back?" asked Mu Lin Shui, glancing at the two people with Lin Feng. "Nothing happened. I was just traveling," replied Lin Feng in a gentle way. Mu Lin Shui didn't live far from him, so Lin Feng guessed that she had been waiting for him the entire time. "Oh," Mu Lin Shui nodded. She didn't know what to say. She had been sad since he left. Back then, when they made weapons together, she was always relaxed, but now she didn't know what to say and felt stupid. "Who are they?" asked Mu Lin Shui, looking at Meng Qing and Qiu Xian. "My friends," said Lin Feng, smiling. "By the way, I've heard that you were going to the vast celestial ancient city with some strong cultivators from Goldfire Tower. I'll be coming too," said Mu Lin Shui, smiling proudly. Lin Feng smiled wryly, especially when he remembered the two beautiful women behind him. "Lin Shui, you have the 9-headed imperial snake fire. It's a perfect time for you to stabilize your cultivation. You should stay here and practice weapon forging techniques," suggested Lin Feng. Lin Feng is right. The vast celestial ancient city is very far away, and the trip will be extensive. You should stay here instead, said the professor in the golden purple clothes. But I want to go, said Mu Lin Shui. Meng Qing looked at Lin Feng angrily. He was making a woman sad again. Lin Feng smiled wryly when he heard Mu Lin Shui, saying, Lin Shui, it's not the right time for you to go and travel. I will come back to Goldfire Tower to see you if I have time. In the future. In the world of cultivation, dozens of years were not considered that long of a time, so him saying this might mean he'd come back in the next 100 years. Lin Shui, Lin Feng is right. In the future, you will have the opportunity to travel, but for now you should focus on becoming stronger first, said the professor in the golden-purple clothes. When will you come back? Asked Mu Lin Shui. She looked desperate but still tried to smile. After having broken through to the Huang Qi layer, I may need your help to make imperial weapons in the future, said Lin Feng, smiling. He wanted to build Tiantai in the great world, and if he did, he'd need weapons for his disciples. But Mu Lin Shui didn't know about Lin Feng's plans. She only knew that he was a great deployment spellcaster and that he didn't know that much about imperial weapons. By the way, before I go to the vast celestial ancient city, I'd like to refine a sword, said Lin Feng, suddenly thinking about his Tianji sword. Seeing how it already contained a lot of sword souls, he wanted it to become more powerful. Refine what sword? Asked Mu Lin Shui. She missed the good old times when they used to make weapons together. This sword. Lin Feng made his Tianji sword appear. What a strange sword. The professor in golden-purple clothes was surprised as he said, Your sword has souls? Indeed, replied Lin Feng nodding. That sword can be modified indeed. Besides, it is strongly connected to your soul so it can become even more powerful, said the professor smiling. He was surprised. Lin Feng was only a Zun cultivator, but his sword contained souls, like it was alive. When should we refine it? Mu Lin Shui asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng asked, When do we leave for the vast celestial ancient city? I'll come to your room when we leave, said the professor smiling. I'm off for now. I suppose we can do it now then, said Lin Feng when he saw the professor leaving. I need materials, so wait for me here, said Mu Lin Shui, also leaving. Mu Lin Shui was surprisingly gone for a few days. When she came back, they began to prepare refining the Tianji sword. Before they started, some lights appeared around them. It was the first time Lin Feng saw what a sword soul looked like. The purple one was the thunder soul, the red one was fire, and so on. The dots were suspended in the sky, clear to see by anyone. I need to cleanse my sword again, thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng, your sword is different from many imperial weapons because it has souls. The strength of your sword is limited to the power of its souls. Because of this, your deployment marks and the soul of your sword are interconnected, said Mu Lin Shui. Elsewhere in Goldfire City, there were two people who were gazing into the distance. There wasn't a single soul in sight around them, though. Are you sure he's in Goldfire Tower? Asked one of them indifferently. It was a young man. I'm sure, said the other one nodding. Who are you? Are there tensions between Goldfire Tower and you? Those people had given them information, they even brought them to Goldfire City, but what was their goal? That person smiled indifferently and said, We just gave you some information. It's important to know that Goldfire Tower is going to send some people to the vast celestial ancient city, and Lin Feng will be going with them. If you don't want to offend Goldfire Tower, you should wait a bit longer. We told you everything we could, so we're off now. This has nothing to do with us, said that person before he left. The young man didn't even glance at them. He had learnt what he wanted to know. Watch Goldfire Tower and be careful. We'll do it on the road, said the young man. Back in the small world, there was a strong cultivator wearing ordinary clothes, and he wasn't tall, but he had a gigantic iron sword on his back. He had some memories in his godly awareness which contained a map of central Bahuang. However, at that moment, the middle-aged man stopped in the sky, for in front of him was a gigantic sword mountain. An old and tired-looking man was seated there. You're still alive, said Emperor Tai Jian. You became the leader of Sword Mountain and you've also become a great emperor, said the old man, looking at Emperor Tai Jian calmly. Where are the Nihility sword scriptures? Asked Emperor Tai Jian coldly. Teacher told you the Nihility sword scriptures are not suitable for you, they're only good for my cultivation. A terrifying force oppressed the mountain, but the old man remained calm and didn't move. The old man was confused. He also wanted you to be the descendant of Sword Mountain. But in the end, you lost against me and I became a great emperor. If I had the Nihility sword scriptures, I would be even stronger. Shouted the great emperor, his voice resonated all around the region. Some parts of the mountain even exploded. Back then, I lost against you and I've never recovered. I know I can't fight against you, but you can't kill me either. Concerning the Nihility sword scriptures, said the old man, smiling indifferently. Then, he stood up and looked at Emperor Tai Jian. His eyes were twinkling and contained Wu Tian energy. Boom! Emperor Tai Jian suddenly moved backwards at full speed. He felt that something was going to leave an imprint in his brain. Break! Shouted Emperor Tai Jian furiously. The ground was shaking before Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword energy eventually weakened and dispersed. Emperor Tai Jian looked back at the old man. But the old man just smiled as his silhouette disappeared and turned to void. You understand, don't make any mistakes. Even though I can't kill you, I can easily kill a few people from Sword Mountain. With that, the atmosphere became calm again as if he had never been there. Nihility sword scriptures. Nihility sword scriptures. Emperor Tai Jian looked at the sky and released sword energies, destroying a mountain range. In a few minutes, all the mountains around him had disappeared, leaving a barren flatland. Emperor Tai Jian looked furious. The old man hadn't recovered, but he had started studying the Nihility sword scriptures. Nihility, if the sword turns to nothing, then the human being can turn to nothing as well. I need the Nihility sword scriptures, whispered Emperor Tai Jian. He knew that Emperor Wu Tianjian had already realized that Sword Mountain was looking for him. Emperor Tai Jian flew towards central Ba Huang. He was going to have some fun there. Back in Goldfire Tower, the professor in golden-purple clothes went to Lin Feng's room. He entered his room just as Lin Feng finished carving a talisman. Then, Lin Feng walked up to the professor. Master, are we leaving now? Indeed. Everything is ready. If you're still busy though, you can leave later, said the professor smiling. Master, that would be an exaggeration. How could I postpone? I have nothing left to prepare, we can leave, said Lin Feng. I came myself because I want to go too, said the professor. Lin Feng was surprised the level 9 professor wanted to go to the vast celestial ancient city too. It seemed that the person they wanted to see had a terrifying background. Perhaps he was a great emperor. You can bring your 2 friends too, said the professor. Meng Qing and Xiu Xian were now standing next to Lin Feng, wearing the same clothes and plaited bamboo hats. Even though they looked mysterious, nobody asked them anything in Goldfire Tower. Lin Feng, said Mu Lin Shui. Lin Feng looked at her. She was wearing a sexy light blue dress, looking very attractive. She was smiling in a gentle way. I'll see you off. Indeed. Lin Feng nodded and they left. More than 20 people left together. Hen Changtian was in the group, as well as a few middle-aged people whose cultivation levels were enigmatic. The leader of the group was the level 9 professor, the professor in the golden-purple clothes. The group left Goldfire Tower and rose up in the air. Lin Feng smiled at Mu Lin Shui and said, Lin Shui, you can go back. Say goodbye to Uncle Mui from me. I'll tell my father, but I want to see you off. I'll go back after we exit Goldfire City, said Mu Lin Shui, shaking her head. Lin Feng didn't want to argue, so he agreed. There was a boat waiting for them in the distance. The group got on the boat and then quickly disappeared. How fast? Thought some nearby people. That boat was extremely fast. It must have been a level 7 or higher Imperial weapon. In the distance, the young man was watching and was surprised. Wasn't the group who were going to the vast celestial ancient city supposed to be composed of only a few young people? There were high-level emperors in that group, so he didn't think about it too much, marks appearing under his feet. He immediately flew into the distance. Lin Feng and the others arrived at the periphery of the city, where Mu Lin Shui jumped off the boat and left. Whoosh! A strong wind started blew above here. Mu Lin Shui was surprised. She raised her head and saw some remnant holy marks which were leading to the boat. Who was that? Thought Mu Lin Shui. On the boat, everyone was seated. Although they were extremely fast, the vast celestial ancient city was extremely far away, so it would take time. With that time, they wanted to practice cultivation. The professor in the golden purple robe had a strange feeling. He sensed that the chi from the boat was stiff, but because they were moving so fast, it was difficult to have a clear perception. "Faster," said the professor, and then the boat accelerated. It was even scarier as it cut the sky in two like a sword. After the boat accelerated, the professor looked back again. "The chi is getting more intense," thought the professor. He was sure someone was chasing them, and that person had started chasing them since they first left the city. Even though strength is one of the most important things, imperial weapons can still be very useful. If I had such a boat, I would be safe in most cases, thought Lin Feng. "Master, did anything happen?" asked Lin Feng. "A strong cultivator is chasing us," said the professor, frowning. "How strong are they?" Lin Feng asked. "They're not any slower than our boat, which means that they're terrifying," said the professor. "Are they a great emperor?" asked Lin Feng. "Top of the Huang Qi layer, and he's chasing us even though he's alone, which means that he's very confident," said the professor, accelerating again. Indeed, the young man was a cultivator at the very top of the Huang Qi layer. He had been sent by the Everlasting Palace, and he was hoping to capture Lin Feng. Even though they didn't say it clearly, he could guess why they had sent him and not a great emperor. Great emperors were difficult to deal with, so if they found Lin Feng, they might leave with him and never go back to the Everlasting Palace. "That boat is so fast," thought the young man. "Dong!" The young man continued to follow, pulling out a scroll to move faster. The young man shouted, "Everybody from Goldfire Tower, please stop. I have nothing against you. Deployment lights. He might be from the Everlasting Palace. It's not that easy to catch up with us," said the professor in a cold way. He didn't intend to stop. "If he catches up, you escape, and I'll deal with him for as long as I can," said the professor. He didn't know anything about the person who was chasing them, but he might be able to hold out. The young man continued chasing them for a while, but he couldn't catch up with them, which annoyed him. "I promise that I just want Lin Feng. I'm not interested in anyone from Goldfire Tower," said the young man loudly. Lin Feng shivered. He was right. They had come for him. Lin Feng was sure that it was someone from the Everlasting Palace. "I thought they wouldn't come because Xiang City was so far away from Goldfire City, but I was wrong," thought Lin Feng. What he didn't know was that without Sword Mountain, the young man couldn't have found him, but it was too late now. Lin Feng's only hope was for the professor to protect him. If he gave up Lin Feng, then Lin Feng wouldn't have a chance. But even if he was caught, he knew that since he had the everlasting Celestial Emperor's deployment spells, they wouldn't kill him. As expected, after their group heard that, they all turned to Lin Feng, Meng Qing and Xiu Xian. They had different opinions, but the professor in the golden purple clothes had to decide. The professor's eyes twinkled as he thought. Time passed quickly, but he didn't look worried. "Lin Feng is our guest of honor, and we won't let him down. If he gave up Lin Feng, everything he had done for him would have been useless. If Lin Feng left, then it would be a different story." "Humph!" The young man groaned as he accelerated. They continued flying above mountains and fields. Sometimes the people on the ground saw them and were amazed by their speed. Far from Lin Feng and the others, there was a desolate mountain range where the sun seemed to loom just above it. However, at that moment, darkness was invading the area. The darkness seemed gloomy, like an ancient grave opening. A coffin was slowly starting to break apart, unveiling a dark shadow. With it, a terrifying chi rose to the skies. An ancient strength invaded the sky. Somewhere nearby, a strong cultivator was practicing cultivation in a cave. However, he suddenly opened his eyes and left the cave just in time to see a terrifying darkness fill the entire mountain range. That's world strength. He was a medium-level emperor, so he understood that strength. After having broken through to the Huang Qi layer, cultivators' perceptions were even more acute. They could create small worlds, and the stronger they were in terms of cultivation, the more stable their small worlds were. Of course, it didn't mean that the bigger a small world was, the better it was. If a cultivator's abilities were not high enough, his small world could be destroyed easily, which would make all their efforts pointless. Go! A strong cultivator's silhouette flickered. In the central part of the mountain range, a terrifying dark vortex appeared. Its dark chi was as fast as the strong cultivator. Some time passed, and the dark shadow caught up and surrounded the strong cultivator. The strong cultivator's facial expression changed drastically as he shouted, "No!" The strong cultivator disappeared inside that darkness. The vortex was getting more intense as lights flashed inside it. It wasn't just a dark vortex, it was also filled with something else. There was nobody left in the desolate mountain range. They had all either been absorbed by the darkness or had escaped. With a gust of terrifying wind, someone appeared, a human being. There was an altar above him, and above the altar, there was a cloud carrying a coffin. There were complex marks on the coffin. In front of the altar, a group of old people appeared who were wearing antique clothes. They were skinny and looked strange. The atmosphere calmed down. There was only destructive energies left, and still, nobody talked. World Clan. The World Clan was a mysterious group of ancient clans. They understood world strength, which was a mysterious and mystical strength that couldn't be used by ordinary people. In the distance, a boat and a young man appeared. They didn't know there was an ancient group there and that they were having a ceremony. They were using the ancient world coffin to transmit their knowledge to new kings. After some time, the group in the boat noticed the dark vortex in the distance. They frowned and said, "What's that?" However, the boat was fast, so after a short time, the professor in golden purple clothes, who was a high-level emperor, was close enough to sense the world's strength. World strength. The professor made the boat fly in that direction. He wanted to see what was going on there. "Arg!" The young man behind shouted furiously. His voice was loud enough to make some mountains explode. The two old people before the altar raised their heads and gazed into the distance. The boat and the young man couldn't go back now. "Bastard!" The professor in the golden purple clothes and the young man weren't far from those people, and the young man had shouted so that everybody could see them. The boat stopped. The professor looked at the two old people before the altar and at the surroundings. His heart started pounding. That was an ancient clan, and they were having an important ceremony which they didn't want disturbed. The young man smiled coldly, but then quickly looked petrified when he realized what was going on. He also started trembling. Ancient clan, world strength. Was that a mysterious ancient clan? The two old people looked at the group in the sky in a calm way. It was impossible to know what they were thinking. The professor in the golden purple clothes looked apologetic. He knew that the ancient clan's ceremony was extremely important. If he had offended them, then they might slaughter them. Even high-level emperors feared those people. "We come in peace, and we hope we haven't disturbed you. We'll be leaving now," said the professor. One of the old men looked indifferent as he said, "You all stay here, don't move." The professor's heart was pounding violently, but he nodded. The members of the World Clan had told them not to move to prevent them from disrupting the ceremony. Other things could wait for after the ceremony. "What's that strength?" thought Lin Feng, looking at the vortex which was becoming more and more terrifying. It looked like a demon cloud. Lin Feng hadn't experienced much in the great world, so he couldn't know about world clans. However, when he saw their faces, he was both impressed and fearful. "Is it a small world?" thought Lin Feng. The young man was looking at Lin Feng in a cold way. Lin Feng felt uncomfortable, but he also knew that he was safe until they finished their ceremony. The wind was becoming more terrifying as a terrifying dark vortex appeared around the coffin. "What terrifying world strength?" thought the professor, staring at the hurricane. It seemed like they were going to end the ritual. At that moment, a strong cultivator raised his head and looked at the strong wind enthusiastically. But then everything fell apart. "How could we fail?" Those the old men looking desperate as the vortex disappeared. "We failed." All the old people looked sad and desperate. "We couldn't have failed without reason. There must have been a counterstrength which made us fail," said one of them, frowning. "Those people disturbed us," said an old man indifferently. Boom! The young man came out of the coffin wearing a black robe. Forget about it, said the young man. It's just a ceremony. There's no need to take it too seriously. The crowd nodded. Lang Yi, we want to use the altar to establish the world bridge on your body so that it could lead you to the vault of heaven. We wanted you to become a world emperor, but we failed. Even so, you will manage to become a world king, said an old man in a solemn and respectful way. He wanted Lang Yi to break through to the Huang Qi layer directly, unlike ordinary people who had to use cosmic energy. Of course. Lang Yi nodded. He was confident in his abilities. He would become a king, and then he would make his clan rise. Lang Yi turned to the crowd and said indifferently, if the ceremony was interrupted by them, that's life, but it also means that one of them is extremely strong. Not just anyone can break the world ceremony. Indeed, said an old man, rising in the air. If you have any problems, solve them now. Thank you, master, said the young man from the everlasting palace, nodding, and then he looked at Lin Feng. Hand him over and we'll leave. Do you think we will abandon our guest of honor because you want him? Asked the professor. Since you want me to attack, I'll do it, said the young man. Then, he jumped forwards and a light appeared. He disappeared and reappeared above the boat, a gigantic hand forming below him. Space laceration, shouted the professor in the golden-purple clothes. His gigantic, sharp hand moved even faster after he heard the professor. Slash! The gigantic imperial weapon cut the hand in two. However, the enemy had forced his way forwards, now surrounded by dazzling lights. A deployment spell mixed with the empty space cosmic strength. Thought Lin Feng. Meng Qing, if they capture me, stay with you, Xian, and don't worry about me. I don't want you taking any useless risks, said Lin Feng using telepathy. He didn't want to say things like that before Qiu Xian because her other personality could awaken if she heard sad or bad things. Meng Qing looked at Lin Feng nervously. If they capture you, I'll come with you. No, they want the everlasting deployment spells, and there's still a chance that I can get out of that alive. The most important thing for me is that you live, said Lin Feng. Meng Qing replied, all right, but you can't die. While they were talking, a golden light appeared around them and turned into a cage. Those cosmic energies were much stronger than those of a low-level emperor. There was no chance for him to escape now. However, a hand forcefully broke through the cage. Lin Feng and Meng Qing were astonished. An old man was looking at Meng Qing when he said, if you accept to get married with our new prince, I'll help you kill him. Meng Qing started shaking while Lin Feng looked intrigued. Meng Qing was wearing a mask and a plaited bamboo hat, but he wanted her to marry Lang Yi, which meant that they knew what Meng Qing's social status was. What a terrifying clan. Lin Feng came to that conclusion. Impossible. Meng Qing refused. Lang Yi frowned, but one of the old people said, Lang Yi, she's the descendant of a very powerful clan. Which one? Asked Lang Yi. The Snow Clan, replied the old man. Lang Yi frowned. He was a young king, so he knew about the Snow Clan. He had a king body and knew how beneficial the Snow Clan could be for him. According to legends, their men and women are extremely attractive and possess a celestial qi. I wonder if that's true, said Lang Yi, looking at the old man. Could it because of her that the ceremony failed? It should be. If she wasn't from the Snow Clan, she couldn't have interrupted our world ceremony, said the old man. But I've heard that to interrupt ceremonies using counter-energy was something only people who had a certain body type could do. Seeing how the Snow Clan have a celestial body, do they possess counter-energy too? Asked another old man, walking towards Meng Qing. I don't understand, said the old man indifferently. Do you have the celestial body of the Snow Clan? Meng Qing's eyes twinkled. Snow Clan? Celestial body? She didn't understand. All she remembered since her birth was having grown up in the small world and then meeting Lin Feng and becoming a human being. She can't agree, said Lin Feng without waiting for Meng Qing to reply. Are you sure? Said the old man indifferently. If she doesn't want to because of you, I'll kill you. We don't need you. Kill us both then, said Meng Qing coldly. The old man looked at Lin Feng calmly. A member of the Snow Clan would die for you. You're so lucky. Which clan are you from? I'm an ordinary person. I don't belong to any powerful group and I have no clan, said Lin Feng in a calm way. Your blood is ordinary indeed. You're incredibly lucky to be with a girl from the Snow Clan. Lang Yi, what do you think? Asked the old man to the young man. Forget about it, I don't like stealing women from other men, said Lang Yi. The old man nodded. Then he looked at those who were fighting. The young man and the professor in the golden purple clothes. Imperial weapons are treasures, but you must know how to use them. If you only use them to block attacks, they're useless. However, if you use them to supplement things you can't do yourself, then they can be useful, explained the old man in a calm way. Stop now. Why do you want to capture him? Asked the old man to the young man. He has received the teachings of the everlasting emperor, so I must bring him back, said the old man. It's your problem if other people receive the teachings from your ancestors. Leave now, said the old man. The young man looked upset. He had traveled so far and now they asked him to leave without Lin Feng? How could he explain coming back without anything? If you don't leave, would you rather die here? Asked the old man. I'm off then. The young man immediately left. He couldn't offend the World Clan. Phew. The professor took a deep breath and said to the old man, Thank you very much, master. Don't thank me. You and your people must leave as well, said the old man, annoyed. Lin Feng didn't understand. Why were those people so strange? They had threatened him a moment before, and then they had expelled the young man from the everlasting palace. You too. Stay here for a while, you're our guests of honor, said the old man to Lin Feng and Meng Qing. Meng Qing and Lin Feng looked extremely surprised. What was going on? The professor in the golden purple clothes was even more surprised. Snow Clan's people. He hadn't thought that a member of the Snow Clan was with Lin Feng and was disguised as a man. He knew that the women from the Snow Clan were astonishingly beautiful. Lin Feng is very talented. He even killed an emperor with just the strength of the Zun Qi layer. Some incredibly powerful women are with him and apparently, they are a couple. Lin Feng's future will be phenomenally brilliant as long as he doesn't die prematurely, thought the professor. It was only normal that the World Clan had invited Lin Feng and Meng Qing. They wanted to be closer to the Snow Clan by making friends with them. The World Clan had existed for a very long time, so they were proud too. That was why they didn't respect Goldfire Tower. The girl from the Snow Clan was around the same age as Lin Feng and they were also around the same age as Lang Yi, so they could become good friends. Meng Qing looked at Lin Feng, and Lin Feng looked at the old man. If he refused, they could get angry. Besides, Lin Feng was very interested in their clan too. Thank you for inviting us, but master, she's my wife too, so she must come, Lin Feng said, pointing at Xianxia. The old man from the World Clan was surprised, but smiled. All right, of course. Lin Feng, we're going to the vast celestial ancient city, so if you come later, you can still find me, said the professor. Then they left with their boat. Lin Feng, said the old man smiling. Let's go, we rarely receive outsiders. Lin Feng and the others flew in the sky before eventually landing on the ground. There were dark clouds looming overhead, covering the entire mountain range in darkness. The World Clan had done that on purpose because they wanted their territory to be hidden, for it to look like a desolate mountain range. Lin Feng, what do you think about our clan, the World Clan? Asked the old man. They had arrived in a castle already. Terrifying, said Lin Feng. Zun cultivators were the weakest cultivators in that place and there were emperors everywhere. Have you ever been to the Snow Clan? Asked the old man smiling. Lin Feng shook his head. He knew nothing about the Snow Clan. You must have some information about the Snow Clan, right? Asked the old man to Meng Qing. Do you want to hear the truth? Asked Meng Qing to the old man. He was surprised and smiled. What interesting young people. Of course I want to hear the truth. I've never been to the Snow Clan, said Meng Qing. The old man was astonished. Had she been expelled? Impossible, She had developed a counter-strength which could interrupt their world ceremony. "But do you have the celestial king body of the Snow Clan?" asked the old man. "If you are referring to Xue Linglong, I do," said Meng Qing. The old man was astonished again. As expected, she had Xue Linglong's body. But how come she had never been to the Snow Clan? The old man couldn't believe it. However, he quickly thought of a solution. Lang Yi is back, and he hasn't broken through to the Huang Qi layer? Thought many people, intrigued. Amongst all those people, there was a young man who was fixedly staring at Lin Feng and the others. "Master, who are they? Why are they allowed here?" asked the young man who looked particularly unhappy. "Don't worry, we've invited them," replied the old man, smiling. But the few young men didn't look happy. "Since they came as guests of honor, I want to see how strong he is. I doubt he's even worth having as a guest of honor," said the young man. "And why are they hiding their faces? What does that mean?" said a beautiful girl, looking at Meng Qing and Xianxia. Lin Feng looked at the elders, but they remained silent and smiled indifferently. The elders didn't prevent the young people from being arrogant. They would start traveling soon, so it was good that they were so enthusiastic. The old man liked watching battles between young people the most. He also knew why their young people were so arrogant. It was because they were already proud of being members of the World Clan. Meng Qing and Xianxia took off their plated bamboo hats and masks to show their real faces. Many young men gulped down when they saw their faces. How breathtakingly beautiful, especially Meng Qing. The other one looked nice as well, but not as much as Meng Qing. The women of the Snow Clan are legendary, especially famous for their beauty. Too bad she already has someone, otherwise she would have perfect for our clan with her monarchic body. Thought the old man. Most women were incredibly beautiful in the World Clan, but when Meng Qing showed her face, those women all looked jealous. Good for nothing, thought a young woman when she saw that the young man next to her kept staring at Meng Qing. Young people. The old man smiled. Lang Yi looked captivated. He looked even more captivated than the other young people. Dong! The young man the girl had called a good-for-nothing jumped into the sky, saying, "Come and fight. We'll see if you deserve being our guest of honor." Lin Feng raised his head and glanced at the 20-year-old man who had already broken through to the 9th Zun Qi layer. "Attack," said the young man indifferently. His robes were fluttering in the wind as a terrifying qi rolled in waves. Lin Feng released demonic energies in return. The young man shook his hands and cyan lights streaked across the sky, and although Lin Feng had used his deadly demon punch, both disappearing. How strong, thought the young man. Even though Lin Feng's attack didn't look dazzling or special, it was powerful. "Continue," said Lin Feng, smiling. This time, he raised both hands and demonic energy balls appeared. The young man released lights which moved towards the deadly demon punches. But things didn't look that easy for the young man. Lin Feng's deadly demon punches were very powerful and had destroyed his cyan lights from the inside out. He was being pushed backwards, his facial expression making a change for the worst. That outsider was oppressing him. That guy can have sex with a celestial girl from the Snow Clan, and on top of that, she lets him have other women, so it's no surprise that he's extraordinary. His demon energy is already at the maximum level, so an ordinary cultivator of the 9th Zun Qi layer couldn't compete with him. Thought the old man. "Your cyan lights are terrifying too. Not bad," said Lin Feng calmly. He recalled his deadly demon punches. "Arg!" The young man shouted furiously, running forwards while releasing cyan lights from his left hand and terrifyingly sharp qi from his right hand. Suddenly, Lin Feng raised his hands, having condensed deadly demon punches in his left hand and destructive energies in his right. Break! The ground broke under Lin Feng's feet as he attacked the cyan lights. The sky shook, and slowly, the cyan lights dispersed. "He broke the lights!" The crowd was surprised. Lin Feng's fist continued moving towards the young man, threatening to take his life. "You're much stronger than I am," said the young man in a calm way. Lin Feng's deadly demon punch disappeared. Then he smiled and said, "The strength of your clan is very strange, but it's very powerful. Ordinary people of the same level can't fight against you guys." Indeed, you're an exception. You're even stronger than ordinary people. The young man had accepted Lin Feng's strength. It's okay to lose, especially if you learn from your mistakes, said the old man indifferently. The young man nodded, and after that, someone else came to Lin Feng. I want to fight. Lin Feng looked at the old man. The old man remained silent and smiled. Lin Feng then looked at his opponent and asked, Are you ready? Let's fight, said the young man in a calm way. However, a terrifying wind immediately started blowing and world lights appeared. However, Lin Feng had vanished. He was already standing above his opponent. That person's mouth twitched. He looked petrified. His world lights faded. He felt even more humiliated. He hadn't even started the fight, but had already lost. If you were my enemy, you'd be dead already, said Lin Feng in a calm way. Wind and empty space strength. The old man from the World Clan was staring at Lin Feng. With that speed, apart from emperors, nobody could defeat Lin Feng. I underestimated him, thought the old man of the clan. He looked at Lang Yi and smiled. They can't make him use his full strength. Don't you want to try? I do, said Lang Yi, nodding. He was curious. Could that young man, who was in a relationship with the celestial girl of the Snow Clan, stand a chance against him? Lang Yi landed in front of Lin Feng. Suddenly, Lin Feng had the feeling that he was facing a gigantic, ancient beast. He possessed the monarchic body of the ancient World Clan, so it was obvious that he was a lot stronger than the two young men who Lin Feng had already fought. Lang Yi is going to fight against him. The crowd looked at the fighters, both looking terrifying. One of them was wearing a white robe while the other was wearing a black robe. Can he fight against Lang Yi? Asked a young woman to one of the men Lin Feng had defeated. Lang Yi had the monarchic body of the World Clan, and he might become the king of the ancient World Clan in the future. Among those who were directly related to the blood lineage, nobody could compete with him. He's very strong, and his attacks are powerful, but he can't compete with Lang Yi, said a young man. Nobody had ever seen Lang Yi use his full strength, right? The young girl nodded. The future monarch of the World Clan couldn't lose. Lin Feng's eyes became pitch black as demonic intent emerged from his eyes. Cursing strength also assaulted Lang Ye's eyes. He was surprised. His facial expression changed too. Whoosh! The space seemed to fluctuate around them. Then Lang Yi looked strange. His eyes looked to have two vortexes in the which were absorbing the demonic intent. The cursing strength also disappeared. He really is strong. He already made Lang Yi use the world vision, thought the young men on the ground. The world vision was a technique that only those of the direct lineage could use, and once the cultivator had experience, they could use their world vision to make people drown in their eyes. Lin Feng watched as his intent was being drained into his Lang Ye's eyes. Then all sorts of vision attacks assaulted Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng slowly walked forwards, fixedly staring at Lang Yi as he released dream energy. Lang Yi was surprised again. Now there were different types of strength assaulting him. If he acted carelessly, he could be in danger. Whoosh! Suddenly, Lin Feng moved like the wind and used his deadly demon punch. Lang Yi looked at the fists and space became distorted again. Two deadly demon punches passed next to Lang Yi, but he seemed unfazed. Great earth destruction. Lin Feng attacked again. This time, Lang Yi raised his fists and more world lights appeared. Lin Feng's great earth destruction crashed onto the world lights and then his attack became distorted. Lacerate! Sword lights rose to the skies and moved towards Lang Yi. World lights emerged from Lang Yi's eyes. The space around the sword lights caused them to move slower and slower until Lang Yi was able to destroy them with his fingers. But Lin Feng didn't stop attacking. He was determined to break through Lang Yi's defenses. He continued releasing more sword energies and used his great earth destruction again, all the while trying to move as quickly as possible. If he gave Lang Yi any time to think, then he would attack. Lang Yi's eyes were twinkling as he suddenly slapped the air in front of him, and then more world lights appeared, along with a coffin. With the coffin, a strong wind started blowing, crashing into Lin Feng, propelling him backwards. His arms felt paralyzed after taking the brunt of that blow. Lang Yi raised his hands and lifted the coffin, condensing his cyan lights. The coffin wasn't an imperial weapon. Lang Yi had just used his mysterious world strength to condense it. Lang Ye's world strength is incredible. No wonder he has the monarchic body of the world clan, thought the crowd. Lang Yi threw his gigantic coffin, which was surrounded by King Qi, at Lin Feng. He hadn't just used cyan lights, he could also use pure, aggressive world strength. Lin Feng released more sword energy, and in front of him, a long and heavy sword condensed. That sword was 3 meters long and contained a heavy type of energy. Lin Feng held it in both his hands as he ran forwards. The two fighters got closer and closer, before finally, the cyan coffin and the gigantic sword collided. A terrifying vortex of energies appeared, causing the coffin and the sword to break apart. But after the coffin, it turned into a terrifying beast, which continued moving towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng moved back using the wind while Lang Yi continued releasing world lights. Is that the power that cultivators of the world clan have? Can they make new worlds before having broken through to the Huangqi layer? Thought Lin Feng. Use your most powerful attack and show us how strong you really are, said Lang Yi. Then, his blood started boiling and terrifying world lights rose to the skies, moving in all directions. A shadow appeared behind Lang Yi, it a shadow of himself, but he was gigantic and looked like a king. It seems like he can already make parallel worlds and imprison people inside them, thought the elders of the clan. They were very happy. At the same level, nobody could fight with him, but because Lin Feng's speed was so incredible, Lang Yi still couldn't defeat him easily. Don't dodge. I won't imprison you. I just want to see your most powerful attack, said Lang Yi, condensing more cyan lights. His attack had turned into a gigantic cyan world coffin, with a world forming inside. All right, don't hold back either then, otherwise this will be boring, said Lin Feng, nodding calmly. The members of the world clan looked startled. Humph, that guy is just acting arrogant. If Lang Yi uses his full strength, Lin Feng would definitely die, said a young woman. Arrogant bastard. Is he implying that Lang Yi's attacks are not powerful enough? All right, I'll do as you wish, said Lang Yi just as calmly. A terrifying king formed behind him and his cyan coffin started blotting out the sky. His spirit can leave his body. Lin Feng realized. Many emperors couldn't do that, but Lang Yi could. A demon king appeared behind Lin Feng. It looked like an ancient demon. Lin Feng raised his hands and a black sword appeared. Even when facing such monstrous world strength, he didn't flinch. Ha! The crowd sensed the terrifying sword and demon energies coming from Lin Feng. Die! Shouted Lang Yi furiously. A terrifying world strength emerged from the coffin, seeming capable of destroying anything in its path. Attack! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. Black lights rose to the skies as Lin Feng also released his sword energies. Slash! The gigantic black sword streaked across the sky and crashed onto the coffin, instantly causing some cracks to form. Then the sword pierced through it and destroyed the world strength. Lang Yi was amazed. He shook his hands and said, "Come back." The cyan coffin dispersed and moved back into his body. The terrifying world king also disappeared, leaving just Lin Feng and Lang Yi staring at each other. The atmosphere was eerily silent. Even the elders of the world clan were dumbstruck. How strong! After a long time, Lang Yi said those 2 words and smiled. You're the second person I've met who's that terrifying. Lang Yi was looking at Lin Feng in a respectful way. Just who is he? How come he can defeat Lang Yi? Thought the crowd. They didn't understand. No wonder what those 3 peoples were guests of honor in their world clan. Even the elders of the clan were happy with their decision to invite Lin Feng and them in. That boy must have a special body, thought one of the elders of the world clan. He walked forwards and smiled. Lin Feng, has a very powerful group of people sent you? Lin Feng looked at the old man. He didn't trust him. I was born in a small place and I have a special body which allows me to understand 10 different sorts of abstruse energies, but I only started benefiting from the body recently. I really come from an unknown family, said Lin Feng. The old man was aghast. A body which allows you to understand 10 different types of abstruse energies. No wonder I sensed so many different types in your last sword attack, which was perfect, I should add. The old man nodded. Lang Yi uses world strength, and he already has the strength of a low-level emperor with it. You managed to destroy his coffin, which means that you can already destroy low-level emperors' small worlds. Now Lin Feng understood what it meant. With his world strength, Lang Yi could make a small world as resistant as the small world of a low-level emperor. That was the reason why Lang Yi could already make small worlds even though he hadn't broken through to the Huangqi layer. No wonder such a beautiful woman from the Snow Clan fell in love with you. You're strong, you are smart, and you have a body which allows you to understand 10 different sorts of abstruse energies. You and the members of the World Clan should become friends and exchange views on cultivation, said the old man who was still smiling. I really don't deserve so much praise, master, replied Lin Feng politely. The old man shook his hands and smiled. Lin Feng, in the future, you must become even stronger. Otherwise you won't be able to protect your wives. You can't imagine how strong the Snow Clan is. Lin Feng frowned. The Snow Clan was a mysterious and ancient animal clan. They were really scary, but why had Meng Qing, a girl who had the celestial body of the Snow Clan, ended up in a small world? The only reason was known by Mother Master. Master, how strong is the Snow Clan? Asked Lin Feng. You can't imagine. They are going through a flourishing period now, while for us, times are ominous, said the old man. With the strength of the ancient world clan, they must be even stronger than the everlasting palace. I only know a little bit about them, so I can't even imagine how powerful ancient clans are, thought Lin Feng. Besides, many people want the ancient scriptures of the Snow Clan. If Meng Qing doesn't fight, people won't pay much attention to her. But if she fights for real, some very strong cultivators will guess what her real social status is and will chase her. If the Snow Clan doesn't protect her, she can't travel freely, and if she encounters other animal clans, things might get dangerous for her, said the old man. Lin Feng stopped him and asked, What do you mean, master? If she accepts, she can practice cultivation here. Besides, our strong cultivators will also help her become stronger. They can even guarantee her safety when she travels, said the old man. Lin Feng frowned. He didn't understand what the old man meant. Was he trying to make Meng Qing join their clan? The old man saw that Lin Feng looked skeptical and said, Lin Feng, you are guests of honor here and you are extremely strong. Lang Yi and you should become friends. I wanted him to go and travel so you could travel with him while Meng Qing could stay here in the World Clan with us. Wouldn't it be a great relief if she was safe here? With my social status, nobody can harm her. It would be a win-win relationship. After all, if the World Clan wants to rise again, we have to collaborate with other people too. Of course, if you don't accept, I won't force you. It's just a proposition. After all, having the celestial body of the Snow Clan grants her a very special social status. Lin Feng now understood. If the World Clan helped Meng Qing, it would be very beneficial for her. After all, the World Clan was an ancient clan like the Snow Clan. Therefore, Lin Feng was relieved. Meng Qing had no way to become stronger if she stayed with Lin Feng, and with her talent, it would be a pity if she stopped progressing. Wouldn't you be worried about Lang Yi's safety if he went traveling? Asked Lin Feng. Lang Yi has treasures from the World Clan to protect him in case of danger. Besides, not many people would dare attack a young man from the World Clan who has the king body of the clan, replied the old man. Lin Feng, I understand you. Lang Yi and Meng Qing's situations are different. Lang Yi has our king body while the World Clan raises him, but in her case, things are different because she has the queen body of the Snow Clan, but she has never been to the Snow Clan. I may be wrong, but I'm convinced it must have something to do with the internal situation of the Snow Clan. I imagine things could get dangerous for her if she continued traveling with you. She isn't Meng Qing's biological mother. She might just be a servant of the Snow Clan, and her role was only to protect and take care of Meng Qing, thought Lin Feng. You can think about what he said. I can guarantee you that our clan won't harm her, and that she'll be happy here, said Lang Yi. Let us talk about it first. Lin Feng was looking at Meng Qing. If they were right, then Meng Qing's social status made the situation more complex than they had expected. If the World Clan meant them harm, then letting her stay there would be problematic. Lin Feng had to travel and go to the main cities to improve, but that would make the situation even more dangerous for Meng Qing. Of course, you can stay here for a few days, you're our guest of honor, so you can do whatever you want in the World Clan. If you want to leave together, Lang Yi can come with you as well. Our young king should travel nonetheless, said the old man smiling. Lang Yi, take them for a walk and show them around. All right. Lang Yi nodded. Lin Feng, it's the first time you're here, so I'll show you the world my World Clan fabricated. Thank you very much, said Lin Feng cheerfully. He'll soon break through to the Huangqi layer, then he would definitely make his own world. With their strength, the World Clan had probably created an extraordinary small world. Go! Lang Yi rose up in the air. Then Lin Feng and the girls followed him. The old man watched as Lin Feng and the others left. You really want to raise the celestial girl of the Snow Clan? Asked one of the old men. Of course, we've been silent for so many years and now she shows up. Still not enough though. Lang Yi also needs friends, the World Clan needs friends. Lin Feng has a body which allows him to understand 10 different types of abstruse energies, and he's also extremely proficient at using them. In the future, he'll become incredible. Although he still has a long way to go, imagine in 1,000 years, he might just be a public figure of the continent. What about the Snow Clan? Asked another one. We need to be sincere. We need to make efforts to raise the girl too. Even if we fail, she'll still be grateful, said the old man. The others said nothing. Lin Feng had just arrived in their castle, and he could already see that there were innumerable powerful cultivators. After some time, he realized that even if the World Clan was extremely powerful compared with other groups, they still had some weaker people. Their blood had been transmitted from generation to generation over a long period of time, so it had naturally weakened. Only the one with the king-type body would have a powerful bloodline. Lang Yi, your clan controls world strength, but do they use other types of strength as well? Asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Lang Yi had become acquaintances already, so he felt comfortable asking this question. Of course, we do. But I have the king body of the World Clan, so my other types of strength aren't very good because I mostly practice world cultivation. Many people here also study other types of strength though. It's very convenient for world cultivation, you'll see. Lang Yi replied cheerfully. People who are not from the World Clan cannot use world strength to the degree that we can. Sometimes they can't control it at all, said Lang Yi, sounding self-confident. Back then, when my clan was prosperous and powerful, one of my ancestors, a peerless cultivator, had celestial world creation powers. Many small worlds have been created by my ancestors. A peerless cultivator, how strong, thought Lin Feng. When the World Clan was prosperous and powerful, it was probably terrifying. The group continued running until Lin Feng felt things getting very hot. What's going on? Lin Feng asked. Come with me and you'll understand, said Lang Yi, smiling. Sun Lin Feng frowned. It was as if a gigantic sun was nearing them. Lin Feng raised his head and looked up at the sun. Above them, there were more suns than there should be. Finally, Lin Feng and the others arrived in front of those suns, high in the sky. What's that? Asked Lin Feng. A world which has been created by one of our ancestors. It's the sun world, we also have ice worlds and so on. Our strong cultivators use cosmic energies and special powers to create these worlds. Lang Yi explained calmly. This small world contains terrifying fire energies. If you were to put one of those suns in a city, it could destroy it entirely, and if you use the world strength from this world, you could carry out terrifying attacks. Do you want to go and see the other worlds? Asked Lang Yi, but Lin Feng shook his head. I want to stay here for a few days and then I'll come back to you. Is that all right? Lin Feng asked. All right, I'll wait for you in the city where we were. Don't forget what the elders told you, said Lang Yi. Then, he turned around and left looking carefree. Lin Feng looked at Meng Qing and smiled. Meng Qing, what do you think? Lin Feng, you must want me to stay in the World Clan, right? Said Meng Qing. She knew what Lin Feng was thinking. He was worried about her and her safety. If you stay with me and do nothing, you won't progress at all. And the World Clan said it themselves, you have the celestial body of the Snow Clan, so traveling is dangerous for you. I think you should stay here and I would come and see you whenever I could, said Lin Feng, smiling. Meng Qing smiled and nodded. All right, I will always listen to you. Meng Qing didn't want to stay away from Lin Feng, but she couldn't protect him like in the past. She would become a burden if she stayed with him all the time. Since she had the celestial body of the Snow Clan, she had to cherish her body and become strong, and, in the future, then Lin Feng and Meng Qing would be a better team. They also had to learn about her memories. What was wrong with her memory? Why couldn't she remember some things? At least in the World Clan, she would be free. If she missed him too much, she might be able to go and see him. Lin Feng caressed Meng Qing's face and smiled. He hoped that the World Clan would help her become stronger. He had kept Meng Qing with him like that for so many years. But it was a mistake. She could have become much stronger if she had been in a better environment. Lin Feng raised his head and his Tianji sword appeared. It immediately started moving around in the Sun world. The Tianji sword had endured millions of attacks to become that powerful. However, it was still just a soul. Lin Feng's soul grew along with the sword soul. That world was filled with sun fire, which was perfect to cleanse his sword with. I'll go and see. Lin Feng rose up in the air and flew towards the sun. The sun began to burn him, but as he got closer, he noticed someone practicing cultivation and swallowing the strength of the sun fire. Lin Feng forgot about everything. Then he closed his eyes and sat down on the sun. He practiced cultivation together with his Tianji sword. On the 7th day, Lin Feng left the Sun world. In the meanwhile, Xianxia and Meng Qing were together walking in the World Clan's kingdom. Lin Feng found some special worlds, such as sometimes he jumped into waterfalls and realized that another world was behind them. Sometimes he walked on a mountain and suddenly found himself in another world. Lin Feng couldn't sense those energies because he hadn't broken through to the Huangqi layer yet. People could imprison him in such a world if they really wanted to. Lin Feng and the girls visited the World Clan's territory, taking in the mountains, rivers, and beautiful sceneries. After that, they went back to the castle of the kingdom and looked for the elders and Lang Yi. Lin Feng, did you make a decision? Asked the elder. If you're all leaving now, Lang Yi can come with you. Master, please take care of my wife Meng Qing, said Lin Feng, bowing before the old man. Lin Feng had to be very polite, especially considering that they were going to take care of Meng Qing. All right, you don't have to worry. Even though we are not as strong as before, we have existed for a very long time. We will do our best to make the celestial girl stronger, as if she was part of our family, said the elder. Thank you, master. I'll pay you back someday if I can. Just become strong, said the elder, smiling. Lin Feng, do you want to leave now or wait a few more days? I want to leave now, said Lin Feng. All right, Lang Yi, go and travel with Lin Feng. Don't come back if there's nothing important happening, said the elder. Some strong cultivators from the World Clan would follow him everywhere secretly, so he had nothing to fear. Thousands of meters away from the World Clan, 3 people were riding a sword. Lin Feng was one of them, but he was silent. Next to him was Xianxia, who was holding his hand and caressing it. She knew that Lin Feng had been through a lot with Meng Qing and that she couldn't replace her. This time, Lin Feng was very sad to leave her behind. The World Clan will not disappoint you, said Lang Yi. He knew that Lin Feng was sad. I decided to let her stay there, and I trust the World Clan. This isn't something I could avoid, said Lin Feng, smiling. Lang Yi nodded. This time, we're going to the vast celestial ancient city, which is one of the 18 main cities of the region of the Dark Night. We'll find many strong cultivators there. So we need to remain determined and practice cultivation diligently. We need to break through to the Huangqi layer as soon as possible. Lin Feng smiled but didn't talk much. He knew Lang Yi was right. Lin Feng's Tianji sword was extremely fast. Of course, it couldn't compare to the boat, so they'd have to spend more time traveling. While on the sword, they practiced cultivation and looked at the landscapes. There were many tribes, cities, beautiful landscapes, clouds. Sometimes people glanced at them, but Lin Feng and the others just ignored them. The vast celestial ancient city was one of the 18 main cities of the region, so there were many powerful sects and clans there. Outside of the ancient city, there was an old lake where the water was always calm. At that moment, outside of the vast celestial ancient city, near the gigantic lake, the sound of music wafted through the air. Someone was playing the zither. With the pavilions, boats, and people who were nicely dressed, the scene resembled a painting. Above the water, Lin Feng and the two others were still riding the sword. "Those people know how to enjoy themselves," whispered Lin Feng. He heard music, people's conversations, and laughter. It was great. "The musician looks relaxed, but I'm sure he is extremely determined." Lin Feng knew music, so he could easily determine what the sound waves contained. "He's determined. He's a real professional," whispered Lang Yi, opening his eyes. Then, he walked towards the center of the lake. Vast, celestial, ancient city. Lin Feng gazed into the distance. Then he looked at Xiaoyu Xian and smiled. "Let's go and see. The landscape is incredible," thought Lin Feng. He glanced around, noticing a group of beautiful women dancing. Lin Feng sighed. Those beautiful women were extremely strong. They were all cultivators at the top of the Zunqi layer. The moon in the celestial sky. Going to the city, one dance. Lin Feng listened to someone singing. He turned around and saw a young man. That young man was wearing white clothes and was playing his instrument with 10 fingers. "I really don't deserve so much praise, thank you," said one of the women when she saw that everybody was looking at her with admiration. "Beautiful and talented," said a young man. He looked elegant and smiled thinly. "How are things at the Moon Imperial Palace? When I have time, I'll have to come and visit." "Mr. Bai, would you like to join the Moon Palace?" asked the woman. From her eyes, she seemed to look surprised. "If you let me join the Moon Clan, I wouldn't refuse," said the young man, smiling. The Moon Imperial Palace had disappeared for 1,000 years, and now they were back playing music and dancing. That woman proved they hadn't disappeared completely. The young men around them were all famous, so when they heard that young man, they knew that the Moon Imperial Palace was still in existence. The Moon Imperial Palace. Lang Yi repeated. Even though the Moon Imperial Palace wasn't as strong as the World Clan, they were very famous in the vast celestial ancient city, known for their many beautiful women. Lin Feng didn't understand much about influential groups in the vast celestial ancient city. He had the impression that the Moon Imperial Palace couldn't be compared with the Moon Palace in his previous life. "In 3 days, we'll come back to the vast celestial ancient city," said the girl. She slowly stopped playing and took her instrument back. After a short time, the girls disappeared. Nobody thought it was strange. "They're gaining power again," said Lang Yi. Even though the Phoenix Pavilion had disappeared, they never stopped playing the zither. Some people accelerated on their boats towards some distant music. Then, some music talismans appeared, causing waves to roll in the lakes, almost sinking some boats. A terrifying chi appeared in the air, and then the waves stopped. People could still hear the zither from the talismans. They each turned into golden imprints. One young man got closer and the deadly energies turned into destructive energies. As the young man was inside those energies, all the talismans broke apart around him. Boom! The talismans exploded, sinking the boat, and throwing chi out in all directions. "Those people are enthusiastic," thought Lin Feng, smiling. "Many young people from the vast celestial ancient city are here, and they want to fight. Some of them plan to go to the Moon Imperial Palace in a few days," said someone. "Strength is strength. It's the most important thing in this world," said Lin Feng, laughing indifferently. That person looked upset when he heard Lin Feng. Lang Yi looked at him in a deep and profound way, causing that person to shudder unconsciously. "Let's go to the ancient city," said Lang Yi, rising in the sky. The lake was just on their path initially. However, as they flew away, a strength suddenly emerged. They heard zither and an ancient music getting louder. Suddenly, imprints moved towards them at full speed. Lang Yi shook his hands and a terrifying strength appeared, containing world lights. The space around them became distorted as a vortex appeared, which surrounded everyone. How strong! The crowd was wide-eyed. The World Clan, whispered the musicians, smiling. Things were going to be fun this time at the vast celestial ancient city. Vast celestial ancient city was enormous, filled with many heroic cultivators. The sect of the ancient capital resembled an ancient beast, which opened its mouth towards the sky. Lin Feng and the others were in the ancient capital city sightseeing. Vast celestial ancient city had many different influential groups. Therefore, there was a high demand for beautiful architectural projects. People wanted lofty, original, creative buildings for their groups. Lin Feng, you were the one who wanted to go to vast celestial ancient city. So was there somewhere in particular you wanted to go? Asked Lang Yi. There is one place, but it's not the right time to go. But if there is an opportunity, I'll go, said Lin Feng indifferently. Apart from becoming stronger, he had another goal for coming to vast celestial ancient city. All right, good. Let's go and find a master. We'll know more about the city and everything if we ask them, said Lang Yi. He had a king body, so he was a master too. Lang Yi was from the World Clan, and their friends were all terrifying groups of influence who thought highly of Lang Yi. All right, said Lin Feng. He wasn't going to refuse. Since he was in vast celestial ancient city, why not hang out with the strong cultivators? Lang Yi was young and had traveled a lot in the past. He hadn't stayed in the World Clan the whole time. In the past, he used to hide his true identity whilst traveling, but now he decided to travel with the status of a king. The Heaven Clan, one of the existences in vast celestial ancient city, one who has been there for a very long time. They were an ancient clan like the World Clan. Because those clans had existed for so long, they used to be called ancient clans, and they had habits and customs which were seen throughout history. Some ancient clans were also called holy clans, which meant that they had a holy great emperor. At that moment, Lang Yi and Lin Feng were in the Heaven Clan. Lang Yi told Lin Feng a few of these things about the Heaven Clan before they arrived. Lin Feng and the others were in the periphery of the Heaven Clan. At the very entrance, there were guards of which adorned white gloves, armors, and were all cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer. In the small worlds, cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer are incredible cultivators. But in the Heaven Clan, cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer are simply guards. Thought Lin Feng, smiling wryly. Tell Master Tsong Ling that Lang Yi is here and came to see him, said Lang Yi to the guard. One of guards frowned and looked at them coldly. Tsong Ling was their current leader, so who would dare ask to see him? But when he saw Lang Ye's imposing appearance and that Lin Feng and Xiao Yu Xian also looked extraordinary, the guard didn't try to offend them. People who pronounced their leader's name like that could be from terrifying influential groups or disciples of holy clans. Please wait a moment, said a guard, glancing at them before he went back into the territory of the clan. That person had just entered the core territory of the Heaven Clan when the group of young people appeared. The guards frowned and looked at Lang Yi and the others, so they really were from an incredible clan. At least it must be the case considering that the most incredible disciples of Heaven Clan came out. The one in the front was wearing clean, thin clothes. He looked nice yet rigid. Amongst cultivators of the Zun Qi layer and under, he was the most outstanding one, Xianxia. The others with him were all core disciples too, but they still hadn't broken through to the Huang Qi layer just like Lang Yi. The leader of the clan talks about you all the time. Lang Yi, I'm happy to see you, said Xianxia, smiling in a warm way. He walked to them and said, Brother Lang Yi, you came from so far away, please come in. The leader has already started preparing everything for a party. Then, Lin Feng and Xiao Yu Xian smiled and nodded. They didn't say anything, and since they were with Lang Yi, they were also guests of honor. Song Xiao, said Lang Yi. I wouldn't have thought that you'd remember me, said Song Xiao, walking ahead. The guard sighed. The Heaven Clan was an ancient holy clan, so it was no surprise that their territory looked incredible. There was a flight of stairs with 108 steps. There was a vast area with tables and alcohol waiting for them at the top. Little Yi, said the leader, Song Ling, smiling at Lang Yi and the others. Lin Feng didn't sense any of his qi, so he couldn't see his cultivation level either. Long time no see, you are an incredible host, said Lang Yi, smiling back. The two organizers of the banquet smiled. Master, you're too polite. Come, we're happy to have you here in the Heaven Clan, said Song Ling, smiling. He pointed at a seat just under the leader's seat, reserved for guests of honor. Lang Yi nodded and walked there. Lin Feng wanted to follow, but Song Xiao came to them and said, "You too. Come with me." Lin Feng was surprised. Lang Yi wanted to say something, but Lin Feng smiled and said, "All right." He already knew he couldn't sit with them. After all, he wasn't from the ancient world clan like Lang Yi. He nodded at Lang Yi, and Lang Yi didn't say anything. He walked to his seat as Song Xiao took Lin Feng and Xiu Xian to a place where most other young people from the Heaven Clan also sat. A beautiful woman was seated above Lin Feng. She faced Song Xiao, as if they had the same social status. "My name is Song Yu, what is yours?" asked the girl to Lin Feng, smiling in a gentle way. "Lin Feng, are you from the World Clan as well?" asked Song Yu. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "I'm not." "You're not?" Song Yu looked surprised and said, "How come you were with Lang Yi?" "We met on the way and decided to travel together," said Lin Feng. "Then which ancient clan are you from?" asked Song Yu. Lin Feng understood what was going on. He had been placed there because they wanted to learn more about him, and it was easier if a girl asked him these questions. "I'm an ordinary cultivator, not from any ancient clans," said Lin Feng, smiling. Then he downed his glass. Song Yu laughed when she saw that, but didn't ask anything more. At that moment, Song Ling and Lang Yi were chatting. The Moon Imperial Palace are making a reappearance in vast celestial ancient city, so they will probably rise again. Their people are about your age, I think. They have disappeared over 1,000 years. So many ancient scriptures disappeared with them, replied Lang Yi. Of course, the Moon Imperial Palace had incredible disciples, and they had many ancient scriptures. They had some very powerful ones at that. Some of the better ones they had was the incredible shattering and destructive holy scriptures, said Song Ling, smiling. They're just not determined enough, said Lang Yi calmly. Haha, many people think that. Of course, Lang Yi, you're from the World Clan, so you're better than most, said Song Ling, smiling. The young people from the Moon Imperial Palace had indeed hurt many outstanding people, but they had their reasons. In the past, the Moon Imperial Palace had offended a holy clan, thus forcing them to disappear for 1,000 years. Nothing happened during the banquet. Lin Feng just listened to people and tried to learn more about vast celestial ancient city. Since he was there, he had to understand the customs of the city and who the strongest groups in the city were. Lin Feng wasn't Lang Yi. He didn't have a dazzling background, so nobody talked to him except for Song Yu, who only exchanged a few sentences with him. After the banquet, Song Ling took Lang Yi around the Heaven Clan. He had also prepared a place for Lin Feng and Lang Yi to stay. Brother Lang Yi, did you know that the Moon Imperial Palace came back to the Moon Imperial Palace? They haven't appeared here for 1,000 years, so they might be strong now. They might also have beautiful women, maybe you could find yourself one there, said Song Xiao. Since they're here, we should get to know them, said Lang Yi calmly. I think so too. Some other young people from other holy clans are sure to come, so you should meet them too, said Song Xiao. Has anyone from the Chu clan broken through to the Huang Qi layer? Asked Lang Yi. Song Xiao knew why Lang Yi asked that. The Chu clan and the Heaven clan were both holy clans, and even though the strongest young man they had possessed the intent of an emperor, he didn't have a king body. Not yet. I've heard that the Chu clan has prepared 72 emperors' intent for him, so that he can break through to the Huang Qi layer though, said Song Xiao. Lang Yi nodded indifferently. No need to stay with us all the time, said Lang Yi, indicating that he wanted to rest. Song Xiao smiled and nodded. If you need anything, just ask me. Make yourself at home. All right, said Lang Yi, nodding. Lin Feng interjected. Can we get a map? We don't understand vast celestial ancient city. Song Xiao glanced at Lin Feng and smiled. He released his godly awareness and transferred a map to Lin Feng. Thank you very much, said Lin Feng. You're welcome, replied Song Xiao. Then he said to Lang Yi, I'm off. When Song Xiao left, Lang Yi smiled at Lin Feng and said, Do you want to go to town? I do. I'd love to visit the ancient capital. Besides, I don't like it when there are so many people with me all the time," said Lin Feng. "I'll come with you," said Lang Yi. "There's no need. I'll just have a walk and come back," said Lin Feng politely. Lang Yi was surprised. He didn't understand. He smiled but asked nothing. Lin Feng had things to do in vast celestial ancient city apparently, but he also said he'd come back, so there was no need to worry. "If you need anything, just call me," said Lang Yi, then he left. Lin Feng smiled at Xianxia and said, "Go to the room and have a rest. I'll come back late tonight." Vast celestial ancient city was a lot larger than celestial Qi Castle, so if Lin Feng wanted to cross the city, a few days still wouldn't be enough. Luckily, the place he wanted to go wasn't too far. "All right," Xianxia nodded and went to a room. Lin Feng started leaving. "Brother Lin, where are you going?" asked Songyu. She was smiling as always. "I've never seen the city, so I want to travel around," said Lin Feng. "I can come with you," said Songyu. "There's no need. I'm used to traveling alone," said Lin Feng as he accelerated. Songyu frowned. An ancient imprint trailed behind her as she accelerated. "Brother Lin, why wouldn't you want a beautiful woman next to you?" Songyu asked. "I told you I'm used to it," said Lin Feng. Then, he moved exceptionally fast. Holy marks even appeared behind him. He was trying to get rid of Songyu. Songyu could only watch as Lin Feng disappeared into the distance. She stopped and smiled. "That guy is so fast. I wonder how strong he is." Lin Feng left the Heaven clan and went to the southwestern part of the city. Even though he traveled with incredible speed, most people didn't even care about him because there were too many strong cultivators already there. That young man was just a pedestrian to them. Later that night, Lin Feng stopped and looked at his surroundings. It was hard to imagine that there could be such an abandoned area in vast celestial ancient city. "It must be here," thought Lin Feng, glancing around. He had stopped at some ruins which seemingly hadn't been lived in for quite some time. Lin Feng slowly walked towards the ancient palaces, noting a demonic energy there. "Stop," said someone at that moment. He turned around and saw a middle-aged person. He said, "You're still too young, you can't go there. Many people die there, so you shouldn't go." Then the middle-aged man left. Lin Feng shivered. That person was an emperor. Ancient mysteries, thought Lin Feng. He could sense deployment energies, so maybe there was an illusion ahead. It is probably the everlasting celestial emperor's memories that I'm thinking of, thought Lin Feng. Unfortunately, he didn't know if he could go there or not, he just knew that it was there. Lin Feng continued getting closer. At the same time, his eyes slowly turned black and he began to look like a demon. He looked at the palace, but he couldn't see inside because it was surrounded by pitch-black energies. It seemed that even with his pitch-black eyes, it wasn't enough. "Go!" Lin Feng shook his hands and an illusion-like mountain descended from the sky, making the ground quake some. Suddenly, Lin Feng sensed a coldness surround him, and then demon lights appeared inside the darkness. "Who's inside?" thought Lin Feng. Those eyes looked like they belonged to a young person. Nobody replied to him and the eyes disappeared. Lin Feng was sure that somebody was inside. Quickly, Lin Feng sensed a hand filled with death energy moving towards him. He moved back at full speed, but the death chi was quick to surround him. "Life!" Lin Feng released life energy and continued moving backwards. He also released sword energies to break the death chi apart. However, the energies which had already invaded his body were starting to corrode him from the inside out. Lin Feng continued moving back until he was very far away, feeling a bit relieved. He took a deep breath and absorbed the death energy from a distance. "Who's that?" Even though his death strength is powerful, it's not a strength I can't block. However, I don't know how strong that person really is, thought Lin Feng. But that person could go inside, which meant they were at least outstanding. "I can't go in, it's too dangerous. I'll have to think about it some before I come back," thought Lin Feng. He initially just intended to scout it out anyways. Maybe he could ask Lang Yi about it. "I wonder who's inside though," whispered Lin Feng. Then, his silhouette flickered and he went back to the Heaven clan. Lang Yi was outside his room. His eyes were closed and he was absorbing strength of the earth and the sky as world energies surrounded him. Lin Feng landed next to him, making him open his eyes and say, "You came back." "I did." Lin Feng nodded and then sat down next to him and asked, "Do you know anything about the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan?" Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. Lang Yi looked surprised. "Of course I do. 1,000 years ago, they were a very aggressive holy clan in vast celestial ancient city. Unfortunately, they were destroyed back then. Their territory still exists here, but there's nothing left besides ruins." He was surprised that Lin Feng mentioned such a group. He had learnt from some memories that the everlasting Celestial Emperor had obtained some things from the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, and then had become a great emperor afterwards. Of course, many people want to get the ancient scriptures of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, even some holy clans. The Celestial Evolution Holy Clan didn't study any ancient scriptures but the evolution scriptures. Lang Yi continued to explain. "If the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan was so strong, who destroyed it?" asked Lin Feng. "Everything is a mystery now, but according to rumors, it could be the Three Lives Great Emperor," said Lang Yi. Lin Feng unconsciously shivered. The Three Lives Great Emperor? He knew so much about him already. Few people know how strong he really was, and nobody knows how old he is. Most people don't even know who he is, said Lang Yi after he saw that Lin Feng looked confused. Lin Feng remained silent. He had the Three Lives scriptures with him, so he already knew how terrifying they were. If anyone knew he had the Three Lives scriptures, they wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Even in this world, most people don't know who he is, thought Lin Feng. I'll practice the Three Lives scriptures, and I'll make sure that nobody knows about me either, thought Lin Feng. Why are you asking me about the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan? Asked Lang Yi. In the Dark Night region, a Celestial Emperor received deployment strength from someone there, which is why I came to vast Celestial Ancient City, explained Lin Feng. The Celestial Evolution Holy Clan has disappeared for so long, but you still received something concerning them that's interesting, said Lang Yi smiling. Yesterday evening, I went there, and I noticed that there was someone hiding inside, said Lin Feng. That's even more interesting, considering the Moon Imperial Palace are showing themselves, and now someone appeared inside the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, whispered Lang Yi. What was the link between the Moon Imperial Palace and the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan? No idea, but 1,000 years ago, the rumors said that the Moon Imperial Palace and the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan were close to each other, that the Moon Imperial Palace had obtained powerful ancient scriptures, the Evolution Holy Scriptures. Lang Yi said, Indeed, that's interesting, whispered Lin Feng. The Three Lives Great Emperor, the Moon Imperial Palace, the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. Something linked those groups. Of course, it's just interesting, nothing more. This morning, Xianxia came by and said that some monstrously strong cultivators from the other main cities are on their way to vast Celestial Ancient City too. Some of them even have terrifying body types, said Lang Yi to Lin Feng excitedly. Lin Feng could tell that Lang Yi wanted to fight, which made him smile. King body type, there can't be that many people with king body types in the Dark Night region, whispered Lin Feng. He realized that Jun Mo's imperial immortal body was something unheard of in the small world. So the people there didn't value him as much as they would here. I wonder how Jun Mo is doing. It's been so many years, he must be so far, thought Lin Feng. He had been in the great world for 7-8 years already. And what about Yu? If she misses me, why doesn't she look for me? Thought Lin Feng, sighing. She was only interested in cultivation, so she couldn't stay with friends all the time. Lin Feng didn't leave for 2 more days. He stayed with Xianxia and they didn't do much besides cultivating and relaxing in the room. Lin Feng was worried when Xianxia became controlled by her other personality. He almost felt scared of her at times. On that day, at the main city gate of vast celestial ancient city, a young man was standing at the top, gazing into the distance. He was surrounded by 360 ancient imprint lights which contained a terrifying strength. At the same time, in the ancient capital, there were scorching suns which forced people to raise their heads and squint their eyes. In another place, someone else appeared, He was surrounded by a gray chi which acted as a fog, cloaking him along with his black robe. All sorts of people landed in vast celestial ancient city. They came from places all over the region of dark night. Outside of the city, above the lake, a silhouette appeared wearing a Taoist robe, with the demeanor of a transcendent being. He didn't seem to be a Taoist monk though. His look seemed fierce and aggressive like a warrior. Good heavens! The Taoist smiled and continued flying towards the center of vast celestial ancient city. Outside of a room in the Heaven Clan, Lang Yi and Lin Feng were gazing into the distance. They watched some silhouettes land by a lake inside the Heaven Clan territory. After a short time, Song Xiao came to Lin Feng and Lang Yi, smiling at Lang Yi and saying, "The Moon Imperial Palace has appeared by Ice Moon Lake. Let's go." Lang Yi nodded and followed. Lin Feng looked back at the room to Qiu Yu Xian. Lin Feng nodded at Qiu Yu Xian. Then he also left with the others. Qiu Yu Xian watched them disappear, looking sad. The feeling is getting more intense. Will she appear? Thought Qiu Yu Xian after she sensed the terrifying mercilessness energy around her. The Ice Moon Lake was a gigantic lake in vast celestial ancient city. The water resembled a moon, and it was ice cold, hence the name. In a pavilion near the lake, there were some beautiful women dancing, looking like illusions. The crowd listened to the music and saw a silhouette approaching in the distance. That person was holding a zither. Prince Qianxia. The crowd recognized the prince. Prince Qianxia wasn't very strong. He hadn't even broken through to the Huang Qi layer yet. But he was famous in vast celestial ancient city. Qianxia landed by the lake. He had his 10 fingers resting on his instrument. Celestial creatures dancing. I would like to enjoy the show from inside the pavilion. Someone laughed. Prince, don't be too impatient. The celestial beings need to dress up first. When a free boat comes by, you can have your fun then. All right, good. I can't wait, said Qianxia in a gentle way. Bai Qi from the Bai clan is here too, thought the crowd, gazing towards some powerful energies in the distance. The energies disappeared, but suddenly, it became extremely hot, like a sun was approaching them. The Holy Sun clan is here too. Qianxia looked at his ancient zither, not even glancing at the person who had landed. Of course, the Moon Imperial Palace is here, said the young man in the sky. In the northern part, a silhouette in gray clothes flew forwards, not releasing any chi at all. The ancient witchcraft clan is also interested in seeing the Moon Imperial Palace. The young man from the Holy Sun clan was looking at the person in the gray clothes. The person in the gray clothes nodded at him before he put his hood down, showing his face. He was very young, very pale, and looked erudite. The Heaven clan is here too, thought the crowd. Song Xiao was there. Lang Yi and Lin Feng were with him. Who are those people next to Song Xiao? They're not from the Heaven clan, thought some people. When the young man from the Chu clan saw Lang Yi, he looked surprised. A king body type traveling. Look over there. There was a young man wearing a 7-colored robe, and there were dazzling vines around him which looked like imprints. It's Dugu who never loses, said someone in the crowd. It was said that Gudu the winner possessed the imprint king body, which meant that after breaking through to the Huang Qi layer, 3,600 imprints would appear around him. Apart from them, more and more geniuses appeared, but they weren't as heroic as those people. Amongst those people, the most prestigious one was the guy from the Chu clan. Song Xiao, Prince Qianxia, and Bai Qi were still weaker than him. The young man from the Holy Sun clan was not from vast celestial ancient city, so nobody knew exactly how strong he was. The young man from the ancient witchcraft clan was also quite mysterious. Nobody knew Lin Feng or Lang Yi either. Lin Feng was standing next to Lang Yi, glancing around. He felt excited after seeing all those geniuses appearing. Being surrounded by so many strong cultivators was incredible, and helped Lin Feng better understand just how strong those clans really were. Beautiful women were still dancing, but one of them broke the mold. She smiled and jumped onto an ancient boat. After traversing the waves, she arrived on the shore. The beautiful woman smiled at the crowd and said, "There are many ancient groups here, but only 9 people can get on the boats. So apart from me, only 8 people can join." Who would like to join me? If only 8 people can get on the boat at a time, will it come back and forth a few times? Asked someone. The woman smiled and shook her head. There aren't so many girls in Moon Palace, so we can't receive too many people. Sorry for the inconvenience. The crowd looked dejected. The Moon Palace was too cruel. On the first day, only 8 people could join them. There were so many people from holy clans there, so how could normal people have a chance? Holy Sun Clan, Yang Yen. The young man of the Holy Sun Clan walked forwards and jumped onto the boat. Chu Clan, Chu Chun Chiu. The young man of the Chu Clan jumped onto the boat. Dugu Clan, Dugu the winner. The young man with the imprint body jumped onto the boat. Ancient Witchcraft Clan, call me the Ancient Sorcerer, said the young man from the Ancient Witchcraft Clan. Quickly, there were already 4 people on the boat. Let's go, whispered Lang Yi. Then Lin Feng, Lang Yi, and Song Xiao were above the boat. Qin Shang and Bai Qi glanced at each other. There was only one spot left. The 2 of them jumped onto the boat at the same time. They were now 10 people on the boat with the girl from the Moon Imperial Palace. Someone needs to leave the boat, said the girl as she smiled thinly. Many people were looking at Lang Yi and Lin Feng because they didn't know who they were. Many people were even angry those 2 strangers dared get on the boat with those outstanding individuals from the ancient clans. Yang Yen and the others looked at Lang Yi and Lin Feng. Song Xiao had brought those people. Heaven Clan, there's someone who needs to leave, said Yang Yen to Lang Yi. Ancient World Clan, Lang Yi, said Lang Yi in a calm and serene way. People frowned. That guy was also from an ancient clan. Lang Yi from the World Clan. Yang Yen was surprised. Lang Yi had a king body, so nobody could argue with him. The World Clan has been discreet for so many years, but finally, they're starting to make an appearance again, thought some people. The World Clan was mysterious, having disappeared from the world for such a long time. They had been gone for even longer than the Moon Imperial Palace, and now one of their disciples with a king body had appeared in vast celestial ancient city. Surprisingly, a guy from the World Clan with a king body is here. There are 2 people with king bodies now. Apart from them, Chu Chun Chiu was strong too. Nobody could kick him out. Lin Feng looked calm even though he knew that everyone was looking at him. In terms of wealth, he couldn't compare to those young people. But he was interested in the relationship which existed between the Moon Imperial Palace and the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. He wanted to know more about that. Since he was in vast celestial ancient city, he was bound to face some challenges at some point, and he didn't intend to get off the boat, so he knew what came next. At that moment, Song Xiao looked at Lin Feng and smiled indifferently. Lin Feng, you can come next time. Song Xiao smiled politely and nicely because Lin Feng had come to the Heaven Clan with Lang Yi. He was a guest of honor in the Heaven Clan, but Lin Feng wasn't Lang Yi. He wasn't from an ancient clan. When the others heard him, they remained silent and looked at Lin Feng calmly as well. Since Song Xiao had asked him to get off the boat, it meant that Lin Feng wasn't important enough to stay on it, which meant that he was probably going to get off the boat. In their opinion, Song Xiao, Lang Yi, and Lin Feng had come together, so Lin Feng had to listen to them. But Lin Feng slowly turned around and smiled at Song Xiao. He looked very friendly but not very polite. He felt uncomfortable though. He had come with them. So why didn't Song Xiao try to make the others leave? What did he have against Lin Feng? Even if he had talked politely, it was still humiliating for Lin Feng. Song Xiao had no reason to make Lin Feng leave, and even Lang Yi frowned. Lin Feng had come with him and they were good friends. Song Xiao was being rude and impolite, but Lang Yi didn't say anything. However, it wasn't something too dramatic. Lin Feng could solve the issue himself. Lin Feng smiled at Song Xiao indifferently and said, I'm not waiting until next time. Song Xiao's smile suddenly turned rigid. All right, as you wish. Because Lang Yi and Lin Feng were friends, Song Xiao couldn't argue with him. He was just annoyed. Name, and where are you from? Asked Yang Yen to Lin Feng. A gigantic sun was already moving towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I don't belong to any group, said Lin Feng. His eyes were pitch black. Oh, Yang Yan's fire was getting more intense. Suddenly, the fireball exploded. Lin Feng found the energies to be a bit painful, forcing him back a little. He doesn't have a group and still dares to get on the boat? Said Yang Yen, the corner of his mouth curled upwards. The others remained silent and calm as they looked at Lin Feng. That guy had to understand that he had to leave the boat. Lin Feng looked at Yang Yen and suddenly, he started moving like the wind. Ha! Yang Yen was surprised that Lin Feng was attacking him. Flames of fury emerged from Yang Yan's eyes and his suns became incomparably bright. Die! Said a voice carrying demon intent. Lin Feng was fearless as he faced the gigantic sun. Break! Shouted Lin Feng. The sky shook as the sun broke apart. Lang Yi also started moving and world lights appeared, making so that the boat didn't swing at all. Boom, boom! The two people moved away from each other. Yang Yen jumped off the boat, floating in the air. It felt like his hand was broken from their previous exchange. Lin Feng was still on the boat, inside Lang Ye's world lights. Lin Feng smiled at him indifferently. The only decent thing about you is the name of your clan. Kacha. Yang Yen summoned another sun which surrounded him. Then he shouted, Come here. Lin Feng slowly rose up in the air and faced Yang Yen. Interesting, thought many people who looked amused. Yang Yen had studied the Sun ancient scriptures, so it wasn't surprising that his attacks were so explosive. Yang Yen stretched out his arm, and another gigantic sun streaked across the sky. Yang Yan's sun scriptures are a lot better than the cosmos-burning sun technique I studied, but that's not surprising because they were only Tian-level scriptures. Thought Lin Feng. The lights from the sun were blinding as they neared Lin Feng. At the same time the sun was moving, Yang Yen also moved, a red sun appearing in his hand as he ran towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't know how to react to this onslaught. He couldn't only rely on his demon strength, otherwise he'd have no chance of winning. It was rare for him to face such strong people. He stretched out his hand and destructive energies flushed, making his hand look black and thick. Die! Lin Feng's lights and the sun collided. Right after the exchange, Yang Yen moved his other hand and another sun appeared. If it reached Lin Feng's head, his head would explode. Celestial Death Curtain, said Lin Feng, moving his other hand as well. Terrifying energies moved towards the sun again. Then the hot and death energies collided and exploded. Your attacks aren't bad, said Yang Yen, smiling coldly. He released another sun, even more terrifying than the previous. Around him, several more suns appeared too. You're from a holy clan and yet, you're only an average fighter. Lin Feng mocked. Suddenly, he released sword energies. Back on the boat, most of the group were surprised. Lin Feng was quite strong, he could even compete with Yang Yen. Besides, he didn't look scared at all. Even Xianxia was surprised. Lin Feng really was terrifying. Was he a hermit? Otherwise, he couldn't have come to the Heaven Clan with Lang Yi. Please stop fighting, said the girl from the Moon Imperial Palace. She slowly rose up in the air and smiled at Lin Feng and Yang Yen. You can't get hurt because of such a small thing. We'll make an exception, you can both come on the boat. Yang Yen looked at her and smiled. All right, it would be rude for me to offend the Moon Imperial Palace, so I won't kill him. Lin Feng was surprised. Kill him? It's good when people know how to behave though. Lin Feng retorted, making Yang Yen look furious again. All right, please don't fight anymore, said the woman, smiling wryly. Humph. Yang Yen groaned coldly. Then they all landed back on the boat. The woman smiled and asked Lin Feng, Prince, you used several types of abstruse energies before? Do you have a special body? My body type allows me to learn 10 types of abstruse energies, replied Lin Feng, smiling. Then he landed on the boat. 10 types of abstruse energies. The woman from the Moon Imperial Palace was amazed. Not only her, but the entire crowd was surprised. Very, very few people had a body which allowed them to understand 10 different types of abstruse energies. Many people had to give up most types of energies after they broke through to the Huang Qi layer. Usually, people's energies became weaker as they became stronger, however. Those who had a body which allowed them to understand 10 different types of abstruse energies could make their energies level up indefinitely. Of course, people who could study 10 types of abstruse energies and could make them fuse together were even rarer. Lin Feng had a body which allowed him to understand 10 different types of abstruse energies, and his energy fusions were perfect. He wasn't weaker than Yang Yen. After breaking through to the Huang Qi layer, maybe that he would become less good at making abstruse energies fuse together. "Everybody, if you argue amongst each other, I won't be happy," said the woman from the Moon Imperial Palace, shaking her head. Then, she slowly walked towards the pavilion on the lake. The girls there looked nervous. They wanted to find a boyfriend amongst those geniuses. After a short time, the geniuses on the boat made it to the pavilion, and then the girls stopped dancing. "Please come," said the women. They calmly followed the women and glanced around. They quickly realized that the ground was changing as they moved ahead. Even the lake was disappearing. They were actually in a palace, but they didn't realize it yet. Progressively, the crowd sensed that they were falling into darkness. There was a slight wind, stars, a moon. It really felt like they weren't in a palace but outside on a beautiful night. There were many pavilions in front of them, each of which were connected. In each pavilion, there was a woman leaning against a balustrade, looking at the moon. "These are the celestial women of our group. You can make friends with them if you'd like," said the beautiful woman who had taken the crowd there. Then, she walked backwards, and everybody gazed into the distance. They couldn't see the faces of those beautiful women, but they could guess that they were extremely beautiful. "Beautiful like in a dream," whispered Qin Shang, sighing. There were 9 women waiting there for them. Lin Feng suddenly noticed one of them, and she looked familiar. He slowly walked towards the pavilion and sat down. "Yi Ren, the celestial girl," said Lin Feng. The beautiful woman turned around and smiled at him. "Lin Feng knows her?" thought Lang Yi, surprised. Lin Feng had immediately called that girl by her name, which must have meant that he knew her. Interesting. They had never seen Lin Feng in vast celestial ancient city before, and now he knew a girl from the Moon Imperial Palace. "How beautiful. She looks so sexy. I like that kind of girl. I bet she's really good in bed," thought Yang Yen. He then walked to the pavilion in which Lin Feng was already at. The girl smiled thinly, looking as beautiful as before. "Long time no see," said Yi Lei in a gentle way. Lin Feng was confused. What was Yi Lei doing there in the Moon Imperial Palace? "How should I call you, celestial girl?" asked Yang Yen as he smiled at Yi Lei. "Call me Yi Ren," said Yi Lei, smiling back. Yi Ren, the celestial girl. Yang Yen couldn't take his eyes away from Yi Lei. The Moon Imperial Palace has thousands of people, but I've heard that the celestial women from the Moon Imperial Palace are incredible. I wonder if we could, said Yang Yen, smiling as before. "If you express the wish to. No need to look at her." Lin Feng poured alcohol in 2 glasses and gave one to Yi Lei. Yi Lei took the glass and smiled at Lin Feng. "She's already mine. Go and find someone else," said Lin Feng, raising his glass at Yi Lei. He didn't even glance at Yang Yen. "How arrogant. I gave you face and now you're still acting rude," said Yang Yen, grabbing the jar of alcohol and setting it on fire. "Piss off," said Lin Feng, slowly turning around to look at Yang Yen. Yang Yen frowned and suddenly released fire energies. They glanced at each other. They looked like a demon and a fire god. Yang Yan's looked into Lin Feng's eyes, feeling the 9 netherworld's water flowing into his body. "Die," said Lin Feng, sounding like a demon. Suddenly, Yang Yen closed his eyes and stood up. He opened his eyes again and suddenly, flames came out of them. Lin Feng then ignored him and took out his own alcohol. He said indifferently, "How long are you going to stay here?" "Very good," said Yang Yen, hammering the table with his fist. Then he turned around and left. Lin Feng had defeated him, so he wasn't very happy. After Yang Yen left, the table he had set on fire was bright red. Yi Lei looked at Lin Feng, thinking inwardly that he was the same as he was in the past. "When did you arrive here?" asked Lin Feng. She looked angry and released ice energies onto the fire to extinguish it. 2 years, said Yi Lei, smiling. 2 years. Lin Feng was surprised and asked, "Are you leaving with me?" Yi Lei shook her head and smiled. "Back then we agreed. After the 100 days, we'd each have our own path. What kind of cultivators does the Moon Imperial Palace raise? Asked Lin Feng. My love, you're worried, said Ren-Lei smiling. The Moon Imperial Palace is different from what you think. If you don't believe me, you can look at the others. At that moment, the men were already in several pavilions. Lin Feng glanced around at the girls, noting that they were all incredibly beautiful. But their chi was different from Ren-Lei's. Different chi, but beautiful, whispered Lin Feng. Ren-Lei smiled and nodded. You all think of yourself as hunters, but you don't know how many of you hunters have turned into prey. If even one of you fails, then the Moon Imperial Palace wins. Lin Feng frowned. Indeed, those people were from ancient clans, and they were extraordinary, not to mention their powerful ancient scriptures. It's time. Ren-Lei's robe fluttered as she ran towards the lake. The other celestial women did the same and appeared above the water. They were all wearing white robes, resembling white lotuses. The young men in the pavilions were captivated by them. Can they really be mortal beings? Thought some young men. They had seen many beautiful women in their lives, but these women were top existences. Lin Feng looked at them. Ren-Lei would look at him from time to time. Lin Feng had to hold himself back from hugging her and never letting her go. A palace appeared in the air above them, the Moon Palace. The 9 celestial women flew into the air and entered the palace, and after a short time, the palace disappeared with them. Now the crowd could only remember them. Beautiful, said Lin Feng, smiling indifferently. When the crowd realized that the women were gone, they also realized they couldn't follow them. You also knew her name, whispered Lang Yi, smiling wryly. That woman was so beautiful, but she looked cold at times. Usually nobody knows the celestial women's names. Not even I can know their names, whispered Xianxia. After having seen those women, the young men felt strange. Even Xianxia couldn't stop thinking about them. Gentlemen, the women are gone. If you want to see them again, you'll have to wait, said a beautiful woman outside the pavilion. Ren, whispered Lin Feng. He smiled wryly and stood up. Ren-Lei was special and had a place in Lin Feng's heart. She was one of the 4 most beautiful women of Ba Huang. Lin Feng couldn't forget about her, especially those days he had spent with her. Those days with her were incredible, making love all day and chatting about various things. Those memories were amongst the most beautiful in his life. The crowd left Moon Imperial Palace feeling like they had just dreamed it all. Outside the pavilions, many people were waiting to hear what had happened. I wouldn't have thought that a cultivator with the World King body and another one with the Godly Imprint King body would be here today. Unfortunately, I was too late, so I hadn't managed to participate, said someone on the edge of the lake. That friendly-looking young man was wearing a 9-colored robe. Prince of Sadness. Everybody looked at him in a friendly way. Prince of Sadness, you're here. The celestial women have waited a long time, said the woman, walking to the Prince of Sadness. She smiled and said, I wouldn't want to make any of them sad. I'll immediately go back to the Moon Palace. Please. The Prince of Sadness said politely. We'll meet again, said the Prince of Sadness, smiling at the young men. Then, he looked at Lin Feng and said, It's an honor for me to see someone who understands 10 different types of abstruse energies. Brother Lin Feng, Gu can also control 10 types of abstruse energies. To me, you're all heroes. Thank you very much, said Lin Feng, nodding and smiling at the Prince of Sadness. He was a strange guy. Please, everyone, said the woman to the crowd. Then, she left with the Prince of Sadness. The crowd was surprised. The Prince of Sadness could freely go to the Moon Palace? After the woman left, Lang Yi looked at Lin Feng. The person he's talking about, Gu, was an insane cultivator who lived thousands of years ago. Many people admired him for his talents and for his love for battling, just like you. But at some point he disappeared, and nobody knows where he is nowadays. 10 types of abstruse energies, whispered Lin Feng, and then he smiled. Vast celestial ancient city had a history of prodigies. As an example, there were 2 people in the crowd right now who had special bodies, a World King body and a Godly Imprint King body, but nobody dared underestimate the others. For example, Chu Chun Chiu, He could absorb others' determination. At that moment, energies suddenly crashed onto Lang Ye's body. Dugu the winner, who had a godly imprint king body, was challenging Lang Yi. "Let's fight," said Dugu the winner, moving towards a pavilion on Ice Moon Lake. 360 ancient imprints rotated around his body, each one containing a terrifying strength. Lang Yi had a world king body, so he didn't fear him. He jumped forwards and ran towards Dugu the winner at full speed. A battle between king-type body cultivators. The crowd frowned. This would certainly be a clash of titans. Chu Chun-Cho jumped forwards as well, wanting to watch. Interesting. Yang Yen smiled and rose up in the air. He didn't want to miss the battle either. Lin Feng rose up in the air too and moved like the wind. At that moment, 360 ancient imprints were rotating around the godly imprint king body like dazzling stars. Lang Ye's black robe was fluttering as world lights shined around him. "Go!" shouted Dugu the winner, shaking his hand. In a flash, the godly imprints were intertwining and turned into a golden hand which was directed in Lang Ye's direction. Lang Yi jumped forwards as world lights flashed ahead. The golden hand crashed into the world lights and disappeared. Boom! Dugu the winner jumped forwards, causing waves to thrash about on the lake. He suddenly closed the gap between him and Lang Yi. Then his 360 ancient imprint lights began intertwining again. Godly imprint king body, 360 imprint lights. Once he breaks through to the Huang Qi layer, he'll be even more terrifying with 3,600 ancient imprints. Thought Lin Feng. By the Ice Moon Lake there was a waterfall and even a whirlpool. Imprint lights appeared around Dugu the winner. 360 of these ancient imprint lights appeared and started rotating around him. It's raining mountains. They oppress everything. That's an imperial imprint. It can turn into a deadly stroke which could be used to kill even emperors. Indestructible imprints which violate the laws of physics. How terrifying. The ancient Dugu clan really are the best at controlling imprints, especially when they possess the king body of the clan. Thought the crowd. World king body, he's extremely strong. World lights appeared all around Lang Yi. The world lights were mysterious while they looked deadly. They surrounded all the imprints and then it started raining energies. They weren't moving yet, they were just releasing energies and testing the waters. Suddenly, terrifying imprints reappeared all around Dugu the winner. At the same time, a gigantic swastika talisman appeared in the sky. Those are Buddhist imprints. Thought the crowd. The gigantic swastika descended from the sky, making Lang Yi look tiny next to it. The imprint king body allows a person to control gold energy, and even though it hasn't turned into cosmic energy yet, but he'll probably break through to the Huang Qi layer when they do. Thought Lin Feng. Gold abstruse energies are good for attacks, but when a cultivator who has a godly imprint king body uses them, they become explosive. The difference between ordinary people and strong cultivators was even greater once they started using abstruse energies and cosmic energies. Apart from the ancient Buddhist imprints, many other terrifying imprints appeared, assaulting the world lights. Finally, Lang Yi reappeared with the celestial ancient coffin in his hand. As it rose to the sky, two different types of strength appeared. World strength is very strange, so I'm sure that the world clan's king body is quite powerful, said Dugu the winner. His 360 imprint lights slightly faded. The Dugu clan's godly imprint king body is not bad either, said Lang Yi calmly. He had protected himself this far, so he was satisfied. He had seen the godly imprint king body. Chu Chun-Cho's strength is his ancient imperial intent. The Holy Sun clan have terrifying explosive sun attacks. The ancient witchcraft clan have mysterious powers. The young people from the other clans and sects from vast celestial ancient city will also have no problem breaking through to the Huang Qi layer. Thought Lang Yi. He had also meant to include Lin Feng, who had a special body which allowed him to use 10 types of abstruse energies, and then Meng Qing, who was from the Snow clan and also possessed a special body type. That generation didn't lack strong young cultivators. Only in the end will we be able to see who the true winners are between those of us with special bodies. Dugu the winner looked solemn and respectful. With that, He rose up in the air and recalled his energies. Then he disappeared. It's not only between people who possess a special body, it's between everyone, said Lang Yi, gazing into the distance at Song Xiao and the others. The battle was over, but the crowd didn't feel pleased. They wanted to see more. The World King body and the Godly Imprint King body were incredibly rare, let alone to be facing each other. Lin Feng felt very enthusiastic. He glanced at Yang Yan, who was also staring back at him. Not everybody has a body which allows them to control 10 different types of abstruse energies. But even then, you cannot begin to imagine how powerful ancient holy clans are. Having said that, you relied on yourself, which isn't bad, said Yang Yan before he rose up in the air. Lin Feng didn't look at him. He glanced at Chu Chunxiu and the young man from the ancient witchcraft clan, both of whom looked calm, but still, Lin Feng didn't underestimate them. Even Qin Shang and Bai Qi seemed strong. The crowd dispersed, leaving only Lang Yi, Lin Feng, and Song Xiao. The Moon Imperial Palace has officially reappeared in vast celestial ancient city. I'm sure they will invite even more young people, said Song Xiao, smiling indifferently. He was very interested in the celestial girls of the Moon Imperial Palace. If he could get one of them for himself, he'd incredibly happy. Not just the girl, but the Moon Imperial Palace also had incredible ancient imperial books. Let's go back, said Lang Yi in a calm way. Then, they both rose up in the air and left. Back in the Heaven Clan's territory, Lang Yi, Song Xiao and some other people were walking together, arriving where Lin Feng and Lang Yi were staying. Lang Yi, I've been staying in the Heaven Clan for quite a while already, and I feel like I'm disturbing you here, so I'll be leaving with my wife, said Lin Feng to Lang Yi. He wasn't friends with those people, and he had the feeling that they didn't want him to stay there. Back on the boat, Song Xiao had asked Lin Feng to get down, which he still wasn't happy thinking about that. All right, I'll leave with you then, said Lang Yi, nodding. He understood how Lin Feng felt. If he had been Lin Feng, he would have done the same. Brother Lin, Brother Lang Yi, is there anything making you feel unhappy? The Heaven Clan is gigantic, so if you need more space, we can show you other rooms, said Song Xiao. His facial expression suddenly changed when he heard them. Then, he smiled at Lin Feng and said, Brother Lin, if I did something wrong, please forgive me. Lin Feng perfectly understood why Song Xiao acted that way, but Lin Feng just smiled and said, Thank you. I have things to do though. I'm off. Song Xiao was being nice even though he had a higher social status than Lin Feng, but Lin Feng couldn't stay there the whole time. Lin Feng then started leaving. Who does he think he is? Said Song Yu. His facial expression changed drastically. Lin Feng was humiliating him by declining his invitation. Lin Feng heard him but ignored him. Lang Yi remained speechless as well. Song Yu also tried to call on him, but Lang Yi had brought Lin Feng, so he wanted to leave with him. Qiu Yuxian came to Lin Feng as Lang Yi asked Song Xiao, Please say goodbye to Song Ling for me. I'm off. Then the three of them left. Lin Feng will see, said Song Yu in a cold way, feeling humiliated as well. No need. If he wants to leave, then he can. He's not our prisoner. It turns out that he's extraordinary, which explains why Lang Yi and Lin Feng are such good friends. If he doesn't offend us, don't attack him, said Song Xiao calmly. Humph. Song Yu was unhappy and groaned coldly. Lin Feng and Lang Yi left and found a place to land. They could do whatever they wanted if they weren't at the Heaven Clan. The only problem was that they couldn't hear much about the outside world if they secluded themselves. Lin Feng was still a bit worried that Yiren Lei was with the Moon Imperial Palace. Later that night, Lin Feng was walking around on his own, looking at the sky. A silhouette descended from the sky with 360 imprint lights around them. That was the Godly Imprint King body, Dugu the Winner. Lin Feng and Dugu the Winner weren't enemies, so what was that guy doing? In the air, Dugu the Winner remained silent and said nothing. He jumped forwards, his ancient imprints launching at Lin Feng. Lin Feng condensed demon energy in his hand and punched the air in Dugu the Winner's direction. In a flash, the ancient imprints broke, and Dugu the Winner landed in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at him in a cold way. What was wrong with Dugu the Winner? They weren't enemies, so why was that guy attacking him? Lin Feng released sword qi which tore apart the imprints, causing explosions to resonate in all directions. Lin Feng felt the pressure as Dugu rushed over to him, his Buddhist imprints leading the charge. Lin Feng rose up in the air, attacking the ancient imprints using his great earth destruction. The imprints broke apart, and Lin Feng shouted furiously, "You're not Dugu the winner!" Lin Feng had seen Dugu the winner and Lang Yi fight. He knew what his energies felt like. Dugu the winner was extremely strong, but the person he was fighting against now had something different. Lin Feng felt like he had already seen those eyes. "It's you." Lin Feng recognized the eyes from when he went to the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. Not only were they pretending to be Dugu the winner, they were actually using the 360 imprints. That guy could imitate other people's attacks. Could it be the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures? Thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't have time to think though, he had to react quickly. Attack! Lin Feng used his sword energies again. Gigantic canyons formed all around. However, his opponent was smiling in a cold way, like he wasn't under any pressure. Suddenly, millions of clones appeared, seemingly millions of imprints filling the night sky. Lin Feng started feeling dizzy looking at them all. Illusion. Lin Feng's eyes became pitch black as he jumped above. His sword qi descended, destroying the illusion and leaving a gigantic crater beneath him. After the illusion fell apart, terrifying suns suddenly appeared. Sunlight. Lin Feng frowned as he saw a sun moving towards him. Lin Feng used his desolate Xana attack this time, causing the sun to explode. Lin Feng then released more demon intent. As Lin Feng landed on the ground, the earth beneath him exploded, turning into a cage to trap him. As soon as the cage started to trigger, Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword intent flooded out, instantly overwhelming the cage and making it break apart. Fissures appeared in the air and the ground. However, in the next moment, Lin Feng's opponent was already running away at full speed. Lin Feng looked at his opponent. He was still facing him as he ran backwards. To make things even stranger, he was still smiling. He hadn't managed to kill Lin Feng, and given Lin Feng's speed, he probably wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. However, numerous clones flooded the sky, making it impossible to guess which one was the real one. Lin Feng glanced around and stopped moving. There were too many clones to attack. He's so fast. If I had known that before, I would have used my talismans from the start. Thought Lin Feng. That guy isn't any weaker than those who have king bodies. Thought Lin Feng. It wouldn't be a lie to say that this guy was one of the most terrifying cultivators Lin Feng had ever fought against. At that moment, a strong wind blew and a cultivator appeared. It was Lang Yi. "What's wrong?" asked Lang Yi. "I encountered a terrifying cultivator who could use the skills and techniques of the godly imprint king body and the 360 imprint lights, amongst other skills we've seen recently. I think he has the ability to imitate people's attacks," said Lin Feng. Lang Yi frowned. "I find it surprising to hear that you met such a cultivator. I think I've seen him before." Lin Feng continued. "I think it might be the person I saw in the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. I told you about that already. It's him," thought Lang Yi, looking more surprised. "Should we go to the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan and see?" asked Lang Yi. "That's what I want to do," said Lin Feng, nodding. Then, they both started flying in the direction of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. Lin Feng didn't know that at that moment, Xiu Xian was shaking violently as a terrifying mercilessness energy was rising to the skies. "No!" Xiu Xian felt very cold and her face started looking distorted. Finally, her eyes changed, and she started walking. A silhouette appeared in front of her. She looked beautiful, even perfect. She had a veil covering her face though. That silhouette stopped not far from her. Xiu Xian walked to that mysterious woman. The mysterious woman turned around and started leaving. Xiu Xian followed her silently, neither of them saying anything. Lin Feng didn't know about that. He was with Lang Yi, and they were heading towards the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. As they approached the clan, they realized that many other people were going there too. Nothing has been heard from the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan for such a long time, and now some people are trying to make it rise again, said someone next to Lin Feng and Lang Yi. I don't know who's doing it, but one thing's for sure, the clan hasn't been completely destroyed. Only members of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan can activate the deployment spell, and they must be at least core disciples, said someone else. The other one nodded. I've heard that they might have been hiding underground. Lin Feng and Lang Yi accelerated. Finally, they arrived on the site of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, but they were astonished at what they found. Instead of ruins, there were ancient palaces, and though the the buildings looked pristine and beautiful. Is that the ancient Celestial Evolution Holy Palace? Whispered Lin Feng. It must be one of the main palaces. The others have definitely been destroyed, said Lang Yi. The Celestial Evolution Holy Palace has existed for thousands of years. I wonder if there are treasures inside, thought Lin Feng. He gazed into the distance and some qi approaching them quickly. People raised their heads and saw a middle-aged man wearing a white robe, capable of crossing thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. The master of the Heaven Clan is here, thought the crowd. That's Zongling's elder. His strength is unfathomable, said Lang Yi to Lin Feng. The Celestial Evolution Holy Palace attracted many strong cultivators. Zongling's elder represented the Heaven Clan, so he made an appearance for his clan. Boom! At the same moment, the sky became distorted elsewhere. The almighty cultivator of the Chu clan is here, said Lang Yi. Lin Feng glanced at him. Chu Chunxiu's qi was similar, but that person's qi was just infinitely more powerful than Chu Chunxiu's. He was probably a celestial emperor. Following them, many more terrifying cultivators arrived. Lin Feng noticed one cultivator who was surrounded by millions of shadows. That was probably a strong cultivator from the Dugu clan. As expected, those people immediately ran towards the main hall of the Great Palace. The crowd watched as terrifying energies and threads of godly awareness invaded the palace, all attempting to find treasures. Good heavens! The Holy Palace has reappeared, so there must be treasures inside. However, the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan has disappeared for 1,000 years now, so stealing their treasures won't be easy, said a Taoist monk. Ha! Lin Feng gazed into the distance. Why did that guy appear each time treasures appeared? Master, you're not dead? Asked Lin Feng. Yan Di smiled at Lin Feng and said, You're still alive, so why would I be dead? You can leave the forbidden area alive. You're even more resilient than I thought, said Lin Feng. Places which house people are not really forbidden areas, said Yan Di. He then looked at the central part of the palace where a terrifying energy was emerging from. What kind of oppressive and destructive strength is that? Thought Lin Feng, shivering. His face turned pale as he looked at the main palace. As I said, it won't be easy to get any treasures, said Yan Di. His facial expression didn't change, he even looked amused. People around him rolled their eyes, thinking, that guy is still in the mood to joke? Destructive energies gradually filled the air. The incredible cultivators who had gone to the main palace came back now, rise through the air. Finally, after they flew dozens of meters into the air, the destructive energies disappeared. None of them dared go back down. After a short time, they all left in different directions without saying anything. Everybody, now is the right time to get precious treasures. Why isn't anybody else doing anything? Asked Yan Di to the crowd. Some people glanced at him in a cold way. I won't take anything, but I'll go inside and have a look, said Yan Di smiling. Then, the crowd watched him fly towards the central palace. Damn, thought Lin Feng. Yan Di dared go inside, but Lin Feng wasn't worried. Instead, he was confident in Yan Di's experience. As expected, after a while, nothing happened. Some people released their godly awareness and found that the Taoist monk looked at ease inside. He was currently stealing treasures. Humph! An emperor groaned and ran towards the palace. If that Taoist monk could go inside, why not him? After he got in, the crowd saw that nothing was happening, and more people decided to give it a try. Let's go, said Lin Feng to Lang Yi. Then they both went in the direction of the main palace. Inside the main palace, they found a chessboard which had the force of 7 stars. That chessboard is an ancient deployment spell, we can't activate it, whispered Lin Feng. There were many pieces on the chessboard, and moving them would probably have disastrous consequences. Maybe the strong cultivators from before had moved them. Above the chessboard were black lights. What is that item? Thought some people. That's the Celestial Evolution chessboard of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, said Yen Di, as if it was a matter of fact. It could be the Celestial Evolution chessboard, but since I've never seen it, I can't be sure, whispered Lang Yi. How do you know if that's the real Celestial Evolution chessboard and not a copy? Asked a strong cultivator. I can't be sure either. Also, there are sure to be the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures inside, said Yen Di, pointing deeper inside. If you think the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures are inside, why don't you go and take them? Asked a young man in a cold way. That was Chu Chunqiu. If the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures were inside, would you go and take them? Asked Yen Di to Chu Chunqiu indifferently. Of course I wouldn't. I'm leaving, said Chu Chunqiu. Then he turned around and left looking confident and at ease. I'm too weak, so I can't take the treasure. I'll go and take some other treasures, said Yen Di. Then he turned around and left as well. People were angry, he had come in first and now he was leaving already. Let's go too, said Lin Feng to Lang Yi. Following Yen Di was the best thing to do. But when they left the main hall, a terrifying energy filled the air. Great emperors had appeared, pushing the cultivators already there away. They can help, thought Lin Feng. Arg! At that moment, someone shouted furiously. A terrifying bestial chi rolled in waves. A powerful cultivator from a bestial clan has arrived, thought the crowd. Why do beasts want the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures? At that moment, 360 lights appeared next to Lin Feng and Lang Yi. It was Dugu the winner. What terrifying bestial chi! That must be a great imperial beast, thought Lin Feng. The Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures have attracted a lot of strong cultivators. That beast is a gigantic and ancient lion. He's from one of the 3 incredible bestial clans of vast celestial ancient city. The other 2 haven't arrived yet, it seems. Lang Yi explained. The animals with him are terrifying, and that girl. Lin Feng saw a beautiful woman. She was wearing a cyan dress. She had a beautiful figure, thin straight hair, and her eyebrows looked like crescent moons. She had a nose similar to Xue Linglong. Not to mention that she had beautiful lips and breasts. If I'm not mistaken, that must be Qing Feng. I've heard that she possesses phoenix blood, whispered Lang Yi. Indeed, that's Qing Feng. Nobody really knows what kind of body she has though. In any case, she is extremely talented. Apparently, she can control several types of energies, and is considered the holy woman by most people. Dugu the winner explained. Everybody, let's join hands and see if we can deactivate the deployment spell, asked a strong cultivator. All right, said the crowd. The weaker people moved away, not wanting to stand in the middle of those people's energies. Lin Feng and Lang Yi also moved away. This time, several great emperors were going to join hands, so the energies that spilt over might kill them. Let's start, shouted a strong cultivator. A gigantic hand descended from the sky. At the same time, the strong cultivator from the Chu clan released destructive imprints. The beast emperor roared furiously. All these destructive energies assaulted the central palace. Nothing could be heard except for the continuous explosions. The lights brought about from the energies were so bright that the crowd couldn't see either. When things finally calmed down, they looked at the palace, which was already destroyed, reduced to ashes. However, the deployment spell still hadn't disappeared. It was distorted and fluctuating. But in the end, it stabilized and turned into the ancient chessboard again. The chessboard was twinkling. Rays of lights were intertwining on it. How many layers are there in that Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell? One layer has been destroyed, and the palace appeared, so why did the Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell appear? Could that chessboard be the entrance to the small world of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan? We're wasting our time here, said the beast cultivator unhappily. They couldn't break the deployment spell, that was now a fact. They rose up in the air and disappeared. The Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell was surrounded by strange energies. Without a holy great emperor, we can't break the deployment spell, said Dugu the winner. He didn't know why either though. Qingfeng, why are you not leaving? Asked the ancient beast to Qingfeng. However, Qingfeng landed in front of Dugu the winner, Lang Yi and the others. Dugu the winner, I've heard that a cultivator who can control 10 different sorts of abstruse energies appeared in the ancient capital. Who is he? Qingfeng asked. Lin Feng was standing right next to Dugu the winner, but he didn't know what to say. Qingfeng was looking for someone with a body which allowed him to understand 10 different types of abstruse energies. But why? Dugu the winner pointed at Lin Feng. Then Qingfeng turned to Lin Feng. She said, you have a body which allows you to understand 10 different types of abstruse energies? Indeed. Lin Feng nodded. Come with me, said Qingfeng in a gentle way. Then she turned around and started walking away. Lin Feng was startled and asked, where are we going? To the Beast Clan, said Qingfeng. Lin Feng was under a lot of pressure with the great Beast Emperor there. Master, please know that Lin Feng is a friend of the World Clan, said Lang Yi to the ancient beast. The ancient beast glanced at him and muttered, Ancient World King Body. Don't worry, Qingfeng just wants to invite him as a guest, so we won't kill him, said the ancient lion. Lang Yi nodded and said, I trust you, of course. Then, Lang Yi nodded at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had no choice anyways, so he followed Qingfeng even though he didn't know why they were looking for someone with his abilities. Little boy, if you're in danger, just say that you have a body which allows you to understand 10 different types of abstruse energies, said Yen Di to Lin Feng using telepathy. The Beast Clan was at the periphery of vast celestial ancient city. Their small world was vast and filled with forests, gigantic mountains, nature. Lin Feng followed Qingfeng silently. They arrived on a flight of stairs which led to a beast palace. Many young people were looking at Qingfeng, seemingly with amusement. Are you a human? Asked a young man whose fur was made of flames. Lin Feng nodded. That young man frowned. Why did you come here? She took me here, replied Lin Feng, shrugging. The young man looked at Qingfeng and asked, Qingfeng, why did you bring a human being? Qingfeng glanced at the young man and said coldly, Mind your own business, will you? Of course, but you know he hates it when you hang out with humans, said the young man. Piss off, shouted Qingfeng aggressively. Then he moved away while still looking at Lin Feng in a cold way. They arrived in a great hall filled with oppressive energies. A Lion King looked at Lin Feng and asked, Do you have a body which allows you to understand 10 different types of abstruse energies? Show me how many types of abstruse energies you control. Lin Feng said nothing and released abstruse energies. Demon, earth, death, flames, wind, and so on. The lion looked stoical and asked Qingfeng, What do you intend to do? I'm taking him with me, said Qingfeng. The great emperor nodded and said, Follow Qingfeng to her room. Qingfeng lived at the top of a mountain. Her house was simple-looking, situated near a lake. There was a wooden bridge over the lake which led to her house. Animals must like simplicity. Seeing how Qingfeng is a phoenix, she should like trees. But even though there are trees here, they don't seem that suitable for phoenixes, thought Lin Feng. He was wondering what kind of animal Qingfeng really was. She was beautiful, slim, and Lin Feng was standing next to her but had the feeling that she was very far away. On the lakeside, Qingfeng stopped and looked back at Lin Feng. She said in a gentle way, Show me the attack you used against Yang Yan. Lin Feng looked at her in a strange way and said, I'm not an actor. Qingfeng was surprised after she heard him. If you don't like acting, then let's fight, said Qingfeng. Then she became like water and turned into an illusion. She raised her hands and moved towards him at full speed. However, Lin Feng didn't sense wind energies. Rather, empty space energies had surrounded him. He probably couldn't escape if he tried. Great Earth Destruction. The ground cracked. Lin Feng didn't hesitate and used a powerful attack. Their fists collided, and even though Qing Feng's fist was small and delicate, Lin Feng felt that he had punched waves of water which pushed him back. Wind, empty space, shadow, water, earth, and what else? Lin Feng was amazed. He could use several types of abstruse energies, so he could recognize when other people used several types. Will you show me your energies, or do I have to continue making you use them? Asked Qing Feng. Her cyan clothes and her hair were still fluttering in the wind. Lin Feng had many thoughts. She had taken him there, and she could probably control 10 types of abstruse energies too, but it was strange, was she relying on a special body type like him? Why did she need him? Do you really want to see? Asked Lin Feng, smiling. His interest was piqued. I want to see all the types of energies you can use, said Qing Feng indifferently. All right. Lin Feng nodded and condensed sword energies in his hands. Wind Thunder Laceration, said Lin Feng. Sword lights which contained both wind and thunder energies then rolled in waves. Desolate Xianxia, Nirvana Sunya Destruction, Desolate Explosion, Vayu Death. Lin Feng used all his sword attacks. In a short time, he carried out 20 different sword attacks using all sorts of energies. A web of sword energies were left in the air, not dispersing for a while. Lin Feng then used his deadly demon punch, Great Earth Destruction, Earth Punch, and so on. Qing Feng was watching, looking surprised. Lin Feng stopped and smiled at Qing Feng. Is that enough? He was convinced that she hadn't brought him there only for him to show her what he could do. However, at that moment, Qing Feng jumped onto a gigantic stone and closed her eyes. Then she was motionless. Her hair was fluttering in the wind. In her brain, she visualized Lin Feng's attacks in slow motion. Lin Feng was surprised. What was Qing Feng doing? She remained like this for a very long time, completely motionless, surrounded by a pure holy qi. I better not offend this animal clan, thought Lin Feng. He was annoyed, but he went to a higher point and gazed into the distance. Bang! Suddenly, something happened. Lin Feng turned around and saw terrifying energies. That's Xianxia strength is just like my desolate Xianxia attack, but this one is even more explosive, thought Lin Feng. Qing Feng didn't entirely use the same energies as Lin Feng. She used wind and empty space energies like he had but changed the others. She's using my energies to practice cultivation. Maybe her special body allows for mimicry? Thought Lin Feng. After a short time, Qing Feng carried out a second attack which was similar to his Vayu death attack. She looked delicate and gentle, but her attacks were terrifying. She carried out attacks one after the other without stopping. Her movements were fluid, and she was agile. Bang! A cyan light shot out towards an ancient tree in the distance. The tree exploded and turned to ashes. That's... Lin Feng was stupefied. That was a fusion of his desolate Xianxia and his great earth destruction. Qing Feng had created a new attack, and not just that, it was perfect. Desolate Xianxia and great earth destruction fusion. Lin Feng's eyes became pitch black. His celestial book spirit appeared, and he also closed his eyes. He played back the attack in his mind. His desolate Xianxia attack consisted of Xianxia strength, and the main types of abstruse energies used for that attack were empty space and wind abstruse energies. His great earth destruction was an explosive attack since it used speed too. It was also related to Xianxia strength, which was purely related to speed. Lin Feng reviewed the attack in his head several times. Then he tried different sorts of strength. He also modified the abstruse energies, but nothing worked. Then, he tried releasing wind and empty space abstruse energies to surround the great earth destruction attack. Finally, he opened his eyes and gazed into the distance. The explosive and Xianxia energies didn't disperse for a while. I'll call that one nihility Xianxia waves. Lin Feng looked excited and happy. He was smiling in a resplendent way. It had been some time since he last understood energy fusions. Lin Feng looked at Qing Feng. She was also looking back at him, but she was surprised. He could also use the attack she had created. Lin Feng moved towards her and landed on the gigantic stone next to her. Qing Feng frowned. She didn't feel comfortable. but seeing Lin Feng's magnificent smile, she felt relaxed. He looked kind-hearted and extremely happy to study cultivation. That kind of honest expression put her at ease. "Let's help each other," said Lin Feng, smiling at Qing Feng. He had the feeling that they could become stronger if they helped each other. Qing Feng looked surprised. She had taken Lin Feng there to help her practice cultivation, and she succeeded, but he had also learnt from her. "I can make more energies fuse together, and then we can continue learning from each other. It's a win-win relationship," said Lin Feng, smiling. Qing Feng remained silent for a few seconds and finally nodded. She agreed. Lin Feng and Qing Feng continued trying different types of energies, studying diligently. Lin Feng was already convinced that Qing Feng also had a special power which allowed her to study 10 different types of abstruse energies, but he didn't know how. In any case, she was a genius too. That death sword comes from your deadly demon punch, but if you added wind, it'd be even more terrifying. You can try creating a new deadly sword attack like that. Qing Feng and Lin Feng were seated cross-legged on a gigantic stone conversing. Use the abstruse energies you use for your death sword and make them fuse together with your Veu death attack. At the same time, use your Veu death abstruse energies and make them fuse together your death sword. Try combining these bit by bit until it works," said Qing Feng. Lin Feng listened to her carefully, but it was difficult to pay attention to what she was saying because she was so beautiful. She was even more beautiful than the girls from Moon Imperial Palace. Qing Feng stopped talking after she noticed that Lin Feng was staring at her. She looked surprised and turned her head. "You look too beautiful," said Lin Feng, smiling. She didn't get angry when Lin Feng complimented her. She knew he wasn't a pervert. Besides, they had spent a few days together already and they had lots in common. "Let's continue studying," said Qing Feng. Lin Feng nodded and they continued studying. Time passed slowly. In the meantime, back in vast celestial ancient city, many strong cultivators were inspecting the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan's palace, trying to understand how to break the deployment spell. Great emperors, and young geniuses were all talking about the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. Sometime later, someone wearing a golden fire robe and a helmet walked towards Qing Feng's place. It was a young man. After he arrived at the top of the mountain, he saw Qing Feng and Lin Feng on a stone, talking and sitting close to each other. They almost looked like a couple, which made the young man upset. Boom! A fireball appeared. He had always thought that Qing Feng would be his future wife, especially considering that she had never made friends with men. What was this supposed to mean? "Wu," said Qing Feng, frowning. "Then," she said coldly, "how come you came to my place without telling me in advance?" "Who is he?" asked Wu, looking at Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng was thinking that Wu's fire was even more terrifying than Yang Yan's. "Mind your own business," said Qing Feng. "You're my future wife," said Wu firmly. Qing Feng replied, "You're the only one who thinks that way. My grandfather and the lion ancestor will go to your father and ask him for us to marry," said Wu, fixedly staring at Qing Feng. "Humph." Qing Feng groaned coldly and said, "What do you want from me?" "The Prince of Sadness and all the outstanding young people from vast celestial ancient city are going to try and break the deployment spells together. We should go and show them that beasts shouldn't be underestimated," explained Wu. Lin Feng was reminded of the great oriental greenfinch rock when he heard Wu. They had the same voice. Lin Feng could guess that this guy was probably an arrogant bird too. "Is Swan coming?" asked Qing Feng. "Swan is already there, we're just waiting for you now," said Wu. Qing Feng nodded and stood up. In vast celestial ancient city, beasts and animals lived together, but they did have prejudices against each other. They just didn't show it. It was a constant competition for each generation. "Lin Feng, come with us," said Qing Feng. Lin Feng nodded. He had nothing to do here if she left. "Are you the one who has a body which allows you to understand 10 different types of abstruse energies?" asked Wu. His eyes were bright and golden, just like two suns. "Is there a problem?" asked Lin Feng indifferently. That guy really looked like the great oriental greenfinch rock, and he was an arrogant bastard who considered everybody and everything beneath his notice. You better not spend time with Qing Feng again, otherwise you'll have to bear the responsibilities, said Wu while releasing fire energies. Then he turned around and left. Qing Feng and Lin Feng caught up with him and after a short time, but there was another young man with him. His chi was like the great animal emperor, so he was probably a lion as well. Swan looked at Lin Feng. He didn't look as arrogant or as sharp as Wu, but he seemed aggressive and imposing. The Prince of Sadness was a love maniac who enjoyed breaking women's hearts, but he was also quite strong. He was the descendant of a holy clan, but nobody really knew how strong he was because he never fought anyone, and nobody dared belittle him. The Prince of Sadness was gentle, especially when it came to women, so it wasn't surprising that he didn't have many enemies. He was probably one of the most outstanding young people of his generation. At that moment, the Prince of Sadness was in the House of Sadness, accompanied with several women. All the women were very young and they all looked incredibly beautiful. There was also a gigantic chessboard in the House Sadness, and it looked like the chessboard from the Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell. The Prince of Sadness is really skilled and outstanding. Surprisingly, he's even interested in deployment spells. Qin Shang was playing the zither on the side. "You're much more talented than me," said the Prince of Sadness, smiling at Qin Shang. "Stop pretending," said Bai Qi coldly. "I'm not interested in deployment spells, but I'm interested in seeing everyone who comes today," said Yang Yan enthusiastically. The Prince of Sadness is close to the Moon Imperial Palace and invited them personally, so how could I miss that? I also want to see the outstanding people from vast celestial ancient city. "Brother Yang Yan, I feel honored that you came," said the Prince of Sadness, smiling in a gentle way. "Sister Tsangyu, Brother Tsang, Brother Lang Yi, welcome." Tsang Xiao and Tsang Yu from the Heaven clan, as well as Lang Yi, had arrived. "Prince of Sadness, you're so elegant. You always mention women first in your sentences," said Dugu the winner. Lang Yi had a king body, while Tsang Xiao and Tsang Yu were both the most outstanding young persons from the Heaven clan. But still, the Prince of Sadness mentioned Tsang Yu first in his sentence. The Prince of Sadness just smiled. After that, Chu Chun Chiu, the ancient sorcerer, and after a while everyone else arrived. A moon appeared in the sky. 9 celestial creatures appeared and descended from the sky, captivating the crowd. The celestial creatures from the Moon Palace came. What an honor! So beautiful they never change. I missed them, thought Yang Yan. Where had the Moon Imperial Palace found those extremely beautiful women? Yiren Lei glanced around, but she didn't see Lin Feng, which suddenly made her worried. Yang Yan went to her and smiled. "I could never forget you." Yiren Lei calmly glanced at him, but she didn't try to turn him on this time. She even looked a bit cold. She just nodded at him indifferently. "We should have a glass, Yiren," said Yang Yan. "I'm sorry," said Yiren Lei, refusing. Yang Yan could only remember how sexy she looked back on that day. He really wanted to see her like that again. "You're making me even more interested," said Yang Yan as he stared at her body. He didn't act discreetly either. He just stared at her like a pervert, practically drooling. "Good for you," said Yiren Lei indifferently. She didn't mind. This wasn't her first time dealing with someone like him. Even more talented people arrived at the House of Sadness. The Prince of Sadness had invited all the most outstanding young people in vast celestial ancient city, not just those from holy clans, but also those from ancient clans. He also invited some deployment spellcasters. "Prince of Sadness, can we try to break the deployment spell whenever we want?" asked a young man wearing fine clothes. "Of course, anytime you want," said the Prince of Sadness, smiling. "Is it really the Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell?" asked someone. 100%. Though it's only a simplified form. We couldn't make the authentic Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell," said the Prince of Sadness, smiling. "All right, I'll give it a try." Someone rose up in the air and moved towards the deployment spell. Suddenly, lights invaded the palace and the chessboard started shaking violently. A destructive strength surrounded that person and attacked him. Boom! That person was propelled away, but the chessboard didn't move. The Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell contains several types of strength which keep metamorphosing, it seems. There's no way of breaking it, thought the crowd. Waves of energies were rolling, and that person from before was struggling. He looked like he was in pain, but he smiled and said, "Prince of Sadness, that deployment spell is very strange. I can't break it." "It's all right," said the Prince of Sadness, smiling before adding, "I can't break it either." That person looked skeptical. Was he just trying to give him face? "You don't understand deployment spells at all. What you did was entirely useless," said someone else. For people appeared in the distance, and each of their chi was extraordinary. There was a girl among them, and she looked drop-dead gorgeous. "That's Qing Feng from the Animal Clan. She's even more beautiful than those celestial girls from the Moon Palace," thought the crowd. Qing Feng and 3 young men arrived. One of the men was surrounded by golden fire energies. He looked both sharp and sly. Lin Feng was there too, but many people had already seen him before. "The geniuses of the Animal Clan are here," thought the crowd. Yang Yen slowly rose up in the air and looked at the crow. Yang Yen practiced sun cultivation, and that beast was a sun beast. If Yang Yen could absorb the crow's fire, it would be extremely beneficial for him. However, inside vast celestial ancient city, he couldn't even consider that option with his current strength. Even if he was stronger, he still wouldn't dare. Their clan was enigmatic and unfathomable. The crow glanced at Yang Yen and said coldly, "You dare look at me because you also study sun cultivation? How insolent!" Whoosh! A sun instantly started moving towards Yang Yen. Yang Yen suddenly raised his hands and several suns appeared. Explosions sounded as they collided, but there were still 2 suns in front of him. "Piss off! Piss off!" The 2 suns continued moving forwards, making Yang Yen ran away. The crow looked at him and said, "You must blame yourself for your ignorance. You dared look at me. You can't compete with me," said the golden crow. Then he glanced at the deployment spell and then at Qing Feng. Could Qing Feng break it? He wanted everyone to know that they were the strongest because they were animals. Yang Yen looked at Lin Feng coldly and asked, "Since when are you with the Animal Clan?" Lin Feng glanced at him indifferently. Yang Yen had just been humiliated and now he wanted to vent his anger. "Pieces of trash always talk shit," said Lin Feng, smiling. Yang Yen frowned. Lin Feng didn't even glance at him. Lang Yi glanced at Lin Feng. He wanted to tell him that his wife had disappeared. However, he didn't say anything right now. There'd be a better time later. "I'll go and try," said Dugu the winner, walking towards the deployment spell. He then started releasing dazzling energies which intertwined with each other. "If you don't move, the pieces won't move either, it seems," thought the crowd. Dugu the winner made 2 steps, and suddenly, a terrifying strength attacked his imprints. The first guy who tried kept running on the chessboard, so the situation became chaotic. "With each step Dugu the winner makes, the chessboard changes," said a strong cultivator who knew about deployment spells. Finally, after having tried a myriad of times, Dugu the winner gave up. After that, many other people tried and failed. However, the deployment spell was wearing down each time. If some deployment spellcasters go in and control the energies, maybe they can try to control the entire deployment spell, said an emperor who was standing next to Yang Yen. "Hee, you must understand deployment spells. I'm thinking the same thing as you," said another person. Prince of Sadness smiled indifferently and said, "Anyone can try and break it." "Qing Feng," said Wu. He was wondering if she had noticed anything. Qing Feng was captivated. That deployment spell was too mysterious. She couldn't understand it at all. She turned to Lin Feng, whose eyes were slightly closed. She was surprised. She had spent some time with Lin Feng and she could tell that he was thinking about something. Did he understand deployment spells? The Everlasting Celestial Emperor's most powerful deployment spells were Evolution deployment spells, and the Celestial Evolution Great deployment spell was precisely an evolution deployment spell. The memories Lin Feng had obtained from the Everlasting Celestial Emperor contained pieces of information concerning vast celestial ancient city, so maybe they had something to do with the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. At that moment, Lin Feng was visualizing a gigantic chessboard. He could see each piece distinctly. Since that chessboard deployment spell couldn't be destroyed by brute force, it meant that there was a special method to do it. The caster had definitely carved it so that someone could destroy it. Lang Yi, don't you want to try the chessboard? Lin Feng asked. Lang Yi looked at Lin Feng in a strange way, but he still nodded. He started walking on the chessboard, and each time he stepped on it, a strength emerged. The strength was more and more mysterious as he moved further along. Even Lang Yi, who controlled world strength, quickly had to jump off it. What do you think? Asked Lang Yi. It can't be broken with just one person, said Lin Feng. Everybody suddenly looked at him. Maybe we should try 4 people, including a deployment spellcaster. Each of them should get onto the board from 4 different sides, said Lin Feng. You must have noticed that each time someone tries, the deployment spell strength becomes increasingly mysterious as people move further along. So I'm thinking that if 4 people go for it, the pieces will stop moving, and if all 4 of those people manage to get to the center, the deployment spell would be broken. They could use the smaller deployment spells to try and study it, but the Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell would be much more complicated to break. Nobody wanted to try it because they could die. Besides, people didn't know how similar that small one and the real one were. Arrogant little boy, said one of the deployment spell masters from the Holy Clan, glancing at Lin Feng in a cold way. The deployment spell masters hadn't found a way to break the deployment spell, and Lin Feng dared say he had an idea. How arrogant could he be? That deployment spell is based on the Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell, so if you think it's so easy, then try it yourself, said another strong cultivator. He had remained discreet and had tried not to say anything ridiculous until now, but Lin Feng had dared tell them what to do, so he couldn't hold himself back any longer. Would you dare go on to the Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell? Asked Lin Feng to the strong cultivator in a cold way. Humph. Breaking the deployment spell is not as easy as you think. The same guy said again. You know nothing. How old are you, baby boy? Do you want to teach elders? Said the deployment spellcaster from the Holy Sun clan mockingly. Yang Yen laughed and said, That guy is very ignorant indeed. Lin Feng glanced at them and then he immediately jumped onto the chessboard. Deployment spells aren't about age. Even strength has nothing to do with age. You're both emperors, but you are ignorant, shameless, and ridiculous, said Lin Feng, standing on the chessboard. In any case, you just have to observe and try, then you'll see if I'm wrong or right. So why the need to humiliate me? Ridiculous boy. Arrogant. Those emperors were furious. Surprisingly, that little boy was saying that he knew more than them. Go. If you have the opportunity, kill him, said Yang Yen to the emperor next to him. Lin Feng was acting recklessly, so if they could kill him with the deployment spell, that'd be for the best. All right, said that strong cultivator, nodding. Then he jumped onto the chessboard as well. As expected, when he landed on the chessboard, there was no light. Boom! The strong cultivator from the Holy Sun clan stepped on the chessboard, and as he did, holy marks started twinkling. It seemed that the strength from the strong cultivator modified the holy marks, causing an explosive strength to move towards Lin Feng. As expected, when someone who knows deployment spells steps on the chessboard, it's a different story. They can borrow the strength for themselves, thought the crowd. Lin Feng made 2 steps, then dazzling lights illuminated the board. Lin Feng made another step, and explosions sounded. Lin Feng had blocked the opponent's attack. He surprisingly remembered all the pieces, thought Qing Feng. She had also memorized the chessboard, so she knew that someone who didn't know how to cast deployment spells couldn't do such a thing. Humph! His opponent groaned coldly. He made a few more steps, then holy marks started twinkling and shaking violently. They contained all sorts of strength as they moved towards Lin Feng. Boom! Lin Feng jumped. The holy marks were intertwining as he used the power of the chess pieces again to block the attack. He wants to kill me, thought Lin Feng. The enemy was trying to use deployment spells to kill him. You only know some abstruse energies and yet you still dare act so arrogantly, said that emperor. He released fire energies and took a few steps. Lin Feng was slowly understanding the mysteries of the chessboard, making him wonder who had made it. He looked at the intertwining holy marks, then he made 3 steps leftwards, 2 steps backwards and 1 step rightwards. The crowd didn't notice how subtle his deployment spell was. They only saw a terrifying strength emerge. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He started running forwards at full speed. People couldn't see him clearly because his agility technique was too fast. However, as he started running, he realized that some terrifying energies were approaching him on his left. His facial expression suddenly changed. He didn't have time to react to deployment spells anymore. A terrifying fire suddenly exploded. That person's cosmic energies turned into fireballs and exploded. Luckily, that deployment spell weakened the cosmic energies, so he didn't manage to kill Lin Feng. After that, he started running towards Lin Feng, deciding to use pure strength to attack him. "Bastard!" said Qing Feng furiously. But she didn't move. She knew that a low-level emperor couldn't kill Lin Feng that easily. "Humph!" Lang Yi groaned coldly. That emperor was useless. He was attacking Lin Feng openly now. Lin Feng moved back like the wind, closing his eyes. He could clearly see the entire chessboard in his head. Lin Feng suddenly stopped moving backwards and started running forwards again. Each of his steps made the marks twinkle and intertwine, causing the lights around the Holy Sun clan's cultivator stop. Lin Feng started attacking the opponent unceasingly. The crowd couldn't see much because of the dazzling lights, but Lin Feng looked like a madman at that moment. He kept running in circles while releasing energies. He was extremely fast, and yet, it seemed like he was in perfect control of the situation. A gigantic sun appeared as the emperor rose up in the air. However, while he was rising into the air, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and punched the air in his direction. Bang! The crowd saw the emperor's head explode. Their hearts started pounding violently, as if they had just realized what was going on. Then, the remnant fire energies began dispersing. How fast! How explosive! The crowd was astonished. The emperor's body was falling from the sky as his fire cosmic energy dispersed. Lin Feng had used an attack he had created whilst practicing cultivation with Qing Feng. His Nihility Xana waves. "That's a strong deployment spellcaster?" mocked Lin Feng. Then he added, "I am arrogant? I don't understand much? Then, all the elders who think that way can come here and show me." Those people remained silent and looked sad. "You're a good deployment spellcaster, but killing people and insulting everyone is not the best way to be acknowledged," replied an emperor. "Are you blind?" said Lin Feng, glancing at him. The emperor had tried to kill him in front of everyone. "It's useless to talk to those morons. That guy was strong, and he tried to kill you because he had an inferiority complex," said Qing Feng. Those people couldn't be any better deployment spellcasters than the emperor who Lin Feng had just fought. Yang Yen pulled a long face. Then he said, "You killed a member of my clan, the Holy Sun clan." "So what?" replied Lin Feng coldly. "He must want to die," said Lang Yi indifferently. The other emperors from the Holy Sun clan looked furious. "Everybody, stop fighting. Let's concentrate on the deployment spell," said the Prince of Sadness, smiling. "Brother Lin Feng told us how to solve the issue, so does anyone want to try what he suggested?" asked the Prince of Sadness, smiling at the crowd. "The Moon Imperial Palace is willing to," said a girl from the Moon Palace. Then the crowd saw a few celestial beings move forwards. 4 beautiful women walked forwards. One of the girls said, "If we want to break the deployment spell, each of us needs someone to protect us from the attacks. I'll help. Count me in." A few people immediately walked forwards. "Since it's that way, Prince Dugu, Prince Yang Yen, Prince Song Xiao and Prince Qinshang, please help," said the girl, smiling. The 4 guys then followed the women. Yang Yen followed Yi Renlei and smiled. "It's an honor to help you. Can I help Yi Ren to break the deployment spell?" asked Lin Feng. He hadn't thought she'd help. "Why didn't you ask before, Prince Lin Feng?" said the girl, still smiling. "I'll help you," said Qing Feng, walking to Lin Feng. "I understand the deployment spell too, so I can help you." "All right, we can all help the celestial women, I guess," said Lin Feng indifferently. The beautiful woman smiled and said, "Prince Lin Feng found out how to destroy it, so of course we can collaborate. I'm off then." said the woman next to Xianxia, smiling. Xianxia didn't mind, he walked back with her. All right, please start then, said the Prince of Sadness. Then, the 4 groups moved to 4 different corners. The women jumped onto the men's shoulders. Wait and listen to me, I'll tell you how to make the steps, and at the same time you can block the attacks, said Lei to the group. Lin Feng raised his head, and Qing Feng lowered her head. I'll guide. All right, said Lin Feng, nodding. 3 steps leftwards, said Qing Feng. Lin Feng then made 3 steps leftwards, causing lights to move across and throughout the chessboard. 2 steps forwards, 1 rightward, 3 backwards. The 3 others moved at the same time. Dazzling lights filled the board, but surprisingly, the chessboard started cracking. Lin Feng was right, they needed for people to break it. 1 forward, said Qing Feng. The 3 other groups listened to her and moved at the same time. Intertwining lights moved towards Lin Feng and the other men, but they all blocked them. Another piece broke, but they made a mistake, thought the crowd. Wrong step. Qing Feng realized her mistake and made everybody move back a step. After that, they continued moving. The 8 people were getting closer and closer to each other as they made their way to the center. If the Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell was like that one, would they be able to break it too? Time passed slowly, and the groups were getting closer and closer to the center. They made many steps backwards, forwards, sideways, they tried everything. Qing Feng shouldn't understand deployment spells as well as me, thought Lin Feng. He didn't understand how the girls understood deployment spells so well. And what about Lei? Were they that strong or had someone taught them? Finally, they stopped, and the lights disappeared as the deployment spell broke apart. It really broke, thought the crowd. Bzzz. Suddenly, a silhouette rose up in the air and left. Working with such beautiful women is an honor, but I have some things to do. See you, said Dugu the winner. Then he left. Song Xiao also left quickly. They're leaving. Everyone knew that they were going back to their clans to inform them. Could that small deployment spell be related to the Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell? Thought Lin Feng. Yang Yan didn't leave because the Holy Sun clan wasn't located in vast celestial ancient city. Run, celestial being, we were made for each other, said Yang Yan as he smiled at her. Don't offend the Moon Imperial Palace, said Lei to Lin Feng using telepathy. Why was she telling him that? Let's go to the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, said Wu. Everybody wanted to break the Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell now. People rose into the air and left, one after the other. Back at the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan's former site, many people still hadn't left. They had been waiting for someone to crack the code. Lin Feng, Qing Feng, and the others arrived to find that the deployment spell was still there. Nobody had managed to break it yet. Those people all went back to their clans, but doesn't that mean that they're sure the deployment spell in the House of Sadness was closely related to the Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell? Said Swan. He still couldn't believe it. The Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell really looks like the small one there. We'll see for ourselves anyways, so we don't need to worry about it, said Qing Feng calmly. Lin Feng looked calm as well. He wasn't worried. The strong cultivators from the holy clans knew what to do. They just had to wait for them. That bastard is still there, thought Lin Feng, glancing around. He was looking for a Taoist monk and found him seated, looking calm, as if he was standing aloof from worldly affairs. Suddenly, the ground started shaking and an explosive strength invaded the sky. Heaven's strength. Are the elders from the Heaven clan arriving? Thought the crowd. Then, they heard him shout, "Everybody move away, at least by 1,000 meters." The crowd frowned. The elders were going to start, but they were pushing them away. Yan Di opened his eyes and moved far away without hesitation. He didn't look surprised, as if he had anticipated everything. More lights appeared in sky. The crowd frowned again as an elder from the Dugu clan appeared. They really were going to destroy the Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell. "Let's go," said Qing Feng. The group moved away with everybody else. As they left, more elders from various holy clans appeared. From 1,000 meters away, Lin Feng gazed into the distance, but he couldn't see much. He whispered, I wonder if they can break the Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell. And if they do, what will appear? Maybe a small world? Whispered Qing Feng. Dong. It was apparent that the strong cultivators had just started. The energies were very intense, exceeding everyone's expectations. How come the celestial women from the Moon Imperial Palace understand that kind of strength? Why did they break the small one? And why did Renlei warn me like that? Thought Lin Feng. Even if Qing Feng and Lin Feng hadn't gone there, the celestial women from the Moon Imperial Palace could have destroyed the deployment spell. The energies were starting to weaken. Since the energies were weakening, did that mean that the spell was going to break? Lin Feng looked at Yan Di, who looked confident and at ease. His eyes were closed as if he didn't care, but Lin Feng knew that it wasn't true. Boom! Suddenly, the crowd shivered as another terrifying strength emerged. Boom! 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 Explosions continuously emanated from the board's direction. The crowd was curious. They wanted to know what was going on. Let's go. The great emperors from the holy clans started flying at full speed. The crowd frowned. Had they found anything? A holy great emperor was injured, but the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan's small world appeared. No! Someone shouted furiously. Then the ground shook and explosion sounded again. Cosmic strength was dispersing, which meant that an emperor had died. But the crowd didn't know who had killed him. Let's go. Qing Feng and the others started flying at full speed. They had a special social status, so people wouldn't think of attacking them. Lin Feng made it back to the deployment spell, but as he approached, he realized that it had disappeared, just like Qing Feng had said. Palace had appeared underground. The Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell was probably the entrance to a palace after all. Where are all the great emperors? Thought the crowd. There was nobody around. Even the other normal emperors had disappeared. Over there are some remnant mysterious marks, said someone inside the crowd. At that moment, very far away in the distance, some people had appeared. When they realized where they were furious. Who was the bastard that had casted the Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell? After the Holy Great Emperor had been injured, they had managed to break the deployment spell, but the entrance of the palace was a trap. After crossing it, they had reappeared very far away. They hadn't entirely broken it. There was still a terrifying teleportation portal to deal with. Instead of Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell, it should be called Celestial Teleportation Great Deployment spell, an upset cultivator said. The ground quaked as threads of energies disappeared, revealing the real palace underground. But the crowd still hesitated. Nobody dared go in. Even emperors didn't dare. Good heavens, nobody is going in. I'm a Taoist priest, so I should go in. It looks like a hell, said Yan Di as he entered the palace. After the holy marks had disappeared, he didn't fall into a trap. He was actually inside. Then other people started following him at full speed. They landed in a main hall, but there wasn't much inside, only 3 statues. The statue on the left looked like the wrecked statue of an old man. The statue on the right was an old man too, but he looked sharp. The one in the middle looked precious. There were 2 things in its hands, a golden book and a chessboard. It looked exactly like the Celestial Evolution chessboard. Wherever treasure exists, danger exists. If I won't experience hell, who will? Said Yan Di as he walked towards the central statue. However, at that moment, a terrifying chi surrounded him, forcing him to stop. Then he shouted, "Good heavens, I'll stay aside." Then Yan Di moved leftward, and strong cultivators followed him. That book looked like the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. Boom! A few people immediately started running towards the book. Piss off! It's mine! The ground started trembling. They hadn't even gotten close to the book before they started fighting. I told you, when there are precious items, there's always danger, said Yan Di, sighing. He walked to the left side of the statue, which looked wrecked, and touched it. It seems like it was made for me. I'll take it, whispered Yan Di. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with insight. Since when was Yan Di so quick to give up? The celestial evolution chessboard and the ancient scriptures were there in front of him, but he didn't touch them. Instead, he ran towards a useless statue. Lin Feng trusted him, so he immediately ran towards the statue on the right. Stop! Just after Lin Feng started running, someone had shouted at him to stop. He turned around to see Yang Yen. Even though those statues are in the corners, who knows if they're precious treasures or not? So you better not touch them, said Yang Yen. That Taoist priest looked sly. Even though the statue on the left looked useless, Yang Yen couldn't possibly let them leave with it like that. They're stealing the precious treasures and you're not getting involved, but we're just taking useless things on the side and you want to get angry? Why? Said Yen Di, smiling. Yang Yen was a young man from a holy clan, so he didn't rush. There were many people in that hall, many of which were strong cultivators from holy clans. There were many emperors, so even if those people stole treasures, would they be able to get away with them? You can't take those things in the corners, and that's final, said Yang Yen. Then a sun-like disc appeared in his hand and started rotating madly. Suddenly, the temperature began increasing in the hall. The disciples from the ancient holy clans all had terrifying weapons, and that sun disc he had could burn an emperor alive. Break! Shouted Yang Yen. The crowd couldn't see anything anymore because the lights were too bright. Everything started burning. The palace itself even exploded. Then some people from the Holy Sun clan appeared and descended from the sky. Even though the palace was huge, the sun disk had still destroyed it. Dugu the winner slowly rose up in the air, and his 360 imprint lights appeared. They intertwined and terrifying imprint strength invaded the sky. Those disciples all have precious treasures which can allow them to kill medium-level emperors, thought the crowd. Those disciples wouldn't use those items if they fought against people of the same level, however. When they were in real danger, they wouldn't hesitate to use them. Song Shao had a heavenly king's armor and the ancient sorcerer had a sorcerer's staff. Yen Di and Lin Feng were closest to the statues. Yen Di was closest to the wrecked old man statue and Lin Feng to the other one. Even though they were close, they didn't get any closer. Yang Yen released energies which surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng thought, if I have the opportunity, I really have to kill that boy. He's too dangerous, especially with his great imperial weapon. Boom! Suddenly more fire fell. The crowd saw a gigantic beast which had 3 legs and looked like a sun. It was a 3-legged golden crow. His sun helmet was dazzling as lights surrounded his body. That sun helmet was probably his ace weapon. Lin Feng, don't forget to take the statue, but don't try to take the things in the middle, said Yen Di to Lin Feng using telepathy. Lin Feng was speechless. Did Yen Di know everything? Did he already know about those statues? All right, replied Lin Feng using telepathy. But considering the situation, I don't think I can take anything. Your friend is from the World Clan. You don't need to worry if he's here, replied Yen Di. And that girl is from the Animal Clan. If you can become intimate with her, don't hesitate, you could benefit from her a lot. I'd reckon that nobody would dare attack you in vast celestial ancient city if you were in a relationship with her. Don't you have any treasures you could lend me? Asked Lin Feng. Piss off. I'm letting you take that statue, which is already a nice gift, said Yen Di. All right, I'm off. You have to rely on yourself now. Meh. Lin Feng didn't know what else to say. Suddenly, Yen Di jumped and grabbed the statue. With it, he quickly left. Finally, Yang Yen couldn't hold it anymore, and he decided to chase him. I'm not playing with you anymore. The sky shook as a deployment spell appeared. The crowd saw flames engulf the space where Yen Di had been, but he reappeared far away in the distance. Bastard! Yang Yen was furious. Yen Di had taken away the statue of the old man, which must have meant that it was a precious treasure. His sun disk started flying at full speed behind Yen Di. You idiotic kid! If I come back you'll regret it, shouted a loud voice in the distance. Then some deployment marks exploded, and Yen Di disappeared. With that, the sun disk started cracking, and Yen Di appeared even farther in the horizon. Piss off! Shouted Wu at that moment. He was attacking Yang Yen with his sun helmet. Yang Yen was pushed away by Wu. He was furious, especially that Wu was attacking him now. That bastard left and caused a ruckus, thought Lin Feng. He had stolen a statue, but those people didn't want to take the risk in chasing him. Right after that, a few emperors ran towards Lin Feng. They wanted to steal the statue he still hadn't managed to steal. Talismans appeared in Lin Feng's left hand, and his silver wings appeared and surrounded him. At the same time, he released wind and empty space energy as he dashed forward to steal it. Lin Feng landed in front of the statue and he immediately took it. Humph! Someone groaned coldly. The strong cultivator's attacks were terrifying, but Lin Feng had talismans, and just like Yan Di, he disappeared. Then he reappeared in front of Lang Yi. With his talismans, he couldn't teleport himself as far as Yan Di, but at least he could escape. Boom! Lang Yi took out his coffin, making the crowd frown. Lang Yi, don't get involved, said the emperors, coldly glancing at Lin Feng. Piss off, said Lang Yi, making the emperors look depressed. Even though Lang Yi was a member of the World Clan, so if they hadn't been emperors, they would have been attacked. They were Lang Ye's elders, but Lang Yi was still being impolite in front of them. But he had the king body, so ordinary emperors couldn't necessarily compete with him. Besides, he had a coffin which probably contained terrifying energies. Give us the item or we'll kill you, said a cultivator at the very top of the Zun Qi layer. He took out a precious item which looked like a thunder hammer. It was a high-level imperial weapon, at least level 7. At that moment, there weren't just strong cultivators from holy clans. There were also many people from ordinary clans who were unhappy. I must leave as soon as possible. The statue in the middle might really be fake, so if I stay, the situation might get even worse, thought Lin Feng. He glanced at the crowd, noting some low-level and medium-level emperors, and then some cultivators of the very top of the Zun Qi layer. The strongest people were trying to steal the other statue. Then suddenly, Lin Feng started moving like the wind, trying to escape. The strong cultivators frowned. You think you can escape? Said that young man in a cold way. The strong cultivators all started running at the same time, chasing Lin Feng. At the same time, Lin Feng threw a talisman behind him, and sword lights also appeared. Then, terrifying destructive energies exploded around them. He had used cosmic energies to make those talismans, so the strong cultivators who had reacted first were struck hard. Slash! A subtle sound could be heard as Lin Feng took out a silver spear and pierced a person's head. The cosmic energies exploded, and the strong cultivators were astonished to see that he had just killed an emperor. You must want to die, shouted one of them furiously. Terrifying cosmic energies whistled, and Lin Feng felt like he was in a cage. He threw more talismans and disappeared. Lang Yi groaned coldly. Then his coffin became gigantic and blotted out the sky. Be careful, shouted one of them. The crowd started running around like madmen. However, the coffin became dazzling and grew to be thousands of meters long. Lang Yi shook his hands and the world coffin turned into a gigantic wooden coffin. The strong cultivators who were chasing them had disappeared. Lin Feng continued running away, moving like the wind. Outside the coffin, the remaining crowd was looking at Lin Feng. They hesitated, but in the end, they decided to chase him. An emperor landed in front of Lin Feng and released golden cosmic energies. Lin Feng threw another talisman which landed on the golden hand. Lin Feng then hit the talisman with his spear and it exploded. Without hesitation, Lin Feng continued running away. At the same time, his spear had disappeared. Slash! The spear which had disappeared reappeared again, piercing through that person's brain. He looked dumbfounded just before his head exploded. Lin Feng ran towards the spear and took it back. Kacha! Lightning was falling from the sky. Lin Feng immediately used more talismans and disappeared. You can't escape, shouted the young man who possessed the thunder hammer. Lin Feng instantly became stuck inside a thunder cage as he shouted that. Lin Feng turned around and saw the young man in the distance. He was running towards him. Give me the item and I won't kill you, said the young man. Lin Feng and Lang Yi were friends, so if he killed Lin Feng, Lang Yi would probably become his enemy. At that moment, Lang Yi was stuck because the cultivators from the Holy Sun clan had prevented him from going ahead. "Do you know who I am?" shouted Lin Feng in a cold way. "Curse! Die!" shouted Lin Feng explosively. Suddenly, terrifying cursing, death, and demon energies emerged. The young man started trembling, his eyes especially hurt. "Attack!" shouted Lin Feng again. Terrifying sword lights appeared, and he cut one of the young man's arms off. He was holding his hammer in that hand, so the hammer and the arm fell together. At the same time, Lin Feng continued moving like the wind. The young man came back to his senses. His face had turned deathly pale. The young man wanted to use his right hand to attack, but then he realized it was gone. The silver spear was already moving towards him at full speed. The young man looked furious and desperate. He didn't want to die. Lin Feng didn't stop at all, he continued running away. He immediately grabbed the hand which was holding the hammer and took it. "You must die," said a strong cultivator in the distance. However, suddenly, the coffin descended from the sky and crushed him. "The book is empty," said Dugu the winner at that moment. He had taken the one-paged golden scripture, and even though it was sealed, he broke it and found it to be empty. "Fake?" The crowd was astonished. Yang Yan also looked furious. He looked at Dugu the winner and said, "Show me." The crowd looked at Dugu the winner. They couldn't trust him, they had to check themselves. "I'm not lying. Here, take it," said Dugu the winner as he threw the book. Yang Yan caught it and suddenly he looked furious. He looked at the chessboard and said, "Is the celestial evolution chessboard fake too? Just have a look and you'll see." Wu started moving at full speed, and nobody tried to fight against him. He immediately took the chessboard and broke it. "They had fought over a fake item? And the statue?" said someone. Then, a sun disk immediately moved towards the statue and burnt it, leaving nothing left. "It was all nothing, we were fooled," shouted Yang Yan. Not only us, but a holy emperor was also injured. The emperors and great emperors were teleported away, and in the end, there's nothing to show for it. The celestial evolution great deployment spell fooled everyone. Not necessarily, why would they have cast a celestial evolution great deployment spell here otherwise? On top of that, it was extremely powerful. Do you remember the statues on the left and right? Indeed, the stinky Taoist priest came in first and took the statue on the left and then ran away. "He must have known something," said Yang Yan. "And the one with the body which allows him to understand 10 different types of abstruse energies. He took the one on the right and then left," said Song Xiao. The crowd frowned, releasing powerful qi in their frustration. Lang Yi also looked surprised after he heard the young man. It was as if Lin Feng knew the Taoist priest, and that he might have obtained something. "Apart from the celestial evolution holy scriptures, none of you are interested in the other items, I guess. If anyone dares kill Lin Feng, they'll become the enemies of the World Clan," said Lang Yi indifferently. Then, he put his world coffin away and left. "How arrogant!" said Wu. His eyes were filled with flames of fury. He went to Qing Feng and said, "Can you find him?" "Mind your own business," said Qing Feng coldly. Then she left too. What about the celestial evolution holy scriptures? She didn't believe that the celestial evolution holy scriptures were in the celestial evolution holy clan. After leaving, Lin Feng put on a mask and a new robe. Then he went back to the hotel where he had left Xiu Xian. However, he didn't find her there. Maybe she just went for a walk, thought Lin Feng. He had chosen a small hotel which wasn't easy to find. The hotel he had chosen was expensive, but there were hidden rooms for people to practice cultivation without being disturbed. Lin Feng went to the hidden room and took out the statue. Then he inspected it with his godly awareness, but he didn't find anything. A gigantic hand emerged from Lin Feng and attacked the statue. The statue was reduced to ashes and a chessboard remained. The chessboard was surrounded by pale dark lights, looking alive. Celestial evolution chessboard? Lin Feng frowned. That chessboard looked like the one the statue in the middle of the palace was holding. Since the chessboard was hidden inside, nobody had tried to steal it. Lin Feng inspected the chessboard with his godly awareness. Suddenly, Lin Feng started shaking violently. He couldn't control his godly awareness anymore as it was being absorbed by the chessboard at a frantic rate. After a short time, Lin Feng couldn't sense his physical body anymore. It was as if his body had become the chessboard, feeling like a vast world. The pieces suddenly appeared in his brain and a special connection between Lin Feng and the Celestial Evolution chessboard was created. Celestial Evolution. The 10,000 things of creation evolve, just like in the real world. Thought Lin Feng, closing his eyes. He felt comfortable as he studied that mysterious world. He was in a great state of mind. Evolution. Lin Feng explored the world of the chessboard, watching the pieces move extremely quickly, evolving. Lin Feng tried making the pieces move and sometimes it worked, but sometimes it didn't. After a short time, a gigantic deployment spell appeared. How terrifying, it can help me control the evolution, thought Lin Feng. He could borrow the strength of the deployment spell, and if he managed to study the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures to the level that the strong cultivator who had created them had, then he'd be able to control evolution. The one who had pretended to be Dugu the winner could imitate other people because he controlled some evolution techniques. Deployment spells, sword techniques, abstruse energies. Lin Feng tried different things while borrowing the strength of the Celestial Evolution chessboard. How can I break through to the Huang Qi layer though? Thought Lin Feng. He continued borrowing the strength of the chessboard as a clone of Lin Feng appeared and started carrying out attacks. At the same time, another clone of Lin Feng appeared and started practicing cultivation meticulously. As Lin Feng spectated, numerous clones of Lin Feng appeared and did different things. Boom! The chessboard broke apart and everything was reduced to ashes. I failed at making things evolve, thought Lin Feng. That Celestial Evolution chessboard was very mysterious, and it might be that he wasn't strong enough yet. One thing was certain though, the Celestial Evolution chessboard was extremely powerful. Lin Feng noticed that there were some pieces which were twinkling. Then he realized that they weren't pieces, they seemed to be entirely made of evolution strength. Suddenly, evolution strength appeared in Lin Feng's mind, seemingly wanting to fuse together with Lin Feng's godly awareness. It really works, thought Lin Feng. Surprisingly, he could absorb evolution strength. What is the Celestial Evolution chessboard? The Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures might also be able to help me control evolution strength, thought Lin Feng. He was in a deep meditative state which made him forget everything else around him. Everyone in vast celestial ancient city were looking for two people, the Taoist priest and Lin Feng. The Taoist priest was suspected to know a lot about the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, probably having stolen the most terrifying treasure, the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. And Lin Feng, even if they didn't kill him, they had to get the statue he had stolen. There was another important problem. Who had blocked the strong cultivators? Was it the Taoist priest? They hadn't forgotten about the extremely strong cultivators who had broken the deployment spell after Qing Feng, and some celestial women from the Moon Imperial Palace had broken the deployment spell in the House of Sadness. What was the connection between all them? And why had the extremely strong cultivators who had broken the Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell been teleported so far away? Everything was mysterious. The ancient holy clans didn't target the Moon Imperial Palace. They were only speculating things now. No matter what, the connections between the Moon Imperial Palace and the holy clans was too mysterious. Some night after the event, Lang Yi was at his residence with a woman. She was red and breathing quickly. Her breasts were moving up and down as she inhaled and exhaled deeply. Lang Yi looked at her with an indescribable feeling. Why? Asked Lang Yi. He didn't understand. Why had she done that? It was her first time, and even though she was very shy, she had loved it. You're asking me why? The woman looked back at Lang Yi. Then she stood up and put her clothes back on. She had tears in the corner of her eyes. If you can't stand it, then let's never meet again, said the girl walking to the window. Moonlight was shining upon her body as she jumped out of the window. Lang Yi didn't chase her. Instead he walked to the window to watch her leave, but she had already disappeared. He saw a teardrop fall from the sky as thought that he would never see her again. He felt extremely sad. Apart from being a cultivator, he was also a man, a human being with emotions. Cultivation is about emotionlessness, but how can people be emotionless? Whispered Lang Yi, looking out of the window. Even if you don't have goals, I won't let anyone else touch you. Then, Lang Yi suddenly looked furious. Lang Yi didn't understand why she had done that. Even if she had said it was without emotions, for him it couldn't be that. After spending the night with her, feelings had arisen in his heart. He couldn't forget about her, and he couldn't let anyone else to touch her. Moon Imperial Palace, whispered Lang Yi. His heart was racing. He hadn't thought that he'd get involved. Was he the only one? Could those women use other methods to make young people from other holy clans fall in love with them? Back then, the great Netherworld Demon Emperor fell because of love, so maybe something like this had happened to him. Though, it was more tragic for the great Netherworld Demon Emperor because he had fallen in love with Empress Shi. Whispered Lang Yi. At that moment, a silhouette flickered. Lang Yi said, "Who? Me?" said Lin Feng, appearing at the window. He didn't know what Lang Yi was looking at. It looked like he was just gazing into the distance. He didn't look like someone blessed with a king body, but someone who was depressed. "You came back. Do you know how many people are looking for you in vast celestial ancient city?" asked Lang Yi to Lin Feng. "I've been staying in a hotel nearby. I haven't been anywhere else," whispered Lin Feng. "Lang Yi, did you see my wife?" Qiu Yuxian had disappeared and Lin Feng didn't know where she was. "You don't know where she is either?" Lang Yi said. Lin Feng's heart started accelerating. "When did she leave?" "When you left and I didn't see her again. I thought you knew where she went," said Lang Yi. "Yuxian wouldn't leave without telling me unless mercilessness invaded her heart," thought Lin Feng. But even so, where was she? Lin Feng turned around and gazed into the distance. Then he whispered, "Empress Shi, did you appear?" "Empress Shi." Lang Yi was confused. Did Lin Feng know about Empress Shi? "You know Empress Shi?" Lin Feng asked Lang Yi. Of course, thousands of years ago, Empress Shi appeared in the Moon Imperial Palace. She was extremely cold, beautiful, perfect. After seeing her, people wouldn't want to have sex because she supposedly looked as pure as jade and as clean as ice. Everybody who knew her talked highly of her. Amongst the people from vast celestial ancient city, the great Netherworld Demon Emperor doted her the most, said Lang Yi. Some people say that the Moon Imperial Palace disappeared thousands of years ago, and that it has something to do with Empress Shi obtaining some ancient scriptures. There are also some links between the Holy Clans and the Moon Imperial Palace. The Celestial Evolution Holy Clan was one of them. Continued Lang Yi. Someone wanted to kill me, an imitator, and it seemed like he knew some of the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. Could it be someone from the Moonlight Palace? At the same time, Yusin. Indeed, the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, thought Lin Feng. The Moon Imperial Palace had the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, so Lei and the other women probably learned them after they joined Moon Imperial Palace. That would explain how they had managed to break the deployment spell. The Moon Imperial Palace has the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, Lin Feng suddenly said. Lang Yi's eyes flashed. Lang Yi nodded and said, "Possibly, and not just the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. The Moon Imperial Palace doesn't fear other holy clans, so they don't mind if other people know that they have them either," said Lin Feng. "Seems like it," said Lang Yi nodding. 1,000 years ago, the Moon Imperial Palace disappeared, but what exactly happened? Did a battle happen? And today, they reappeared, but the other holy clans won't attack them, even if they know about the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, said Lin Feng. Lang Yi looked pensive. He hadn't thought about all those things. If the Three Lives Great Emperor really destroyed the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, we can be sure that there's a relation between the Three Lives Great Emperor and Empress Shi. Maybe that back then, the Holy Clans had attacked the Moon Imperial Palace, but then the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan had been destroyed, so maybe they had stopped because of that. And now the Moon Imperial Palace reappeared only because Empress Shi came back to life. Lin Feng turned around and left. Goddess, Empress Shi's grave. He remembered that it was written on Empress Shi's grave. Empress Shi was the Three Lives Great Emperor's daughter, It had to be. That was why the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan had been destroyed and the Moon Imperial Palace had disappeared. Empress, she had come back to life? So Lin Feng didn't need to ask himself where Xian was anymore. She had probably gone to the Moon Imperial Palace. Lin Feng left quickly, leaving Lang Yi with a lot of thoughts. Lin Feng had told him about the mysteries from 1,000 years before, that Empress Shi and the Three Lives Great Emperor were related, and that Empress Shi had come back to life now. How did Lin Feng know that she had come back to life? After Empress Shi's rebirth, the Moon Palace had reappeared and caused friction inside vast celestial ancient city. In Lin Feng's eyes, she was amazing, but she was also insane. She would do anything for ancient scriptures as all she cared about was cultivation. Lin Feng didn't hurry to go and find Xianxia. Even if he found her and Empress Shi was with her, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to leave with her. What he needed to do now was to break through to the Huangqi layer. Lin Feng would soon know everything about the Moon Imperial Palace, the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, and Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. Many people were talking about the Moon Imperial Palace. Everyone thought that they had the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures given that they didn't seem afraid of the other holy clans. Nobody attacked them and nobody went to ask for an exchange. Even though the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures were powerful holy clans didn't study ancient scriptures that much. They usually transmitted their most precious knowledge to a few core disciples. Stealing ancient scriptures from others would be too risky since other clans might attack them to steal them, and they'd lose countless people. But all of that had nothing to do with Lin Feng. He was in the secret room practicing cultivation, not leaving his hotel. After some time, some incredible things happened in vast celestial ancient city. The Heaven clan had apparently found the stinky Taoist priest who had obtained treasures, and they had tried to kill him. But in the end, he had killed a dozen of their emperors, including 3 medium-level emperors. They had dispatched more strong cultivators, but they had lost him by then. Besides that, many more young people from ancient clans came to vast celestial ancient city to gain experience. The geniuses from the larger holy clans fought against them to practice. Dugu the winner was the first one to break through to the Huangqi layer. A month later, Song Xiao was fighting against Qin Shang in the Moonlight Palace. The battle was insane and, in the end, he broke through to the Huangqi layer and defeated Qin Shang. After that battle, 1 day later, Lang Yi and Chu Chunxiu, who had seemingly disappeared for a while, appeared again, but this time they were emperors. Rumor had it that they had fought like madmen to break through to the Huangqi layer together. Within just 3 months, 4 geniuses had broken through to the Huangqi layer. During a calm and peaceful night, the moon was high above in the sky, and by the Ice Moon Lake where the Moon Imperial Palace was, many young people were together on a boat. By the lake, a young man walked slowly to the lakeside and stopped. He looked at the pavilions and boats on the lakes calmly. That's the one who possesses a body which allows him to understand 10 different types of abstruse energies, said some people when they noticed Lin Feng. Many people looked at him and said, "It's Lin Feng! Lin Feng!" A strong wind started blowing as Song Xiao crossed the lake, flying. "Long time no see," said Song Xiao, smiling at Lin Feng. However, he didn't look friendly, he looked strange. He had broken through to the Huangqi layer. The Moon Imperial Palace had changed. There were more lights and there were plenty of beautiful women under all the pavilions, sitting with other people, drinking and chatting. Lang Yi and many other people from the holy clans were there, chatting with the celestial women. Lang Yi was with everyone else when they saw Lin Feng as they ran out of the pavilions. Yiren Lei didn't move when she saw Lin Feng. She just smiled thinly, even though a moment before she looked depressed and angry. The opposite happened to Yang Yan, who was sitting with her. A moment before he looked happy, and now he looked very upset. Yiren Lei always looked angry when she was with him, but she always looked so happy when she saw Lin Feng. Yang Yan looked at Lin Feng in a cold way. He wanted to kill Lin Feng and make Yiren Lei kneel before him. Whether it was anger or seduction, he didn't care, he just wanted her. Lin Feng looked at Song Xiao, noticing that he had broken through to the Huangqi layer. "Brother Song Xiao, I trust you have been doing well since we last met," said Lin Feng, smiling thinly. "Indeed, brother Lin Feng, I missed you. Did you find the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures in the statue you took from the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan last time? Xianxia asked calmly. Many people looked excited. A few months before, the Taoist priest and Lin Feng had each stolen a statue. Brother Xianxia, how would knowing that I found a treasure change anything for you? Said Lin Feng in a cold way. If you have the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, I would like to borrow them, said Xianxia, smiling. All the other young people from the other holy clans smiled too. If Lin Feng had the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, they would definitely want to have a look. I never said I was willing to show you, said Lin Feng calmly. Brother Lin, you must be joking. My Heaven clan has the Heaven Scriptures, so I could lend them to you and you could lend me yours. I hadn't offered you our scriptures before because I thought you wouldn't be able to understand them, said Xianxia indifferently, perhaps a slight bit coldly. I can't lend you the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures because I also think you wouldn't be able to understand them, replied Lin Feng. Then he stopped looking at Xianxia and sat down by the lake with his feet in the water. Xianxia looked angry when he saw Lin Feng sit down, close his eyes, and ignore him. Brother Lin, I would be very sad if you didn't show me the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, said Xianxia, not trying to conceal his anger any longer. The sky shook as cosmic energies suddenly appeared. Terrifying heaven strength oppressed Lin Feng, making him feel like he was going to suffocate. Heaven technique, the energy of creation, the life of both earth and sky. Around Dugu the winner, 3,600 dazzling imprint lights appeared. Although Chu Chun Chiu only released a little bit of qi, everybody could feel its grand pressure. Lang Yi looked at Lin Feng in a strange way, but he just calmly watched, not involving himself. Lin Feng was oppressed by the energies, but he was still seated as if the outside world had nothing to do with him. Brother Lin, if you remain silent, I'll get angry, said Xianxia, smiling coldly. Lin Feng remained silent, but threads of demonic energies appeared indistinctly around him. Humph! Xianxia groaned coldly. Suddenly, buzzing sounds could be heard as heaven cosmic energy condensed in the air, and a gigantic heavenly hand moved towards Lin Feng. Boom! The terrifying heavenly hand descended, seemingly capable of destroying the entire region. The crowd had already started worrying for Lin Feng, thinking that he was going to die. However, at that moment, a gigantic demon clad in armor and holding a sword appeared behind Lin Feng. His eyes were also pitch black, and he seemingly hated the heavenly energies. At the same time, Lin Feng released sword energies and condensed a pitch-black sword. Kacha! The gigantic heavenly hand was reduced to nothing after the sword demon acted. Lin Feng was now surrounded by demon strength. Demonic intent rolled in waves. Xianxia shouted furiously as he shook his hand, releasing even more cosmic energies. Then he condensed another gigantic heavenly hand. I'll see how many you can endure, Xianxia yelled. His heavenly hand blotted out the sky and looked indestructible. The demon roared furiously as it attacked the hand, and even though the demon broke apart, the heavenly hand had weakened a lot. The heavenly hand was very powerful, so strong that demonic intent alone couldn't block it. Finally, the heavenly hand crashed onto Lin Feng's body, making Lin Feng groan coldly, coughing up blood. However, his eyes were still open, and he looked angry. He had to resist. What is he doing? Thought the crowd after they saw Lin Feng taking the hit. Although Lang Yez thought about acting, he remained motionless. Back in the ancient pavilion, Yi Renlei looked worried. Yang Yen noticed her worry and smiled coldly. A stupid guy who understands 10 different types of abstruse energies, but nobody knows him. He's a nobody here, so nobody will let him off, whether he obtained the ancient scriptures or not. Yi Renlei understood what Yang Yen was saying. She even agreed with him. No matter what, whether Lin Feng had obtained treasures or not, nobody was going to let him off. More threads of heavenly strength appeared in the air, destroying the remaining threads of demonic intent, and then assaulting Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng coughed up even more blood, but he looked determined, as if he didn't feel the pain. After that, Xianxia jumped forwards and released more heavenly cosmic energies. How reckless! Shouted Xianxia. He shook his hands and a terrifying heavenly hand condensed again. Die! Shouted Xianxia furiously. The heavenly hand descended, but Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and raised his head. Demonic lights turned into a demon cloud, surrounding his body with pitch-black demonic energies. Demon energy rolled in waves in the sky and collided against the heavenly hand. The sky shook as the heavenly hand broke apart, leaving the crowd in awe. Cosmic strength! The crowd was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Cosmic energy had broken the heavenly hand. At that moment, Lin Feng slowly stood up as demonic energies continued rolling in waves. Another demon king appeared behind him. He shook his hands and demonic cosmic energies started floating in the air. Surprisingly, he started understanding cosmic energies while fighting against Xianxia. Is he trying to use Xianxia to break through to the Huangqi layer? Thought the crowd. Back in the ancient pavilion, Lei looked at Lin Feng and smiled. Yang Yan of course noticed this and looked even worse because within 3 months, people had broken through to the Huangqi layer, and now was Lin Feng going to break through to the Huangqi layer too? In the sky, a demonic cloud started condensing. The cosmic energies from the earth and sky are going to fall upon him? Thought the crowd. Xianxia also looked at him, looking upset. Lin Feng was just using him to break through to the Huangqi layer. Even if you break through to the Huangqi layer now, so what? I was just playing with you till now. Even if you break through to the Huangqi layer, I will still defeat you, said Xianxia. Lin Feng looked at the sky, at the demon energies, and then he closed his eyes and sensed the cosmic energies cleansing his body. Everybody was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. They wanted to see the cosmic energies descend from the sky. However, demon energies just rolled in waves for a very long time and nothing happened. The crowd looked at him in a strange way. The cosmic energies were supposed to pierce through the sky. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He could sense that he had broken through to the Huangqi layer, but he didn't know why the cosmic energies hadn't fallen on him. Cosmic energy penetrating the body of the cultivator was the last step before breaking through to the Huangqi layer. Everybody was waiting. Some of them even looked nervous. The demonic clouds rolled in the air for a long time, but in the end, they started dispersing and finally disappeared altogether. The cosmic energies didn't descend from the sky. The crowd frowned. What was going on? Lin Feng could now control cosmic energies, so his body should have been cleansed by the cosmic energies. The crowd didn't understand, and Lin Feng didn't understand either. His force was multiplied by 1,000, his cultivation level was at the right level, his energies had almost turned into cosmic energies, and his demonic cosmic energies had started condensing. I've broken through to the Huangqi layer, but the cosmic energies didn't fall down upon me. What did I do to upset the gods? Thought Lin Feng. Imperial culpa? Said Dugu the winner, making the crowd frown. Imperial culpa? Did imperial culpas really exist? According to legends, imperial culpas were people who could never entirely break through to the Huangqi layer. Was Lin Feng an imperial culpa? Maybe he couldn't break through to the Huangqi layer? Interesting, said Xianxia, smiling indifferently before adding, it's the first time I've seen an imperial culpa. It means that you'll never really break through to the Huangqi layer. Now, you should just give up. You don't deserve to break through to the Huangqi layer anyways. Give me the celestial evolution holy scriptures and leave. Go and live in a village as an ordinary cultivator. Vast celestial ancient city is too big for you. May the gods not curse me, prayed Lin Feng. He then said to Xianxia, I was born in an ordinary clan, and I didn't start practicing cultivation until I was 15 years old. I never received anything to help me level up quickly, including medicine, but now that my abstruse energies are almost all at the highest level, you're telling me that I don't deserve to break through to the Huangqi layer. Lin Feng's heart was pounding violently. He was very worried. He had already become an emperor, but the cosmic energies hadn't fallen from the sky. People were already calling him an imperial culpa, but he couldn't give up. He had to make even greater efforts. Xianxia looked at Lin Feng in a cold way and said, So what? If you really are an Imperial Culpa, it means that you will never break through to the Huang Qi layer, which means that your cultivation is stuck forever. That's a fact. Even if Imperial Culpas exist, I can just switch to another kind of strength if I can't become an emperor using demonic strength," said Lin Feng. "You don't know how to differentiate good from bad," said Song Xiao. He shook his hand and suddenly heavenly energies started oppressing Lin Feng. Lin Feng stared at Song Xiao. His eyes were filled with demon lights. Then, his demonic cosmic energy became thicker and more intense. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. Lin Feng was using his Nihility Xana waves. Song Xiao's heavenly hand broke instantly fell apart, and the terrifying Nihility Xana waves crashed onto him. Song Xiao looked upset. That was the first time Lin Feng had managed to completely break his heavenly hand. "Piss off!" Song Xiao shook his hand again, and heavenly energies condensed into several pairs of heavenly hands. Then they surrounded Lin Feng and moved towards him at full speed. "Stop!" shouted Song Xiao. His heaven energies rolled in waves towards Lin Feng. At that moment, Song Xiao and Lin Feng were fighting using their best strength. Lin Feng released more demonic energies. His cosmic energies were continuing to become more powerful. He jumped forwards and the heavenly strength exploded, death and wind energies threatening Song Xiao. It was Lin Feng's Veiyu death attack mixed with earth energy. Song Xiao suddenly released terrifying heavenly energies. "Explode!" shouted Song Xiao, stretching out his hand. Heaven energies surrounded the Veiyu death attack and destroyed it. The crowd frowned. Song Xiao seemed like he really wanted to kill Lin Feng. Even though Lin Feng controls demonic cosmic energies, his body hasn't been cleansed by the cosmic energies of the earth and sky, which means that he can't borrow the cosmic energies from the earth and sky. In a real fight, Song Xiao should definitely kill Lin Feng, thought the crowd. A demon silhouette appeared, making Lin Feng look like an aggressive demon. He didn't fear Song Xiao, even if his heavenly energies were intensifying. "I'll show you what we call heavenly strength," said Song Xiao. 16 heavenly lights appeared and surrounded Lin Feng. At the same time, he ran towards Lin Feng. Boom! A terrifying earth energy suddenly emerged, and Lin Feng's Nihility Xana waves moved in all directions. Then Lin Feng started running like the wind. Break! Lin Feng punched the air in Song Xiao's direction while releasing demonic cosmic energy and earth abstruse energy. He threw himself at the heavenly hand, groaning coldly. He was surrounded by demon and earth lights, and suddenly, fire started burning around him. "If demonic energies won't fall from the sky, what about earth ones?" shouted Lin Feng furiously. His earth energies were becoming thicker. The crowd was slack-jawed. His earth abstruse energy had just turned into earth cosmic energy. The earth strength condensed in the sky and a tornado appeared again. The crowd stared at it, wondering if the cosmic energy was going to cleanse Lin Feng's body this time. Song Xiao stopped attacking Lin Feng and looked at the sky too. The terrifying cosmic energy turned into a cloud which rolled in waves for a very long time, just like the previous time. The crowd looked sorry for Lin Feng. Once again, his cosmic energy had dispersed. The cosmic energies didn't descend from the sky. What a pity, thought many people. Lin Feng was a real genius. He had understood 2 types of cosmic energies in such a short time. But he had encountered a malediction, and cosmic energy wouldn't cleanse his body. Poor him, said Yang Yan, smiling indifferently. An imperial culpa, even if you understand other kinds of cosmic energies, you'll never be able to break through to the Huang Qi layer, said Song Xiao mockingly. Lin Feng looked at him in a cold way and said, If life doesn't want me, then death will. Lin Feng condensed death energy into his fist, looking furious as the air around him began distorting. Break! Lin Feng punched the air. His punch contained both earth and demon cosmic energies. Humph! Song Xiao groaned coldly, and another heavenly hand moved towards Lin Feng's punch. They collided, but the hand only contained one type of cosmic energy, so it couldn't resist Lin Feng's attack, so it immediately broke apart. Get ready to die, said Song Xiao as he punched the air again. Another heavenly hand appeared, and the sky shook as it turned into a cage. Lin Feng attacked with earth energies and released death strength while shouting, "Die! It's useless," said Song Xiao. "Die!" Lin Feng shouted again, fearlessly. He released 2 threads of sword energies, each mostly containing death strength. "Heavenly King Imprint!" shouted Song Xiao furiously. Heavenly lights condensed all around him, and then he moved towards Lin Feng. "Earth armor," said Lin Feng. Earth cosmic energies surrounded his body, and demonic lights twinkled on the surface of the armor. As the Heavenly King imprint moved towards Lin Feng, his armor broke apart, and a terrifying strength penetrated his body. Lin Feng ignored the pain. He had to ignore pain if he wanted to break through to the Huangqi layer. If the gods didn't want him to become an emperor, then he had to find his own way. "Die!" A gigantic word appeared in the sky, death. Song Xiao sensed death energy surround his body, forcing him to suddenly move back. His face had already slightly turned gray. As he was pushed back, Lin Feng released even more death energy, and apart from death energy, he also released demon and earth energies which were fused together. Heavenly energy was rolling in waves in the sky, but the 3 types of cosmic energies kept assaulting it, turning the sky gray. "What a scary cultivator," thought the crowd, looking at Lin Feng and shaking. 3 kinds of cosmic energies now, but there were still no cosmic energies wanting to cleanse his body. Song Xiao kept running away. He was shaking violently as demon, earth, and death cosmic energies were all chasing him. Luckily, Lin Feng hadn't been cleansed by the cosmic energies. Otherwise, he would have posed a threat to Song Xiao. "What a guy," thought Lang Yi, staring at Lin Feng. He knew that Lin Feng was depressed, but he was a real genius. Even the gods were against him by preventing their cosmic energy from cleansing his body. Lin Feng fixedly stared at the cloud made of 3 different types of cosmic energies. But still, no cosmic energy descended. "Arg!" Lin Feng shouted furiously. More lights glowed around him. His cursing, empty space, fire, wind, and thunder abstruse energies were all at the maximum level, and he was only 1 step away from breaking through to the Huangqi layer. His cosmic energies and abstruse energies whistled all together in the sky. Everybody looked nervous as they watched the gods trick Lin Feng again. Lin Feng's eyes were still pitch black as he stared at the sky. "If the gods abandon me, I'll defy the heavens," shouted Lin Feng. Back in a pavilion, Yiren Lei was looking sad for him. "My love, you can do it. Die!" shouted Lin Feng. His eyes were pitch black and filled with death. Song Zhao's heart started beating faster when he looked at those eyes. "I will definitely kill you today," said Song Xiao, releasing even more heavenly energies. An ocean of heavenly energies moved towards Lin Feng. A demon appeared behind Lin Feng, pushing more and more demonic energies in the sky. "Imprison!" Lin Feng jumped and released earth cosmic energies which formed a cage around Song Xiao. "Death curse!" shouted Lin Feng. Song Xiao performed some hand seals, and then a vortex of heavenly strength appeared in front of Lin Feng, trying to absorb him. "Destroy!" Lin Feng jumped forwards, and a demonic territory appeared, sealing the space. Then an infinite amount of sword energies emerged from Lin Feng's body and rose up to the skies. "Heavenly hand, appear!" shouted Song Xiao, releasing more heavenly cosmic energies. His spirit appeared behind him, a gigantic heavenly hand. "Go!" shouted Song Xiao. The sky exploded as his heavenly hand moved towards Lin Feng at full speed. Lin Feng looked tiny when compared to that heavenly hand. "I'll destroy the heavens!" shouted Lin Feng, closing his eyes. Sword lights kept emerging from his body while moving in all directions. He used Wind Thunder Laceration, his Desolate Xana, his Vayu Death, his Nihility Xana waves, and so on. All his attacks, his abstruse energies, and cosmic energies were intertwining and rolling in waves. The sky trembled again as another cloud of cosmic energies appeared in the sky. "Come out, all of you!" shouted Lin Feng, sounding like a madman. He wanted to make all his abstruse energies turn into cosmic energies. Demon, death, earth, and now wind cosmic energy. Cursing cosmic energy appeared as well. Empty space cosmic energy is present in the cloud. Fire cosmic energy is present in the cloud. 7 types of cosmic energies. The crowd was speechless. Kacha. More explosions sounded. And then Xianxia coughed up blood, his face turning deathly pale. What's going on? Thought Xianxia, looking at the sky. Some lights had descended from the sky and destroyed his heavenly hand. 7 sorts, how's that even possible? Even without a body cleansed by cosmic energies, 7 different types were terrifying. Kacha. A terrifyingly explosive strength slowly descended from the sky. Were the cosmic energies going to cleanse his body this time? At that moment, Lin Feng looked like a true demon as he stared at the sky. However, at that moment the cosmic energies which were descending from the sky exploded. Again, the gods didn't seem to be on Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng remained calm though. The cosmic energies had condensed a few times and then they had dispersed. What was going on? Why weren't they cleansing Lin Feng's body? The cosmic energies dispersed and disappeared, leaving everyone's hearts pounding. They couldn't believe it. A gigantic beast appeared in the distance. It was a Xianxia. At that moment, he was fixedly staring at the cloud of cosmic energies which was dispersing. He looked pensive as he whispered, "The cosmic energies didn't descend from the sky. Does it mean the gods abandoned you? Or does it mean you abandoned the gods?" "I failed," said Lin Feng in a calm way. His 7 different types of cosmic energies were twinkling around him, intertwining. He couldn't make them fuse together as good as abstruse energies yet, but they were still a lot more powerful. Lin Feng smiled and whispered, "Even if the cosmic energies won't descend and won't cleanse my body, you're still much weaker than me." Xianxia remained silent, and the crowd couldn't help but agree. Lin Feng now had 7 different types of cosmic energies. Wind and empty space cosmic energies rotated around him, making Xianxia frown. Then he saw Lin Feng moving towards him. He was startled. Lin Feng was much faster than when he only used wind abstruse energy. Death curse. Lin Feng's death and cursing cosmic energies started corroding Xianxiao's body. His facial expression changed drastically, and suddenly, a celestial heaven shield appeared in front of him. "Explode!" shouted Lin Feng, punching the shield with a lightning and demonic energies. He was only using pure cosmic energies, nothing special. He had several types of cosmic energies, so why not enjoy them? "Chaos!" shouted Xianxia furiously. The atmosphere became distorted as the lightning was pushed away. Lin Feng and Xianxia were each propelled in different directions. Earth! Lin Feng jumped forwards and a terrifyingly heavy strength fell onto Xianxia, and then a cage formed. Fire! A terrifying fire condensed. "Celestial heaven's destruction!" shouted Xianxia furiously. He broke through the cage and the fire energies. However, a pitch-black fist was moving towards him. "Consciousness curse," said Lin Feng. After saying that, Xianxiao's thoughts became chaotic. His heavenly king armor appeared and protected him. Boom! A heavy energy bombarded Xianxiao's body, sending him flying. However, the strength was completely absorbed by his armor and it didn't hurt him at all. If any of those 7 different types of cosmic energies had descended from the sky to cleanse Lin Feng's body, Xianxia would have lost already, thought the crowd. At that moment, strong cultivator silhouettes flickered, quickly surrounding Lin Feng. In the distance, there was also a high-level emperor glaring at Lin Feng. He was from the same clan as the boy Lin Feng had killed back at the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, the one who had the Thunder Hammer. Lin Feng didn't ask him who he was. A chessboard appeared and suddenly became gigantic, dazzling even. The Celestial Evolution chessboard. He obtained the Celestial Evolution chessboard. Many people were looking at it greedily. Whoosh! The emperors rushed over. Lin Feng glanced at them in a cold way and used an agility technique as the Celestial Evolution chessboard continued twinkling. Break! Lin Feng jumped onto the Celestial Evolution chessboard. The emperors didn't know what he was plotting, so they suddenly moved back at full speed. Deployment spell, Celestial Evolution chessboard. What else could it be? Thought the crowd, frowning. In the distance, Two more people had appeared. A tall and sturdy old man and a girl who looked noble. That guy has a body which allows him to understand 10 different types of abstruse energies. But he cannot break through to the Huang Qi layer? Asked the girl in cyan clothes, staring at Lin Feng. Maybe he doesn't have a body which allows him to understand 10 different types of abstruse energies. Reasoned the old man. He doesn't have a body which allows him to understand 10 different types of abstruse energies? Asked the girl. She looked startled and whispered, "That guy is insane. He even took out the celestial evolution chessboard. He was going to break through to the Huang Qi layer, but in the end, he's only an imperial culpa. It's a calamity for him. Any cultivator would go insane if that happened to them, especially if they were as strong as him. He is talented, but he can't break through to the Huang Qi layer. Can you imagine how horrible that would be?" said the old man, smiling. The young man reminded him of his youth. Back in a pavilion, Yang Yen was almost drooling after he saw the celestial evolution chessboard. He slowly stood up and a sun disk appeared in his hand. Some strong cultivators rose up in the air, all looking at Lin Feng with greed. Lin Feng jumped forwards, and the celestial evolution chessboard started shaking violently, becoming larger and larger. It soon blotted out the sky. Pieces of it were flickering, making it look the same as the great deployment spell from before. Inside his godly awareness, a palace was suspended in air. Godly Awareness Palace. The crowd saw it. Then they saw the lights from the celestial evolution chessboard moving towards, attempting to fuse them together. "Die!" said a strong cultivator at that moment, jumping forwards. "Break!" Lin Feng jumped on the celestial evolution chessboard and it turned into a dazzling deployment spell. The attack broke apart as it hit the chessboard. At the same time, the area where Lin Feng was standing on the celestial evolution chessboard became even more dazzling, and a pitch-black earth armor appeared around his body. His Tianji sword also appeared in front of him. How motivated! The old man in the sky smiled. Lin Feng had taken out a sword, a palace, and an armor. "You're gloating over people's misfortune," said the young woman. "According to legends, the celestial evolution chessboard can transform strength." Lin Feng fused with it with his godly awareness and created a terrifying deployment spell. Not only is he a strong cultivator, but he is also a strong deployment spellcaster. Thought the crowd. The high-level emperor was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng would understand deployment spells so well. Thunders had already appeared around him. "Die!" Lightning descended from the sky and moved towards Lin Feng at breakneck speed. "Break!" Lin Feng jumped again. Then 7 lights penetrated the celestial evolution chessboard and fused together with it. The whole chessboard was shining brightly as it rose up into the air. Explosions sounded as the lightning exploded and disappeared. "Damn deployment spell," thought a few of the emperors. The high-level emperor had intervened because he knew that medium-level emperors couldn't do anything. The high-level emperor was incredulous. He was holding a purple thunder jewel which grew in size and strength. The sky around him had become distorted. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the jewel. The strong cultivator threw it in the air. Then it streaked across the sky towards Lin Feng. A beautiful light trailed behind it. Lin Feng smiled mockingly and indifferently. He looked amused. He jumped as the jewel crashed onto the celestial evolution chessboard. Lin Feng had already disappeared and reappeared on another side of the celestial evolution chessboard. 9 dazzling thunders! Die! Shouted the high-level emperor. Suddenly, several grand lightnings descended from the sky. Lin Feng groaned coldly and his godly awareness moved throughout the celestial evolution chessboard at full speed. He ran and jumped, and then destructive energies formed to block the strikes. The strong cultivator shouted furiously, "Go onto the chessboard and kill him!" The emperors around obeyed his orders and started running towards Lin Feng, descending onto the celestial evolution chessboard. Lin Feng ran around while releasing energies into the deployment spell. His godly awareness guided each of his movements. Illusion! Lin Feng suddenly jumped again. The celestial evolution chessboard shined so brightly that the crowd below could neither see Lin Feng nor the celestial evolution chessboard nor the people on it. Illusion deployment spell. The crowd frowned. Lin Feng had prepared it earlier and his deployment spell was large. Is he using the celestial evolution chessboard or is he using his own powers to create the deployment spells? Thought Xianxia. Even if Lin Feng hadn't broken through to the Huangqi layer, he was still managing to impress everybody. Inside the celestial evolution chessboard, in the illusion, the strong cultivators were lost and frowning. A medium-level emperor saw Lin Feng, but he didn't look happy. Boom! He couldn't dodge the shattering deployment spell. He shouted furiously as the lower half of his body exploded. Slash! Then a sword dug into his head. After he died, Lin Feng burnt his corpse. Lin Feng also took his rings. Lin Feng then turned around and towards low-level emperor. Die! Said Lin Feng. His voice contained death-cursing strength. After the Tianji sword directly pierced through his head, Lin Feng took a few more rings. A strong cultivator saw that Lin Feng had killed 2 people already. So he turned around and started leaving. However, he soon found that he couldn't get out of the deployment spell. Inside the illusion, Lin Feng was like a god. Back at the outside world, the crowd was looking up at the illusion deployment spell, listening to the horrible shrieks emanating outwards. Terrifying lightning continued to assault the illusion deployment spell, but they immediately disappeared each time. The high-level emperor looked furious as he started leaving. He wanted to go and inform the great emperor from his clan. Maybe he would come and kill Lin Feng. Vast celestial ancient city was big, but too many people had noticed the clouds of cosmic energies constantly forming, and then lack of cosmic energy descending from the sky. They could guess what was going on. "Let us go!" shouted someone as another horrible shriek sounded. Finally, the illusion deployment spell disappeared. However, Lin Feng was the only one on the celestial evolution chessboard. Lin Feng looked calm, even though his robe was soaked with blood. He was holding his sword with the blade dripping blood. He slowly walked forwards. The sky shook as the celestial evolution chessboard started shaking and moved away. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Xianxia, who had already started running away. Even though he had the Heavenly King armor, he knew he'd die if he went on to Lin Feng's celestial evolution chessboard. The celestial evolution chessboard was still floating above Ice Moon Lake, and it was moving towards a pavilion. Lei looked calm, but her heart was still pounding. Was Lin Feng really stuck? Would he never break through to the Huangqi layer? The celestial evolution chessboard bombarded the pavilion in which Lei was. Even so, she didn't move. A moment after, she was standing on the celestial evolution chessboard. Yang Yen was standing in the air with some strong cultivators from the Holy Sun clan. "Leave the Moon Palace and come with me," said Lin Feng to Lei. Lei looked at him and shook her head. "Lin Feng, I have my own life. You're a piece of trash and now you want to take Iran, the celestial girl, with you?" said Yang Yen, smiling in a cold way. "Mind your own business, you won't be able to leave at all." Lin Feng didn't look at Yang Yen, he was still looking at Iran. He remained silent for a few seconds and then said calmly, "Then if we ever see each other again, we'll be strangers." Then, Lin Feng turned around and started leaving. However, a terrifyingly cold energy emerged from him when he saw a silhouette emerging from the Moon Palace. Xian. Lin Feng looked at her, noticing here mercilessness energy. Mercilessness. The crowd frowned. Was that girl from Moon Palace? Xian walked to Lin Feng while releasing more mercilessness energies. Oh no! Lang Yi suddenly realized that this girl wasn't Lin Feng's wife anymore. He shouted, "Lin Feng, be careful." Though Lang Yi shouted, it didn't look like Lin Feng had heard him. He was just fixedly staring at Xian, thinking about the years they had been together. Xian pointed at Lin Feng, and in a flash, an imprint moved towards him, crashing onto his body. "Lin Feng, she's trying to kill you," shouted Lang Yi furiously. Even though he didn't know Xian, he understood that since she practiced mercilessness cultivation, she would want to kill anyone just to improve her mercilessness cultivation. "It's still not you, right?" said Lin Feng, fixedly staring into her eyes. She had tears dripping from her eyes. She wasn't herself anymore, but she could remember who she used to be. Die! Xianxia shouted. Mercilessness cosmic energy dashed to the skies. Lin Feng suddenly felt threatened. Lin Feng looked at her and raised his head. He knew that Xianxia wanted to kill him, to pass her final hurdle. Piss off! Shouted Lin Feng. He released terrifying energies which bombarded Xianxia's body, sending her flying. Lin Feng's mouth was bleeding though. Lei looked at Lin Feng. She also had tears dripping from her face. She had thought she was determined, but Lin Feng really was the determined one. She now knew that no matter what, she didn't want anyone else. She would never have a second man. Kill him, said Yang Yan. Instantly, some strong cultivators from the Holy Sun clan descended from the sky, moving towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng suddenly raised his head. The 9 netherworlds water appeared in his eyes, and his godly awareness palace appeared. Then his godly awareness palace made the celestial evolution chessboard light up once again. Rise! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. The celestial evolution chessboard rose into the air. Then Lin Feng released demonic energies and a demon king armor appeared around him. Do you think you can escape? Said Yang Yan. The sun was shining brightly as it moved towards Lin Feng at full speed. Lin Feng disappeared and reappeared on the other side of the celestial evolution chessboard. The celestial evolution chessboard seemed like it was going to burn from all those strong cultivators from the Holy Sun clan. Lin Feng immediately threw a talisman and disappeared. Yang Yan looked around. More suns appeared as Lin Feng reappeared. Blood curse! Shouted Lin Feng. Suddenly, Yang Yan sensed that his blood was boiling, and he couldn't control it anymore. Felt like he was going to explode. Death curse! Death curse energies surrounded Yang Yan and began draining his life. Yang Yan's sun disk stopped moving, and he froze in air. He was worried that Lin Feng could kill him at any moment. Lin Feng's death hand quickly grabbed him by his throat. Let him go. The strong cultivators from the Holy Sun clan who were flying towards Lin Feng stopped. Lin Feng had captured Yang Yan, so they couldn't act rashly. Lin Feng ignored them as he descended from the sky with Yang Yan in his hands. Then Lin Feng landed on the celestial evolution chessboard again. Lin Feng hadn't broken through to the Huang Qi layer, but he still managed to stop Yang Yan with his aggressive cursing cosmic energy. And now he has him trapped in a dangerous area. Let him go, otherwise the Holy Sun clan will definitely kill you, said a strong cultivator from the Holy Sun clan. Lin Feng didn't look at him, he was fixedly staring at Yang Yan. Yang Yan looked afraid as he said, You wouldn't dare kill me. I like people who say that to me, said Lin Feng, smiling. Death curse energies made Yang Yan's blood boil again, all the while draining his life. Arg! Yang Yan didn't want to fight anymore. Fire cosmic energy were burning him. Wind cosmic energies were cutting him countless times, and in the blink of an eye he turned to ashes. Then Lin Feng took his sun disk and his rings. He killed him. He's insane, thought the crowd. The emperors were furious. Imperial weapons flashed and moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a few steps, and each time he made a step, terrifying energies emerged. He won't be able to stand it much longer, whispered the old man. You should save him, said the young woman to the old man. She seemed impatient. Why would I? Asked the old man. Her eyes twinkled as she said, The gods are against him. His wife abandoned him. Great emperors want to kill him. If you don't save him, he'll die. But I don't know him, said the old man, smiling. But I know him, said the young woman, trying to look cute. If the crowd had seen the holy woman of the animal clan acting like that, how would they react? All right, baby girl, I'll save him. Maybe things will change if we protect him, said the old man, still smiling. Above the ice moon lake, a destructive celestial strength suddenly descended from the sky. All the cultivators from the Holy Sun clan stopped. A terrifying cultivator was descending from the sky, a great emperor. Lin Feng was still bleeding, and he had no energy left. He couldn't even use life energy to recover anymore. When he saw that cultivator, he smiled, but he still looked sad. He just wanted to break through to the Huangqi layer and leave, but the gods hadn't let him. In the distance, Xianxia was watching silently. "You little bastard, you must like facing risks," thought Xianxia. 7 of his energies had turned into cosmic energies, and now a great emperor was saving him. "You must want to exhaust me to death, don't you?" thought Xianxia. There was probably more than just one great emperor there. The strong cultivators from the Holy Sun clan stopped fighting when they saw the great emperor. At the same time, Lang Yi landed next to Lin Feng and looked at the great emperor in the distance. "Nobody can kill him," said Lang Yi. "I want the celestial evolution chessboard and all his rings," said the great emperor indifferently. Lin Feng smiled in a cold way. Then the celestial evolution chessboard became tiny as he recalled it. He looked at Lang Yi and said, "Lang Yi, help me look after the celestial evolution chessboard. If I die, you can keep it." "All right," said Lang Yi, nodding. "You must be from the Thunder Clan. I have the celestial evolution chessboard, so if you're asking me for it, I'll give it to you, but you should think about the consequences carefully. Perhaps the World Clan won't hesitate in attacking you. He killed Yang Yen, so no matter what, he must die today. I don't believe the World Clan would attack the Holy Sun Clan because of him," said a strong cultivator from the Holy Sun Clan. Even if they didn't take the celestial evolution chessboard, they still had to kill Lin Feng and take the sun disk back. Suddenly, a terrifying energy descended from the sky and surrounded Lin Feng and Lang Yi. Lang Yi was surprised, shouting, "Who are you and why won't you show yourself?" Boom! A terrifying energy suddenly descended from the sky and a gigantic hand appeared. The hand was moving towards Lin Feng at full speed. "Someone wants to assassinate Lin Feng," thought the crowd, shaking. Lang Yi had told them that nobody could kill Lin Feng, but if they killed him without showing themselves, then he couldn't do anything. However, a terrifying light suddenly crashed onto the hand and destroyed it, leaving a vortex of energies suspended in air. "Who?" Many people glanced around. Some terrifying lights blotted out the sky, suffocating the crowd, and making Lin Feng's face turn deathly pale. "Who dares get involved?" said an ice-cold voice. "From the east." "No, from the west?" The crowd tried to see which great emperor was talking. Boom! The earth and the sky shook violently as a gigantic phoenix appeared. "Who?" shouted someone furiously. It was the great emperor who had just talked, but it seemed like someone was attacking him. Many people were shaking, they couldn't breathe. The phoenix was all-encompassing, seemingly capable of devouring the sky. "Piss off!" The voice sounded like it came from an old man. The other voice didn't reply, as if they had left already. "Piss off, everybody!" shouted the old man. "A terrifying cultivator is here," thought the crowd. The one who had tried to assassinate Lin Feng seemed like he had already left. At that moment, a terrifying wind surrounded Lin Feng and took him away. Lin Feng couldn't hold it anymore. He finally fainted. "What a scary cultivator," thought Lang Yi, looking at Lin Feng's body. Someone had taken Lin Feng away, but that person was trying to help Lin Feng. In the distance, Xianxia's eyes flashed. He was surprised and whispered, "He's lucky. I didn't need to intervene even though he was in such danger." Then he left. At that moment, Xianxia had already become entirely emotionless. Her tears had disappeared. She now looked extremely cold and aggressive. She wasn't Xianxia anymore. Lei looked extremely sad as she thought about what Lin Feng had said, that they'd act like strangers if they ever met in the future. Song Xiao looked furious, whispering, "He can't break through to the Huangqi layer. So even if he leaves, it doesn't matter. He'll still be stuck at the same cultivation level forever. Even with 7 different types of energies, he's still a piece of trash." Everybody had different thoughts. Some people felt sad for him. Some people envied him. Some people were gloating over his misfortunes. But all of that had nothing to do with Lin Feng anymore. Back in the animal clan, at the top of a Xian mountain, Lin Feng finally woke up. He had slept for 3 days, resting on a gigantic stone. Although the scenery looked beautiful, he wasn't in the mood to enjoy the landscapes. He turned around and saw a silhouette in cyan clothes looking at him. It was Qing Feng. Lin Feng slowly stood up. His injuries were healed already. He remembered that when he was about to die, a strong cultivator had appeared. Was it a cultivator from the animal clan? "Did your master save me?" Lin Feng asked. "You're awake," said Qing Feng, smiling at Lin Feng. She felt sorry for him. She hoped he'd be able to find a solution, though. "The old man did," replied Qing Feng. Lin Feng didn't know precisely who she meant, but he understood that it was a terrifying cultivator from the animal clan. "Thank you," said Lin Feng, smiling at Qing Feng. "Don't thank me," said Qing Feng. "You've been traveling a lot, you should relax some." "All right," said Lin Feng, nodding. Then he jumped off the gigantic stone and flew, landing on another mountain. There he released cosmic energies, 7 different types of cosmic energies. He could control 7 types of cosmic energies, so what? If he couldn't break through to the Huangqi layer, his life was over. His cosmic energies twinkled, and at that moment, Lin Feng was aghast as he released his celestial book spirit. A new page was shaking. Spirit! Lin Feng's heart was shaking. He hadn't tried to use his spirit, but it had appeared on its own. Open! He found it difficult to turn that page. "The gods abandoned me, people have abandoned me, don't you abandon me too," said Lin Feng, releasing demonic energies. His book spirit was shaking violently. "Damn! Open yourself!" shouted Lin Feng, making great efforts. That page really was difficult to turn. But Lin Feng really wanted to know what secrets it had to offer. Lin Feng closed his eyes, shaking violently. The battles above the Ice Moon Lake replayed in his head. "Even if the gods have abandoned me, I won't give up. I will defy the heavens," shouted Lin Feng. The sky above him was trembling and his book spirit was shaking even more violently. Lin Feng glanced around. How could he defy the skies, though? The Holy City was one of the main 18 cities in the Dark Knight region, and it was even more famous, that vast celestial ancient city. After Junimo, she had broken free from the 9 great celestial castles. He had looked for the Holy City for a long time. He had spent 5 years looking for it. Finally, he had found it. That small world was only filled with people who were fascinated by cultivation. Junimo, she wasn't disappointed. The people there were strong. Even emperors were common there. After entering the Holy City, Junimo, she had fought against someone, and then an emperor had chased him after they realized that he possessed an imperial immortal body. Under the constant threat of death, some people finally saved him, the King of Hell Palace. Then he joined the King of Hell Palace. He knew that inside the Holy City, if you didn't join a powerful group, you could die. Junimo, she had received terrifying cultivation resources in the King of Hell Palace. And then he had practiced cultivation like a madman, and finally he had broken through to the Huangqi layer. At that moment, in vast celestial ancient city, above the big lake outside of the city, a group of people had arrived, and Junimo, she was leading the group, whispering, "Vast celestial ancient city and the Holy City are the 2 of the main cities in the region." Elsewhere in vast celestial ancient city, inside the animal clan, Lin Feng was still practicing cultivation. His body, soul, and celestial book spirit were shaking violently. Finally, Lin Feng managed to turn a page, however, he immediately collapsed after that. He was determined and had a powerful soul, but all that pressure took its toll. However, this time Lin Feng only took a few hours to recover. He entered his mysterious world, the desolate area, and then he raised his head. World strength? Thought Lin Feng, frowning. Was that world strength? It was different from the world strength of the world clan, though. That world strength had no color, it almost looked fake, like an illusion. Lin Feng used his godly awareness and the world moved along with the pulsations of his godly awareness. It's not the outside world, it's an intent world. Thought Lin Feng. Could he control a special world strength? The darkness is becoming paler. Thought Lin Feng. The dark clouds seem to be further and further, turning into the sky. Is that one of the powers emperors have? Creating small worlds? Thought Lin Feng. Had he broken through to the Huangqi layer? Brown ground. Lin Feng moved his godly awareness again and the ground became yellow and brown. What a mysterious strength, whispered Lin Feng. He felt like he could control that world. Moon and sun cycle, said Lin Feng, raising his head. Then a sun appeared which was scorching hot. Cosmic energies, that's cosmic strength, thought Lin Feng, pleasantly happy. Surprisingly, he could modify the world around him. He released his 7 different types of cosmic energies, and suddenly, a terrifying strength penetrated his body, mixing together with his cosmic energies. Lin Feng's facial expression changed drastically. The strength of the earth and sky was madly entering his body. His cosmic energies were also becoming more powerful. Lin Feng didn't stop that flood of energy, even though he didn't exactly know what was going on. Why didn't cosmic energies fall upon him in the outside world? He had a different world strength in that world, and it was changing his cosmic energies. Finally, his cosmic energies turned into an illusion. Lin Feng watched them disappear and then he left that place, re-emerging in the outside world. The sky was normal, Lin Feng was lying on the ground, and he looked the same as before. He couldn't sense anything in the outside world. I've broken through to the Huangqi layer, but the world doesn't accept me? Thought Lin Feng. He was a bit desperate, but what could he do? He didn't understand it at all. Was there even a solution? In the distance, Qing Feng saw him wake up, so she flew towards him. She was worried and sad for him, especially after he fainted again. Lin Feng couldn't accept the fact that he couldn't break through to the Huangqi layer, so maybe he wanted to die now? She didn't know what Lin Feng was thinking. She was actually wondering what would happen if he managed to tear that page off the book. Lin Feng didn't think about it too much. He went back into his spirit world. At the top of the mountain, Wu, the young man from the animal clan, had just arrived. Wu landed next to Qing Feng and coldly glanced at Lin Feng. Qing Feng, why don't you kick that piece of trash out of the clan? Qing Feng coldly glanced at him and said, I'm not interested in your opinion. Qing Feng, you'll soon be my wife, so how can you spend time with a human being? On top of that, someone whom the gods have abandoned, said Wu unhappily. Lin Feng had already been there for a few days. Leave my mountain, shouted Qing Feng. Humph. Wu looked at her in a cold way. Qing Feng, soon I'll break through to the Huangqi layer. I'm going to practice cultivation now, and when I come out, my father will ask yours for your hand. Then, Wu glanced at Lin Feng one last time and left. Lin Feng didn't see any of that as he was in his spirit world. That spirit world was a small world, but Lin Feng was seeing if he could hide his small world in his body. If he could, then people wouldn't be able to attack his small world. When he came back out and appeared in the real world, Lin Feng looked at the sky once more, looking a bit disappointed. The gods abandoned me, but why are the two worlds so different? I still can borrow the cosmic energy of the earth and the sky here, thought Lin Feng, sighing. He stretched out his hand and released earth cosmic energy formed. It was a bit black, and it seemed like it had become more powerful. Perhaps he could become even stronger in the small world in his spirit, which also meant that he could become stronger there, and that his cultivation level might only be able to improve inside it. At that moment, a terrifying strength started shaking the sky. Ha! Lin Feng frowned. Something was attacking the animal clan's small world. Boom! Another loud sound rang. Suddenly, many people appeared in the animal clan. The animals frowned. What was going on? Someone dared attack the animal world? But it came from Cyan Mountain. Was it the old man of the clan? Boom! The sounds continued banging. The animal clan's small world was very powerful, so destroying it was almost impossible. Whoosh! A strong wind started blowing on the peak as an old man appeared, looking at Lin Feng. Recall your cosmic energies, said the old man to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at him and then his cosmic energies disappeared. After that, he also recalled his energies and the animal world became calm again. How come? Had he really infuriated the gods? What's going on? Asked Qing Feng to the old man. The old man shouted, Those who have nothing to do here can leave. The animals then progressively left. The gods don't want him using his cosmic energies? thought the old man. If Lin Feng really was an imperial culpa, he couldn't die. He had to take him somewhere. How do you feel when the celestial energies descend from the sky? Asked the old man to Lin Feng. It's very painful, said Lin Feng. I'll get the celestial evolution chessboard back for you. While you wait for me, don't release any more cosmic energies, said the old man. Lin Feng nodded, but he was still trying to figure out why this happening. If the gods really wanted to punish him, then maybe the celestial evolution chessboard was the only thing which could help protect him. The old man disappeared, leaving Qing Feng looking confused. Just what was going on? The gods don't want to acknowledge me, thought Lin Feng, even though he didn't understand why. No matter what anyone else thinks, I've already broken through to the Huang Qi layer, thought Lin Feng as he rose into the air. Even if the gods didn't want to acknowledge him inside his own small world, he had already become a real emperor. He could even become stronger in there. If the gods abandoned him, then he'd abandon that world. The only problem was, what would happen to Lin Feng in the future if he couldn't borrow cosmic energies from the earth and sky? And what would happen if the gods really were upset with him? Why was the sky so upset before? Qing Feng asked, staring at Lin Feng. She had observed him, and soon as he recalled his cosmic energies, the sky had stopped assaulting their small world. The others thought that the old man had done that, but she knew that it had something to do with Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled at her and asked, "That master saved me, right?" "Indeed," said Qing Feng nodding. "Thank you, the gods abandoned me, my wife abandoned me, and surprisingly a stranger saved me," said Lin Feng. Although he was smiling, he still looked a bit sad. Qing Feng smiled in a warm, gentle, and sweet way. "You already have 7 types of cosmic energies. That's already amazing. You're right. I must continue making efforts. Then maybe I'll find something I did wrong which is preventing me from progressing," replied Lin Feng, smiling. Eventually the old man came back. The chessboard was in his hands. "Thank you very much, master," said Lin Feng. "Let's not waste time, we have things to do," said the old man, dragging Lin Feng and flying at full speed. "Stinky old man, he didn't even take me with them," thought Qing Feng, biting her lips. She tried to catch up with them, but it was impossible. In vast celestial ancient city, there were many lakes, many islands, many people practiced cultivation there. They flew to a remote island where cultivators commonly practiced cultivation. "Everybody, piss off!" shouted a terrifying voice. Blek, an emperor, was on that island, practicing cultivation, and the voice had disturbed him violently, making him cough blood. "Bastard," thought the emperor, but he didn't dare say anything like that to such a terrifying cultivator. He wasn't the only one. Everybody was upset, but nobody said anything openly. Very quickly, people left, even great emperors. Lin Feng looked at the old man, speechless. "Maybe the gods won't let you use cosmic energies, so you have to try and see if you can survive. Everything is in your hands now," said the old man. "I'll protect you." Then the old man disappeared. After he disappeared, Lin Feng took out his celestial evolution chessboard and jumped on it. He released his godly awareness but didn't release any cosmic energies. He had to control the deployment spells with his godly awareness first, then he had to see if the gods would attack him or not. When Lin Feng finished changing the deployment spell with his godly awareness, he released demonic cosmic energy again, and suddenly a vortex appeared in the sky. What a scary sky! Lin Feng frowned. The sky was turning black, making tremble slightly. Lin Feng started thinking about giving up, but then he remembered all the hardships he had been through. He raised his head and told himself that no matter what, he would challenge the gods. Outside the island, the energies and the strange-looking sky started drawing people's attention. What was going on there? The cosmic energies were becoming scarier as they condensed. Was someone breaking through to the Huang Qi layer? But that couldn't be right. Energies couldn't be that terrifying when someone broke through to the Huang Qi layer. Besides, cosmic energies cleansed a cultivator's body when they broke through to the Huang Qi layer. But those energies seemed like they wanted to punish someone. Lin Feng stood there motionlessly, thinking that he would have died without the celestial evolution chessboard. the condensing energies pushing the island into chaos. Lin Feng condensed more demonic cosmic energies, and then cosmic energies began descending from the sky, but they weren't wanting to cleanse his body. Lin Feng saw those terrifying cosmic energies descending, so he ran over to the celestial evolution chessboard. Suddenly, a demonic king armor appeared around his body and a demon appeared behind him. Kacha! Two terrifying lights collided, the demon spell and the purple lightning. Lin Feng shouted furiously. His demonic energies dashed to the skies, and he punched the air. But it still wasn't enough. The energies crashed onto his body. He was bleeding and his armor had exploded. Lin Feng's silhouette was blurry as he dashed around, releasing life energy in a frantic effort to recover. And more, thought Lin Feng. His eyes were bloodshot. Lin Feng rose up in the air, meeting the next heavenly tribulation. After being bested again, Lin Feng was lying on the ground, unable to stand up anymore. "You can't oppress me," said Lin Feng. Then he stood up again. A third thread of demonic cosmic energy appeared, and just as suddenly, more energies descended from the sky towards Lin Feng. However, he was still standing after the tribulation. Though he almost fell, his body was paralyzed, and his face was deathly pale, but he persisted. Finally, his demonic cosmic energies disappeared. Boom! Lin Feng collapsed again, fainting. He still had a smile on his face though. An old man was glancing around inside the Heaven clan. He noticed some demonic cosmic energies from the distance, but those weren't the cosmic energies of someone who had broken through to the Huangqi layer. "Restriction body, the gods must be upset," whispered the old man. Over in the Dugu and the Chu clans, some old men also gazed into the distance, thinking the same things. Everywhere in vast celestial ancient city, people were shaking, wondering what was going on. Had someone infuriated the gods? Many strong cultivators started running towards that place. However, by the time they arrived, the skies had calmed down already, and nobody was there. The crowd could only try and guess what had happened. Maybe it happened because someone broke through to the Huangqi layer after all? Maybe Dugu the winner? Or Chu Chunqiu? Thought some people. But why were the gods so upset then? What happened? The elders of the Dugu clan and the other holy clans all gathered on the island. They glanced around looking for hints, but they frowned. There was nothing wrong. It was strange because those destructive energies could have easily killed a medium-level emperor, and yet the island was so calm at that moment. Who could have triggered such an event in vast celestial ancient city? Asked Mr. Chu to Mr. Tsang. "The Moon Imperial Palace," whispered the old man from the Heaven clan. The other old men were surprised. The Moon Imperial Palace? They had also thought of them, but were they crazy enough to challenge the sky? Who else apart from the Moon Imperial Palace? What about the one whom the skies abandoned? Impossible, he's an Imperial Culpa and he already infuriated the skies. Imperial Culpas can't break through to the Huangqi layer, replied Mr. Tsang indifferently. The others nodded. Indeed, it couldn't be him, otherwise it would have happened back at Ice Moon Lake before. Everybody was thinking it was possible, but at the same time it wasn't. Finally, they stopped thinking about it too much. The following days, many people from vast celestial ancient city were talking about and guessing about what had happened, but all in vain. Finally, people gradually stopped talking about it. But then, in a secluded mountain range, the same strange thing happened again. The sky became distorted and chaotic, like it was upset. By the time they ran over, there was nothing to see. People started talking about it again in vast celestial ancient city, but this time there were even more intrigued. How many people had a restriction body? Was the world as they knew it going to change? Nobody had an answer. The old man from the animal clan didn't make Lin Feng infuriate the gods a third time inside the city. He took him away from vast celestial ancient city to a desolate place. There, he could infuriate the gods as many times as he wished. A month later, Lin Feng went back to vast celestial ancient city. Back at the animal world, atop a cyan-colored mountain, Lin Feng was standing tall, looking more heroic, mature, stronger. Even his blood strength seemed to have improved. The old man looked at Lin Feng and scratched his beard with his right hand. Then he smiled, looking satisfied. The gods really seem to have abandoned you, but can you sense that your chi has changed? Asked the old man. It doesn't matter anymore, said Lin Feng, smiling. The gods may have abandoned him, but at least now he could use his own cosmic energies if he needed to. Indeed, your 7 types of cosmic energies have already become quite scary, said the old man. Qing Feng was on the mountain with them. Those who are strong and tough enough to withstand disasters will find hope, and eventually victory. But I still don't understand why he only has the strength of the Zun Qi layer. Qing Feng said, but was he really just a Zun cultivator? Don't tell anyone else about your situation. If you offend anyone, they'll do their best to kill. You must understand something, that in the cultivation world you'll have less enemies as you get stronger, but at the same time it is more dangerous because those remaining enemies will want to kill you even more, said the old man. Of course, if you become a peerless cultivator, you needn't fear anyone. Then you're like a god. Lin Feng nodded, he already knew that. Thank you very much, master, for everything, said Lin Feng wholeheartedly. Without the old man, Lin Feng would have been in a lot of trouble. Many people think I'm really strange, but you're even stranger than me, so I'm happy to know you, said the old man, laughing. Then he looked at Qing Feng. Little girl, take Lin Feng for a walk. I remember some people who'd offended Lin Feng. Let's go beat them up. All right, said Qing Feng. She understood what the old man mean. She smiled at Lin Feng and said, let's go. Lin Feng followed her, leaving the animal world altogether. There were some rumors about Lang Yi which said he had fallen in love with someone from the Moon Imperial Palace. Lang Yi wasn't the only one. Many other young men enjoyed relaxing at Moon Imperial Palace. At that moment, 2 silhouettes appeared in the sky. A young man and a young woman. That's Qing Feng from the animal world. But who's the young man with her? Is he from the animal world too? Thought some people. Many people staring at Lin Feng though. It was him, the one whom the gods had abandoned. He hadn't died and now he's back. He attacked so many people from the Thunder Clan and he killed Yang Yen. The strong cultivators from the Holy Sun Clan are relentlessly looking for him. Thought some people. The one who was abandoned by the gods, said Song Xiao. Piss off, said Lin Feng. Song Xiao frowned. That bastard. The gods abandoned me, so what? I can kill you now if you want, said Lin Feng in a cold way, releasing death energies.